Good morning, take two. the we did the old tried to leave but ended the stream trick.
But it wasn't me this time.
It wasn't all me.
Just pointing that out. Because it usually is if I'm here.
Yeah. They really need to get their phone app sorted. It's terrible. I mean, I guess for being on a phone, it's pretty cool as much as it does do, but there's just certain little things that really bring the usability down, like the not having a leave studio option on the phone. I think you've just meant to close the tab, maybe, or not sure, but
yeah, the only way you can't even hit a button to leave. You just have to swipe the screen off the phone.
Yeah. Bizarre. So I think I don't know how far we got before we got cut off, but I was
we were talking about children establishing credit.
That's right. Oh, though I think I'd changed the subject because I was spinning out about the fact that, one, I guess it makes sense. I just never thought of it, that people have medical savings accounts for obvious reasons.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to know, what do they do with this so-called perceived reduction in revenues? Like, do they push other taxes up, or?
No, it's tax deductible for you. Like, they don't count it as part of your income.
But he's saying, what does the IRS or the government do when they see that the tax revenues are dropping? Do they push another tax, or do they reallocate something?
Yeah, because this is a clause saying that he will evaluate the number of individuals using medical savings accounts and the reduction in revenues to the United States by reason of such accounts, and then provide reports of the evaluations to Congress. To what ends, I guess, was my question. Like,
it depends on who receives the information. I mean, it's not like our tax brackets are fixed, right? Like they move around. What tax bracket you're in moves around, right? So I don't know. And they may skirt around it in other, like, shadowy ways, right? Like other ways to incentivize or de-incentivize this sort of thing over, say, a private insurance.
Well, as I understand, the health savings account, if you don't use all of it by the end of the year, then that money just disappears. So presumably that goes to the IRS.
It may. I mean, you do lose it if you don't use it.
yeah, well, in Australia, we have a Medicare levy, which is a set amount. I think it's like $700 or something a year. If you don't have private health. So that's and the shit thing is, like, you can get private health for probably $400 a year, maybe, like a basic package. But if you're someone like me, I only go to the doctor when I'm sick, and that's really rarely. So I never use all my private health, let alone if I paid the Medicare levy, would I use $700 worth of
Well, that's
free
the point.
health? I get it, there's people out there who use tens of thousands, but pretty shitty for me to be forced to
Okay. Sorry.
purchase one or the other, not to be able to not have either.
All right. So you don't lose your money. Okay. That's okay. I see what they're looking at right now. And it's shady as fuck, but I see what they're doing. When you put your money in an HSA account, it's not considered part of like your income, really. How do I explain that? Because you only have access, you have limited access to it, and only for health reasons. Your money will roll over from year to year. The amount you can contribute to it is capped, right? So, oh, dang it, I lost it. Never mind. I have to go back in through my head again. I was looking at the arguments about why this was even needed, this study.
And you determined it was shady as fuck, and that's
well, it is. But I will say,
bit, I was like, this feels so wrong.
But I will say, it looks like they're looking to see if it should be, if the amount of benefit, like tax deductible benefits given to someone using this account should be as high as they are. If they should relieve some of that, if that makes sense. It's a weird thing.
I didn't even know that it rolled over, so that's good.
Yeah.
I think when they first came out, they didn't, because that's what kind of got me to decide not to use it.
Yeah.
Hello.
Who?
Hello.
So the thing is, though, that the balances, the
Oh.
balances do earn interest, right? So that's takes it away from a straight contribution, and the IRS always wants their hands on interest in gains and dividends.
So, Batman, welcome.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
What say you, sir?
You know what? So, okay, so I'll say this. I only know or understand the taxation and monetary system from a very basic outside perspective, and I tend to look at these things sometimes from a philosophical approach as to whether or not it's necessary, right? And like for example, I'm not sure if an income tax is enough. I think maybe they should change from an income tax to a wealth tax, but that's just my personal opinion. Or they could do a mix and say, okay, the income tax is for people who make, um, let's say, like if you make over from like $20,000 a year to 100,000, you pay income tax. If you're a millionaire, for example, you pay a wealth tax. So as far as I understand it, from what I remember, right? Like I think maybe it should change at least, but then again, it depends on what you're going to do with those tax dollars, right? Because the way how the tax system is set up is, at least from my understanding, is super complicated, right? And then every state has their own different tax systems, which makes things even more complicated. So, that's the only like weird thing um, about the taxation system in the U.S. Um, in terms of like currency. Um, I don't I don't hold any I guess old school views when it comes to that. I think I think actual money is currency. I think the fact that you can use it to trade and receive gold without the other person being in debt, the other way around, validates that being currency. So I don't necessarily hold to the position that, just because you use, um, if you don't, you know, if you don't use government dollars, right, um, you can't be taxed, right? Um, if you decide to trade or use gold as a currency, or if you decide to own gold, um, if you
What
get paid in
if
gold, huh?
what you just said made me think of something that wouldn't be as drastic, right? You wouldn't even need to change whatever sliding scale or system or whatever you had in place. All you need to do is reduce the amount of deductibles available, because the rich people pay accountants to figure out how to not pay tax, basically. Um, and it's with deductions. And I know, even from just a small business perspective, that depending on the accountant you use, um,
Hmm.
they will deduct hats and sunglasses you've bought because there's been a day or two you had to work outside. And
Yeah.
they, you know, just about deduct every purchase you make.
I
Um,
don't necessarily disagree with that. I don't think that would necessarily completely fix the problem because it's necessary. It's there for a reason, right? It's there to incentivize and make it easier for people to start businesses, for example, right?
hmm.
And for businesses to maintain. So I don't think you can get rid of it. I think you can limit it.
I mean, at the higher income level. So, where you were talking about a wealth tax, there
Hmm.
should be less deductibles. Like, you can't just make it $1 million donation um, to get $1 million tax deduction, for example.
Oh, I
Um,
see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. You can limit that, right? But I think if you're gonna do the wealth tax, not just for individuals, but also for businesses, right? That percentage, it needs to be a gradient depending on how much the company is actually worth, right? And I think you also have to take into consideration whether or not the company is public or private, right? If it's a publicly traded company, right, then I think that company should pay its taxes based on its worth, right? Like its worth, let's say from throughout the previous year. So if your company's worth you know, $1 million or whatever, right? Not saying that I would go that low, right? But if you this is as an example, if your company is worth $1 million, right, throughout, based on the amount of revenue it generated, right, and you kind of show in your books what are the expenses and stuff like that, and the actual profits that you make, right, I think a pretty good assessment can be made, and you can just pay like a flat percentage, right, depending on the tax bracket you're in. If you're a company like Apple, who that's worth trillions, right? Um, you know, Paying taxes based on what it's worth, I think they would eventually pay their fair share in the system, right? Um, I still don't think they should be devoid of, um, I don't think they should be devoid of deductibles and stuff like that. I think that should still be a thing as an incentive, right? But I think
Mm.
that it should be based on the actual worth of the company itself.
Mm. It shouldn't be um, so that because you have more money and can pay someone to finagle the laws around, that you end up with paying no tax, millions or billions of dollars profit, no tax, yet
To
little
be
Joe
per-
Boggs, who earns 30 grand a year, pays 20% of his fucking income.
to be
Yeah,
to
it's
be
corporate
perfectly
welfare.
honest, to be perfectly honest, more than even the top 1% of people, right? Like as far as earning goes, even more than the wealthy avoiding taxes. Do you know what I think the problem is? Corporations avoiding taxes. You explain to me why Eli Lilly didn't have to pay taxes.
Yeah.
Fuck Donald Trump. Explain to me why Eli Lilly paid zero taxes.
Hmm. Yeah, like they should be paying taxes based on, how much they're actually worth, in my opinion, right?
Oh,
Not
record
some fucking.
profits. Record profits, zero taxes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
That is, if it's legal, the system's buggered, and if it's illegal, then it should be stamped out.
I mean, listen, so in the US, you can be a drug dealing millionaire, right? And if you pay your taxes, the IRS wouldn't care. Matter of fact, they don't care how you get your money, as long as you pay taxes on that income,
Yeah.
right? And
In fact,
so
haven't they charged drug dealers in the
that's
past?
that's
No, they got them. What they got them for was evading tax.
with evading taxes. That's what they did. Because of course, most drug dealers, as far as they're concerned, like I'm making money illegally. Why should I pay taxes? But what a lot of them don't know is that there are certain privacy laws that are associated with paying your taxes. Um, that it gives certain protections. There's only certain situations where another federal agency or state um, agency can actually like pull your tax information, like how you make your money and stuff like that, right? And how much money you paid in taxes. IRS don't care; they just want their money. But even if, right, we were to incorporate all of these things, it doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna trickle down in a way that's gonna, for example, grow the middle class, right? Or make it so, smaller businesses would be able to thrive. It could just go straight back into the corporate welfare system. You need to fix that first before anything, right? Unfortunately, you can't fix that because of, the Supreme Court decision that allows for, corporations to be treated like individuals and therefore money in politics. Um, so until you make a law prohibiting that or forbidding that, there's no way anything you do is just going to be moot at this point, because it's just going to be going straight back into it. And William said, no, it wasn't William. I think it was Hillary's that said something really important. What people don't understand about the U.S. Congress and the parties is that they pass a lot of laws that we don't know about. We think that they don't pass laws. They do. They actually go to work, but they're not necessarily focused on passing laws that actually really matter outside of managing the country's finances. Like, take, for example, Democrats last year, before they lost their majority in the House, they took advantage of a loophole, right? So in the Constitution, Congress can't raise its income or without approval of the people, essentially, right? Um, they got to vote on it, and you got to,
They get to vote on it, yeah.
yeah, right. What the House, what the House Democrats did was that they used a loophole in the form of verbiage and said, "Hey, listen, you can write off up to $30,000 in what do they call it again, Pixie? When you work for a company and you go on a business trip and you
Business expenses, yeah.
Yes, expensive. $30,000. And you don't have to show what that necessarily is, right? You just have to report that, hey, you have $30,000 in expenses, right? And
Yep.
essentially they just gave themselves a massive income boost,
Well,
right?
they did more
Subverting
than
the
that.
people. Well, yeah, they did.
They did more
I'm
than that,
simplifying it, but
but and I kept waiting for it to come back and bite them, but I think the weird thing is it's coming back and biting Republicans.
yeah, because it's funny. Both parties work together, right, to make sure this gets passed.
Exactly.
But it was the Democrats that really came up with the idea.
Yeah, but
right?
the Democrats were so gung ho that I was like, okay, one of them's about to go do something shady, and then somebody's going to tell on them, and we're going to have a new scandal, right? Because the Democrats were so gung ho. I just thought that's going to be the way it goes. But no, apparently the scandals from some Republicans who didn't use that card very appropriately, which is weird because I thought, well, didn't they say that they didn't have to? I don't know.
Yeah, they said that you didn't have to. But here's the interesting part: the current House leader for the Democratic Party. People think that, at least people on the left, think that Pelosi is bad and Pelosi is corrupt.
Hell yeah, she is.
Dude, this guy's worse.
Well, there's a lot of them that are bad.
There's a lot of them that are bad.
There's Graham and Manchin and Pelosi and
that. To me, it takes, if I'm understanding it correctly, and I could be getting it exactly opposite, but it takes not only an evil person to come up with it, but then a bunch of evil people to vote it into, well, this is in the American codes. For the purpose of computing the limitations, this is limitations to do with Medicare, right?
Yeah.
For any taxable year, an individual who is an eligible individual during the last month of such taxable year shall be treated, one, as having been an eligible individual during each of the months in such taxable year. So if you're only eligible 1 month for this limitation, then they'll deem it as though it was the 12 months. That sort of unnecessary, like, just screwing the public over.
So, so here's a tricky thing, right? So I don't have you guys ever like wondered which countries have like the most laws on the book, right? And what you'll find, I think America is in the top 10, right? Um, it's what's interesting to me is that a lot of America's laws aren't necessarily focused on, it's not necessarily or completely focused on maintaining any form of balance, so to speak. Um, uh, some of it is there to maintain rights up to an extent, right? But a lot of them seem set up to with a lot of loopholes, and this is why I hate legal language, right?
Well,
Be-
sometimes the loopholes came later because the lobbyists got them in there, bought them. The lobbyists bought
yeah,
those loopholes.
yeah, and you know, with legal language, it makes it super easy to apply vague language to a lot of stuff, and vague language allows for loopholes, right? Um, and what's crazy to me is that there are certain laws on the books. For example, like you actually have a right to essentially incriminate yourself. I didn't know that was a thing. Like if you are if the police picks you up and they charge you for a crime, right? Even if you are innocent, you can still plead guilty
Yeah.
Hold on.
if it's within your best interest. I didn't
Yes.
even know that was a thing.
Yes, you can. And people do it all the time. That's people, innocent people who take plea deals will take the plea deal because they don't want to be found guilty. So less time, reduced time, even though they're innocent, is still in their best interest. And of course, the United States has the most laws because we don't just have federal laws. We have 50 states with their own constitutions and laws. And then we have counties with their own restrictions and cities with their own restrictions. And of course, we have the most laws. We also don't get rid of deadwood laws. So we'll say, well, we have laws that we don't enforce and we will never enforce anymore, right? Like Texas is a good example. We have a law that says in our Constitution that says, which happens to be one of the most verbose of the 50 states, by the way. But we have a law that says you can hang a man if he steals your horse. Now, that doesn't mean that if James steals Joe's horse and Joe hangs him, Joe's not going to be put on trial for murder, right? It's a deadwood law that we never took off the books. And we have a lot of those too. So, of course, we have the most laws.
What about crossing county lines with a duck on your head?
I don't know. I guess that depends. I haven't researched every single county. There are places where you can't. There are places where you can't walk down the street with an ice cream cone. You can't ride your bike on the sidewalk. You can't spit on the ground in public. You can't have chewing gum. I mean, there's all kinds of weird little rules in different
Singapore. But here's the thing, Pixie. Whilst I understand and agree to some degree as a person from a democratic society with everything you said, the whole point of America and its constitution was to limit the laws, and yet it's turned out you have the most.
I never said I was very happy with no, to limit federal laws, and we have not, and I am not very happy about that. But the Constitution said everything not given to the federal government was given to the state governments. So now you have 50 different states with 50 different constitutions making 50 set of laws. Of course, we have more laws than anyone else. Even if you took federal out of it, we'd have more laws than anyone else.
And it's funny because a matter of fact, Hillary, as you were trying to say something, you sounded really low.
I've already forgotten.
Oh, okay. And so this is why I made the comment in saying, the United States is actually the divided states, because this doesn't necessarily operate like a cohesive country. It's kind of like the United States, the country, is just a meta, and everything else is basically like separate countries. But in order to make sure the whole thing doesn't collapse, the taxes that each state kind of pays within like a somewhat of a executive overseer, right? To maintain and keep things fair and somewhat balanced between each state, right? Like it seems to me more like the federal constitution is a contract or agreement between the states, not necessarily for the people, right? So I think this might sound weird to say. I think you should treat each state as its own country, right?
Yeah, that's a fair way of saying it. Yeah.
Like that's how you should treat it. Now, sure, I guess depending on your outlook, that could be a good thing or a bad thing, right? But I think that's probably the best way to approach a lot of stuff. And the problem you run into is that you'll have states, whichever state that has a particular majority party that's within that federal government, right? Um, Whether or not they're actually voted in or not, that's besides the point, right? But that state, that those states that have that particular party that runs the federal government, the managing part of the whole landmass, so to speak, they have the most power, right? And so it seems to me like the states are in somewhat of a battle of supremacy, right? Not necessarily just economically, right? But politically, and as a result, um, you know, you have situations where you'll have the country might move forward in some situations, and then they'll like move backward in some situations, right? You think you'll see certain things that are done that are common sense, but you'll see other things that don't make sense.
Yes, we're right.
You see what I'm saying? It's the European Union is probably more of a country than the U.S. to be fair, but I digress.
Yeah, I thought this conversation was boring before.
Oh, I wasn't bored.
Well, clockwork, you ass don't have to
Make it
listen.
not boring.
And I already put the disclaimer
Well, I
out
mean,
there.
you're
I put
talking in
bitches to
circles.
sleep.
You're talking in circles.
How am I talking in circles?
What are you going to do about it? What are you actually going to do about it?
I didn't know that we were discussing what was going to be done about it. I thought we were just discussing what things were because Sammy had questions. But okay, Rex, be aggressive.
What she said.
Oh, I mean, I know Sammy has questions because he lives in another country. He doesn't live in America.
Yes.
Anyways,
Found out recently that we have a constitution.
They don't even teach that in school.
No. Nope. We just learn we learn a lot about the landing and subsequent treatment of the locals. But not much civics.
I think in some.
Oh, yeah, I had to take a civic class in high
That
school.
was 30-something years ago. Who knows what they do now, though? What was that, Rex?
I said I had to take a civics class in high school, but they don't do that anymore.
In New York State, they call it participation in government. It's essentially civics.
Yeah.
We just had a section on our history class.
Damn, it's limited to a little section.
Yeah.
Damn. And again, right? No set standard. So, a lot of states can pretty much do whatever they want. Whether it's good or bad, it doesn't really matter. I am curious, though, as to what will eventually happen when other states start to infringe on other states' rights and affect their economies in a negative way.
That's already happening.
Example?
Okay, so take for example, in Florida recently, they passed a law that gave the governor $12 million to ship, illegal immigrants or undocumented immigrants, whichever way you want to put it, to blue states, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, the problem is that now those blue states aren't going to take those. First of all, you have issues with like federal trafficking laws, but that's another thing. But those blue states most likely won't obviously kick those people out. They can't. They don't have the authority to do so. As in, when I say kick them out, they can't like send them on a boat in the ocean or anything like that, right? Only the federal government can do that.
Yeah.
So now those blue states, right? They're going to foot the bill to rehouse and place these people or whatever, right? Now, most of those blue states are fine with it. The issue is Florida is still going to be getting federal funding for the purposes of doing those same things, right? And so now you have a situation where you're going to have states battling it out, chances are, right? Because Florida is doing something to affect that could potentially affect New York State's economy or California State's economy, right? And the amount of federal funding that they are receiving are not gonna increase, obviously, right? For obvious reasons. So that's an example. Another example is states, the whole abortion thing, where if I believe a state passed a law recently, or they're going to, where if a woman goes to another state to get an abortion, it's basically illegal, and it's considered trafficking and all of that stuff. So again, you're gonna run into we're slowly building up to these situations
But
where
you know why it got to this point? That's because the blue states wanted to tell the red states, we're going to let illegals into this country. We're going to refuse to obey the law and kick them out. But you're going to be the one to house them. You're going to be the one to educate them. You're going to be paying for their hospitals. And you're not going to get any federal money for that. That's just on you.
well, to be fair, right? Blue states aren't doing that. People are voluntarily entering the country illegally,
No,
right?
I'm not.
Through
I'm not saying
ports.
that they're. I'm not saying that they're importing people. I'm saying they're not enforcing the border. They're allowing them to come across. They're screwing up the immigration system so that
Well,
Okay,
it's not. It's not a
wait.
state's. Hold on. It's
They're,
first of all.
they're not enforcing the border and they're allowing them to come across. Okay, please. Maybe you have a case for California, but that is a blue state, not blue states, because most of the states bordering that border happened to be red states. So if that border's not being enforced and they're just being allowed to walk through, then the red states are just as much as at fault.
No, because DC
What?
will sue Texas to say that's up to the Border Patrol. It's a federal agency. The state of Texas is not allowed to get involved in border protection.
That's a load of crap. They have citizens down there who volunteer, so that's a load of shit.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't
Volunteer to do
necessarily.
what?
Yeah, they can't. They're really not supposed to.
Well, no. I'm pretty sure it's going to be kidnapping. What do the
It's
citizens do?
yeah. It's federally speaking, they're not supposed to.
Yeah.
The only obviously the only reason why the federal government doesn't do anything is because it's just more cost effective that way. If a state wants to take up that responsibility and foot the bill to help with that, right?
Well,
They're not going
no,
to complain.
but that's just it. Texas was paying so much money in uncompensated expenses that the other states were incurring on Texas's behalf. That that Texas was like, hey, it would be cheaper for us to send National Guard and state troopers down to the border and prevent the coyotes from human trafficking. Just put a wall up basically at the border, not a physical wall, but with people, and say you're not going to come across because it was costing us so much in housing and education and medical.
But again,
You know who lives in
that's not a
Texas?
blue state.
Do you
Like
know
that's
who
not a.
lives in Texas?
Yeah,
Texas.
okay, but what I'm saying, I'm not saying that this isn't a problem or that blue states didn't want to address it because they felt it didn't affect them. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that this is not happening because of blue states. It's because this red state is positioned where it is.
Yeah.
Right. But that's I wasn't making that claim that it was because of that. Yeah, if Connecticut was on the Mexican border, then Connecticut would be getting them. But the thing is that the blue states at the federal level are making these laws preventing Texas from keeping people out, preventing people.
What blue states?
Well, I keep
They
hearing
can't
that.
do that.
Well, hold on. They can. Not only can they not do that, all they can say is that we accept them over here and we give them amnesty. They can't force you to give them amnesty. But beyond that, I keep hearing blue states and blue this and blue that. But like I said before, not only has the border situation not really changed since Trump left office.
Who said
Biden,
Trump? I'm talking 70 years.
Well, I'm saying red versus blue policy. I'm saying they cry about things, but the actual policy under blue leadership hasn't changed. As a matter of fact, they went a little bit stricter. So what blue policy is it that, I don't know. I mean, I get it's a soundbite.
I'm talking 70 years ago. And Brown,
oh, okay.
Stuff like that.
Before the whole green card thing?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense to me. I'm sorry, we're on the same page now. Got you.
Yeah, I mean, my point is that the lack of cohesiveness it will eventually start causing a lot of issues for states, right?
But
these are not the only. Huh?
That's my point. It already has. This is just a backlash of 70 years building up.
I mean, yeah, sure, right?
I think it's partly that, but I think a lot of things have played into it. I mean, I think that played a part. I think religion has played a part. I think a lot of things have played a part in the divisions. I can't pinpoint it to one thing.
Yeah, and to be fair, right? Red states, or well, not red states, but the Republican Party wasn't always anti-immigration or anything like that. A matter of fact, most of the amnesties that was passed was Republican Party, right?
Yeah.
The last one that was passed was by Reagan, right? Mm-hmm. And so it's one of those things where every now and then you'll get the country to come together, right? Regardless of whichever president that's in office, right? To address an issue, because when Reagan was in office, it was a serious issue. It was more of a humanitarian type type situation, right? And the country didn't know how to really address it. Not only that, you had issues
Yeah.
when it comes to the country's debt, and they needed that extra income, and you had millions of people in the country working and not paying taxes. So the best way to solve that problem, right? And of course, you know where most of that money went anyways. Um, is to get more people to pay taxes. And how you do that? Get people who are not paying taxes, who are willing to pay taxes, to pay taxes. All you need to do is just give them, um, green cards and a social security, and you'll collect taxes whenever they work.
On that note, better late than never, I say. Smoke 'em if you got 'em.
If you don't like my fire, then don't come around. 'Cause I'm gonna burn one down. 'Cause I'm gonna burn one.
Drink break.
Oh, first of all, thank you, Green Soul, for sharing this cool wallpaper, which is now my avatar. I'm in full support of the 420 community, even though I myself do not engage in the activity. I just believe that it's common sense to have it legalized.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Such logic and reasoning.
You know what? I think when I think when 420 finally gets legalized, it's gonna be on the terms of the larger corporations, right? Where they'll be able to benefit from it the most. I think that's when it'll get
Mhm.
legalized,
Wrong.
right?
Absolutely. I always feel that it's not until a government figures out how it will benefit that a thing becomes legalized. Once, and that's why I don't understand why governments aren't noticing the states that have legalized it or have recreational. The tax that they're collecting is like nothing that they expected.
I mean, yeah, but again, there's two ways you got to look at it, right? You have you have the political carrot, so to speak, right? A lot of states and the parties within those states, they need a form of political carrot in order to get voted in, right? And the perfect example of this, right, was when Obama was in office, right? He had a supermajority, um, and in his first term, and he ran on immigration and a bunch of other stuff, right? But he passed Obamacare. Now, people generally thought, like, sure, it did benefit people in general, but there were some corporations that really benefited from it at the end of the day at the people's expense. And that's one of the main reasons, for example, the penalty for not having health care was so um, insane to me, for example, right? Because now you're forcing people who choose to not have that to pay into a system, and now you're going to take that money and give it to corporations,
Yeah.
right? Like, so again, right, Obama could have, you know, worked with Republicans and come up with the immigration fix for the system, right? Um, well, he didn't. Even if he didn't want to work with them, he didn't do anything about it. He didn't do anything for for crime or anything like that. Like nothing was done except for healthcare, passing Obamacare. And then after his term was up, that's when he threw out the political carrot again, or carrots, and says, "Hey, vote for me again because, you know, I'm this. I support this." When realistically, he had the opportunity to do these things and he didn't do anything. Don't get me started on the black community, right? Don't get me started on that, right? Because again, it's it's just one of those situations where people are not under. They don't understand that a lot of the both parties don't really want to fix or do anything. They just want to get elected, to get into power, to benefit from that power, right? They're not trying to serve people. They're not trying to, you know, move the country forward or make the society better. No, right? And the ones that do, right? The ones that do, um, those people tend to be considered radical, right? Whether they're on the left or the right, right? If they try to keep their promises. And to be fair, sometimes they do things just for show and they'll make certain claims that, you know, and say they can do this when in reality they really don't. They don't have the power to do it, right? But some try, right? Through whichever means that they try to find loopholes. Right. So obviously not every, you know, there are exceptions to the rule, but for the most part, none of these parties want to do anything. They just want to keep waving the political carrot, you know, and compete for your tax dollars as, you know, to put in their pockets. You know, until people understand, yo, the federal government works for you, you're just gonna keep paying them for basically doing nothing. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Thank fucking God.
Oh, you're so nice.
I heard that, Rex. I heard that.
I'm glad you did.
I don't
And you
share the
like shut up
sentiment,
for 5
Odin.
minutes and let somebody else talk.
I don't share the sentiment, Odin.
Go. It's your turn now, Rex. Go woo us with your wealth of knowledge and I guess
Hey, I
whatever that's
just
going
came
on
in
in your
here
head.
to ask Pixie and Sammy if they ever want to play Dungeons and Dragons on my Discord.
Yes, I do, and I volunteered when my work hours were down to 7 hours, but I got spiked back up to 15 hours. I'm working on it, I promise.
Okay, well, I mean, you're a friend on Discord. You just send me your stats for your character and the name. I've already made Sammy's character for him because he was like, "Oh no." I said Hulk, and he was like, "Yes, Hulk." So I made him a half orc. Yeah, I
7
made
hours.
him
I
a
wish
half orc.
7 hours. I meant 8 hours. But now
Oh.
I'm back up to 15 hours. But I am getting it done slowly.
Well, I mean, there's no rush. There's no rush.
So
I'm still
how's
way
this
hungry.
for messed up?
What'd you say,
Marijuana's
Sammy?
how's this for messed up? Marijuana's illegal everywhere, right? And criminalized everywhere in Australia. But in this tiny little state that they call the ACT, the Australian Capital Territory, which is where Parliament House is, where all the politicians have apartments and things. It's been decriminalized there since I was a child. Like, as soon as I knew about marijuana, everyone knew how it was decriminalized in Canberra, just where the pollies are. And it's been for decades. And for some reason, it hasn't spread anywhere else. And in 2020, they just upped all the amounts. Now an adult can have 50 grams of cannabis, of dried cannabis, or 150 grams of fresh cannabis, and there's no offense. You can grow up to 2 cannabis plants per person with a maximum of 4 plants per household, and you can use cannabis in your own home for personal use.
Well, yeah,
It's
that's what they did in my state
But
in the
just
U.S.
in
a
that,
couple of years ago. Yeah.
just in that
just
one place,
in one place.
and it's illegal everywhere else.
Yep,
That's crazy.
in the whole country. Even medical is so hard to get here.
Oh, here too, in my state. Luckily, I travel out of state a lot, but in Texas, it's so hard to even get medical. Like you have to be seriously ill, like certain kind of cancers, epilepsy with grand mal seizures. Like you have to be severely up there to even get it.
Well, yeah, here in Virginia, it is. I can grow 4 plants and have an ounce on me in a sealed container if I go out. But
So
sealed container isn't
28
really defined.
is so that's nearly 2 ounces we can have. Well,
Well, yeah,
people.
if I can get it to grow, it's been so cold here that I can't get it to grow. So I'm not spending like $10,000 on a bunch of lights and a greenhouse and all that shit.
It's still illegal to sell, share, or give cannabis as a gift. You can only use it for yourself.
Hmm. But the laws are supposed to change here in a couple of years. 2025, I think. You can like give it away. Maybe towards the part. I'm not sure. But yeah, for me, yeah, I can grow it for myself.
So we know people in the ACT use cannabis, but what? No, nowhere else in the country use it. For how illegal it is, we're big users.
Oh, I never thought it should have been illegal in the first place. But you know, when prohibition ended in the United States, we had a
Yeah.
bunch of government agencies that needed something to do. So we made all the other drugs illegal.
Yeah, I don't think
Cocaine used to be in
anything
Coca
should
Cola.
be illegal to
Pepsi
possess.
used to have heroin.
Yeah. I mean, you tell people that and they don't believe you. Fucking
Yeah, no.
look it up. Yeah.
Pepsi used to be made with heroin. It was part of their formula. Cocaine was part of Coca-Cola's formula. Yeah, there's a lot of that. Whiskey was originally like cough syrup and shit, right? Like, and opiates were also used for cough medication and other things. Yeah, it was everywhere. A lot of the propaganda with marijuana had to do with hemp being too big of a competitor to other industries, and also the xenophobia, right? Like linking it to particular immigrant demographics.
Yeah.
Yeah, nearly all the
True.
drug laws are racist.
And the Native Americans.
Well, black people, Mexicans, Native Americans. Yeah. I'll say it.
No, it was cocaine for blacks. It was
I thought it was crack.
powders for white housewives.
Well, you're
marijuana.
going back to the 80s. We're talking about way back when.
Yeah. The History Channel special, Hooked, illegal drugs and how they got that way.
Oh, yeah, back when the CIA. Okay, I got you.
It's Australian health position that cannabis is bad for you.
Oh, yeah. In America, in the States, it's still a Schedule 1 drug. It's up there with LSD. Cocaine is a Schedule 2 drug.
Yeah.
Marijuana is worse than cocaine?
Mm-hmm.
The
By
reason
law,
why is
yeah.
because cocaine is used in eye surgery and there's no substitute for it. So since it has one valid medical use, it makes it Schedule 2. Whereas they say there's no valid medical use for marijuana. But I think that's crap. It should be like Schedule 5.
Which is a lie. The very fact that we have medical marijuana should
Yeah,
move its classification.
you're right. I think it should be treated the same as caffeine or any other, household drug.
I think alcohol's worse.
It is.
For most
Lots of
people,
studies say that.
there are exceptions, and I will grant you that. There are people within whom THC will cause a psychosis. And for those people, alcohol is probably better. But I would say for like 98 to 99% of the population, alcohol is worse.
This is very true, Nerdy. Always get back to drugs somehow.
Well, Sam, what I was going to say, I'm still waiting for us to do that Magic Cavern type show.
I know. We're the only two that are ready to go.
Oh, man.
We should
Will's Magic Tavern. I was like, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all are gonna do a parody of that, or not a parody, like your own version of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is so cool. I'll have to tune in.
Well, at this rate, it may be out by Christmas.
Oh, why?
Because
You don't even have to get somebody to like commit. You don't even have to get somebody to commit, right? The point is if it's you two, then you just bring on different, like you just need somebody there for one episode. You don't even need somebody to be there for like more than one day. I mean, you could have somebody repeat as a different character or something, but right.
I completely concur. Unfortunately, the person whose originally idea is or was is the person holding up the show.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Will I am, because I don't know. I wonder, he may have changed his mind on whether will be funny or not, or it would just be a complete flop. I say fuck it, do it for fun.
Yeah, we should at least, try. See how it goes.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah,
It doesn't. Okay, first of all, it doesn't matter if it flops, and it doesn't matter if it fails, right? Because I'm going to tell you, every improv is going to start out rough as hell. But the further you go, and the more you build off your characters and learn how to play off of each other, the better it's going to go, right? Plus, it's just fun.
Yeah. And you can't take it serious. I think Will was worried like we'll all have different audio quality, so it won't sound like we're all in the same place. I don't
So build
see
it into the story.
exactly.
It doesn't. You don't have to be in a tavern. People could be like part of a unit, but in whole different worlds or whole different galaxies or whatever. Put it in the story. Why everybody's different? Why somebody's audio messes up? Why we have trouble connecting?
Sam already figured all that out.
You
Yeah.
just
We've got
build
radio
it.
interference. We're in different locations within a facility.
Exactly. You build it into the story and you just go.
And for the first, if it works, the first season, I'm using radiation because it's so handy
Yep.
to explain things away. It's the idea was a time after nuclear fallout. So it's in the future, but we've reverted sort of in
Wait, are you talking about the D&D game?
no, a similar idea, sort of. It's an improv thing.
You just have to
Well,
give
my whole
yourself
game
time.
is improv.
You
Yeah,
just
my
have to
whole
give,
game is improv.
yeah.
Yeah. It's
You
like
just have
that.
you just have to give yourself time. Seriously. Time and more time. It took me an entire semester to figure out who I even wanted my improv partner to be. Right? Like who I played off of well, who played off of me well, all of that. Like what kind of characters we were going to bring forward. I don't know. Like you just have to give yourself time. You build it, and it gets better and better.
Yeah. Well, I will officially invite you, Pixie, if you want to.
I will consider this depending on my work schedule.
Well, I mean, that's why I paired you and Pixie together, Sammy. Because y'all would play well off each other.
Yeah.
You
She's
would be
my
the big tank. Well, you would be the big tank, and she would be the little cleric. Is that what you said you wanted to play?
Druid, the little magical thing.
Druid. There you go. And yeah, y'all would play well off each other. But you know, whenever you get the time.
That sounds like a huge investment into distractions. Well, I could never understand people's obsessions with things like D&D, Comic-Con, all of that stuff. And one day I just thought, fuck it. If you can't beat them, join them.
Okay, now Comic-Con I understand because I have a teenager who does cosplay. She's actually fabulous at it. If you've seen some of her pictures, there are some pictures that just look unreal. She is so good at it. And so that's been a lot of fun. She got me into it because she did a thing where she made people vote what me and her should be, and apparently we were Wednesday and Morticia Addams. So that was fun. But like but as far as like D&D, I wouldn't say like it's an obsession, right? It's just fun. It's like I play with my brother-in-law and my sister. Now, every time I see them, do we play? No. Sometimes we play other games. But they're like, you want to play Dungeons and Dragons? And I'm like, sure. And we all pick up where we left off before, and we keep going.
Yeah. I know it's not an obsession for all, but it's an obsession for some.
Anything can be.
Sure.
Look at what World of Warcraft did.
4-hour game. Yeah. We'll play for a couple of hours, hour or two, and then, you know, let it go until next time.
Yeah, no, I'm keen.
I know people got obsessed with World of Warcraft, and what was the Russian version? Was it Dota? I think that's what they called it, Dota. There was even a song about it, a Russian techno song about it, because people were so obsessed with it. Some game.
A game.
A game. It's called, and the song is called Dota. Dota. Yeah. It's like a World of Warcraft type game from what I understand, but everybody got so obsessed with it and played it so long, like for so many hours, that they wrote a song about it. I thought that was funny.
Oh, when I first started playing EverQuest, I got obsessed with that game. Yeah. So I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
The first game I ever got obsessed with was on the original Nintendo, and it was a game called Uninvited.
Well, I got obsessed with The Legend of Zelda. I don't think I remember Uninvited.
Nobody does except like my brother, which is hilarious. So we had these friends who taught us to beat all they were, well, friends. They were in high school. We were in grade school, but they were our babysitters. But my family was friends with their family. Anyway, they taught us how to beat all the games like Bugs Bunny and Zelda and Mario Brothers. Like, we had beat them all. And so I got this. I saved a bunch of money. Well, all the money I could as a little kid. It was a bunch of money, you know, in my piggy bank. And I talked my mom into getting me this game because I loved horror stuff, and it looked like a horror game. It was called Uninvited. And from what I remember about it, you got in a car crash and you woke up and your sister or your friend, somebody was in the car with you and they're no longer there. And so you're looking at this mansion and you're like, okay, maybe she went in there, right? So you go find her, but once you get in the mansion, you can't get out. You're locked in. And it's like this haunted plantation kind of a thing. And you're going around like solving all these puzzles, running into supposed scary stuff like the giant spider in the temple and Scarlett O'Hara's ghost and all that, right? And you're trying to put all these puzzles together and you're trying to figure it out and you're trying to get the fuck out of the mansion and find your friend.
Probably the only game, the closest I would have got to being obsessed, which was far from, would have been either Crash Bandicoot or Abe's Odyssey.
Well, I say obsessed. I couldn't get past the puzzles, and I love puzzles. If the game doesn't have puzzles, I don't want to be in it, right? Like,
Yeah.
and I'd be like, what am I missing? And I'd be running from room to room, like, where is it? In the old
Yes.
Nintendo 8-bit graphics.
Sandy. Oh, good. You gave yourself permission. I was going to say that everyone on the panel gives you permission to do fuck all. And Nerdy approves of your nerdness.
Well, thank you. I have a nerdy streak. Nerdy enough that some people don't even know my favorite anime. Which is sad because it's my favorite for a reason.
Well,
Everybody's
it's
always
not
talking
Akira.
about-
That would be obvious.
No,
So-
everybody's always talking about like fucking Dragon Ball Z and all that shit.
No.
And it's not Naruto either, although I do have a special appreciation for Naruto. I love the way like not just the characters, but the entire storyline like grew up and got more complicated and darker with its audience. I thought that was cool. My favorite ever is actually Claymore, and they should have done way more episodes. I'm sad that they didn't get more episodes done. Claymore is one of my favorite animes. I think there's only like 23 episodes, 26 episodes, something like that. But it was very well done. It's dark. It's not happy.
Oh, I like Cowboy Bebop. I thought that was pretty damn cool.
Have you seen
No,
Claymore,
he's
Nerdy?
Claymore actually gets better after the anime episodes.
When you start reading the manga?
Yeah.
You know, I never would have picked up the manga, but I was so angry that they stopped it. That's the one time I was like, no, fuck this. I'm gonna go keep going, because I loved that, and I knew it was gonna get better because it started. The first episode was kind of iffy to me, but it's like the more episodes I watched, the more I liked where the story was going. If that makes sense.
Huh. Check this out. Interesting fact. Yoma and Claymore warriors alike are powered by a demonic energy Yoki, which allows shapeshifting and extreme strength.
Well,
When
hold on.
warriors use too much, they awaken, becoming a super Yoma, called an awakened being. The act of awakening is likened to the feeling of sexual climax. So while both male and female warriors existed in the past, only the women proved to be successful warriors, and so the creation of male claymores stopped altogether.
Yeah, so how it happens is actually quite disturbing. So the Yuma are demons. They are nothing but or not the Yuma. The thing they're fighting are shape-shifting demons. They appear to be human, but they prey on humans. And the Claymore is not what they refer to themselves as. It's what other people refer to them as, or the Silver-Eyed Witches. So what they do is when they're very young, before they start their training, they will take a piece of like the demon into themselves. They will like absorb it into themselves, making them half Yuba. So that's where that same power comes from, is they've literally taken a part of that demon into themselves, which gives them the strength that they need, right? And you'll see it. You'll see their eyes go from like silver to gold, things like that. But the problem is, the men proved not to have enough like self-control, kind of a thing, which is why it's only women. But the problem is that's not foolproof. Every Claymore knows that they will turn into a demon, and every Claymore knows that when they do, the name of the person that they've written into their sword is the person who will come to kill them, and they choose that person. And so it's all only a matter of time. And each time they use that energy to fight one of the demons, they get closer to becoming the demon. And the more power that they have to unlock to defeat the demon, the closer they're pushing themselves to the brink of becoming the demon. And the main character is actually, she's a little strange because she's not even half, she's only a quarter, and that's a whole nother story.
Well, you had me at Yoki-powered super Yuma sexual climaxes.
Anyway, I liked it a lot.
I like most anime and manga.
It's sad though because like they're very hated and whispered about, but they're also the people going from town to town saving everyone. For money, of course, and that's a whole nother part of the story.
Hey Pixie, look into one that's called Into Abyss. I have never seen Into Abyss or Born Into Abyss. I have never seen such great freaking storytelling in an anime in a very, very long time. It seems deceiving at first, like it's one of those, slice of life type things in a strange little world or whatever.
Do you mean Made in Abyss?
Yes. Or I think it's Born in Abyss.
Is a Japanese manga series written
by Made
Blood.
in Abyss. Yeah.
Looks
it looks childish, right? It is not.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say cutesy.
Yeah, it is not that. Trust me.
Yeah. Cool.
Excellent storytelling about friendship and relationships and stuff like that. So, I guess that would be my recommendation.
Here's a little rundown. An orphan girl named Rika lives in the Belcaro orphanage in the town of Orth. The town surrounds a strange giant hole descending deep into the earth, which is known as the Abyss. The Abyss harbors artifacts and remnants of civilizations long gone, and is therefore a popular hunting spot for so-called cave raiders, who undertake arduous and dangerous descents into the mist-filled pit to recover whatever relics they can find. Returning from the Abyss can be dangerous, as the curse of the Abyss, a mysterious and potentially fatal malady, manifests upon ascension. The deeper one goes, the more acute the effects of the curse. Few have descended into the lower regions have returned to tell of their experiences. Some legendary cave raiders earn the title of White Whistles, one of them being Rico's mother, Liza, who is presumed dead after taking a last descent into the Abyss. Interesting.
Yeah, the way how they write the mystery or establish the mystery of the abyss and how they explain it is really good. So yeah.
Who makes great cartoons, BS? Anime often features more complex storylines involving multiple characters who interact over time than just having single character arcs followed through quickly. Yeah. Cartoons also often focus on humor, whereas anime can get very, very dark. And B.S. Lewis makes great cartoons.
Yes, he does.
Where would one access these cartoons if one was to access
It's
them?
3 o'clock.
It's on his channel. He hand draws each frame.
I'm gonna find ya. I'm all about the shameless plugs. Go to your channel. May I share your channel, BS? I will paste a link. That's the wrong link. There's the link. And let's have a squeeze. Oh, a look. I said, I'll just have a squiz to someone the other day, and they thought I was going to take a piss. Where is it? There you are.
What I would have guessed.
Yeah, squiz, a look. Not sure where it comes from, to be honest.
It's a trap.
Yo, welcome to my channel. Another cringe atheist with a funny handle. Spoiler alert, I won't spare the ride. I don't pull no punches when it comes to God. I'm Metatron. I drop more bombs than Yahweh Saddam, which was none. I'm 1 megaton of fun, and I'm next to none when it comes to Christian penetration. Check out Alien Bob Ross Jesus, blowing the brains out of a drama mama llama fetus. Or take a dip, cat urine jacuzzi. Santa Price pops caps with his oversized Uzi. I look to mix metaphors, like don't kick it in the mouth of a dead Trojan horse. No remorse, it's suicide by Bogart that made me heinous. The first rule of Shite Club is do you wipe what I'm crapping? I'm shitting fire hotter than Pine Creek's wet napkin. Adam was coerced to curse by his thirst. It was rehearsed like this verse. Now I'm rolling my way like Fred Durst. I didn't start the shit, but you know I'll shovel it. Like David Wood, I'm too legit. Watch while I banana spit. Epistemic low bars for the haters. Watch it go right over the heads of those who are betas. I make the robots voice with my big boy voice. Got the sickest choice of toys for the naughty girls and boys. Here's a tip for wading through this. I may not be the cleanest, but you know I be the truest. Atheist, B.S. Lewis.
The truest atheist, B.S. Lewis. Well done, sir. Yes, I'm presuming your gender. Sue me. Well done. That's subscribe and a notify. Only 384 subscribers. Subscribe, people. Just from that channel intro alone. This looks like a very fun channel.
It also has some very like information dense screens. So like he puts a whole bunch of information per frame. So you gotta look and maybe look a couple times to make sure you catch all of his meaning.
If you're still out there, yes you are. Do you mind if we just check out a little squizzle?
You cannot like and subscribe to the Kingdom of BS unless you first have the sense of humor and maturity of a little child.
Oh, this is great. Psalm 137 verse 9. Blessed be he that shall take and dash thy little ones against the rock.
I was hurt by the church. When I was a wee calf, barely tall enough to reach my mother's teat, I was recruited to be a soldier in Christ's army. My assignment? Altar boy. And I was determined to be the best darn altar boy this side of heaven. That dedication to the Lord had caught the attention of our priest, Father Diddler. One day after Mass, he approached me for a conversation.
Hello, my child. I have been watching you very closely for some time now, and I wanted to let you know that the Lord has put it on my heart to tell you what a real good boy you are.
Well, gee willikers, Father, praise the Lord for the encouragement and the fellowship of the saints. Am I right?
Listen, BS. I can tell that you are blessed and highly favored by the Lord. And I don't do this for everybody. But if you come out to my van parked out back, I can give you a lot more candy.
Gee, that would be swell. Thanks.
But you have to wait till everybody leaves first. We wouldn't want the other altar boys thinking I'm giving you special treatment, would we?
I understand, Father. And I promise in front of God that this will be our little secret.
Very good, my child. Very good.
Oh, that tongue flick.
With great anticipation, I waited and I prayed that everybody would hurry up and leave. And they did. Thank God for answered prayers. Nervously, I started to approach the van. When suddenly, in what the church's insurance company said could only be described as an act of God, a twister appeared, lifted the church off its foundation, and dropped it right on top of me. Ouch. Now, I know what you're thinking. That's a bunch of malarkey, BS. Everybody knows that the church is the people, not the building. Well, here's the thing. I was completely ignorant to the fact that not everyone had left the building. Sister Dorothy had stayed late to clean and was in the church when it crushed me. And then she stole my shoes.
There's no place like Rome. There's no place like Rome. There's no place like
Sister Dorothy stole his ruby red slippers.
There's no place like Rome.
Silver.
Well done.
Her
That-
slippers were actually silver. They made them
Yeah,
red for the
and
movie because of Technicolor.
Correct.
That was big. That was great. I hope you get a few subs from this little plug. That was one of your darker ones. Oh, so they're not all that dark? I don't mind the darker ones. So, do you come here often?
I came here a lot more when I was younger.
Yeah, I've slowed down. Got a dad bod.
Mm.
Nerdy comes here so much. He's left a stain. And an indent in the couch. It's alright, Nerdy. And I know you have no control over where you lay your droppings, but as long as you continue to take them home with you, I'm all good. It feels like some silly Christians.
Turn the channel, go ahead, fool, turn the channel. If you want to learn something about God, shut your mouth and listen to me for a minute. Hey, Scotty.
Scotty.
Jesus, man.
Jesus, man.
He was a nice kid, but he was one of those kids that was always just, he's a real smart aleck. Was a bright kid, which didn't help things, right? Made him more dangerous.
Many children healed. We've seen midgets grow. We've seen arms and legs that stop growing because the growth cells that stop. Manda da basata. I don't make this stuff up.
And we were outside one day, youth group, and he was just trying to push my buttons, and he was just, you know, kind of not taking the Lord serious.
Well, I wrote this song for the Christian youth.
And I walked over to him, and I went, bam! I punched him in the chest as hard as I crumpled the kid. I just crumpled him. And I leaned over and I said, Ben, when are you going to stop playing games with God? I led that man to the Lord right there. There's times that might be needed.
I led that man to the Lord right there.
Does he really believe that? I
Fucking
can't.
maybe beat him into submission, but
We're like, all right, buddy, all right, yeah, whatever you say.
please
And
just
next
stop
time I'm going to
hitting-
have a gun.
Yeah. But see how he's like, yeah, he just wasn't taking God seriously. Like, he was so triggered that someone wouldn't take the Lord serious enough to then punch what sounds like a possible minor. Little punch to the chest will make you take the Lord serious. Little. He's a boy when punching him, a man when he accepts the Lord. I led him to the Lord that day. I made him a man. And where is it here? Probably gonna have to give a hard pass on that one, Nerdy. Sorry, bro. And it is too, hump day. It's my birthday, Ox. Wish me happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Sammy.
I just remembered.
Really?
I've actually skipped into May the 4th be with you now.
Oh, well, best birthday wishes, and may it have been full of smiles and laughs.
Cheers. It wasn't really a day for celebrating. I didn't.
I know.
Hello, Steph. Child
I
needs
don't-
in the swing to get going.
I should remember your birthday because I have 3 people the day before you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my brother is May 2nd, his oldest and his youngest, so his oldest boy and his daughter share his birthday.
Oh, I'm jealous.
Sammy's your
I'd
birthday?
I'd love, yeah.
Oh shit, happy birthday, man.
I've officially gone around the sun 41 times.
Or the sun went around you.
Whoa.
It's all about perspective, man. Anyways, congratulations. Happy birthday, bro.
Cheers. There's a point it stopped being celebrating getting older and started celebrating surviving another year.
Hmm.
Which I'm gonna be honest was like soon after 30. Still a baby. Yes, if only I felt like one. Oh, next year, yes. I get the answers. Finally. Better be something good. I feel like there was a fifth person here. There was Rex.
Yeah.
We
I'll
brought
head
him.
out too.
He came in to ask us about our characters, which I am slowly putting together, but I feel like I work until I go to bed these days. I'm like, work. I'm off. Take care of the dog, make sure everything's good, bed.
Yeah. How does he do it? In Discord or
Mhm.
does he stream it?
No, I don't know. I didn't ask, but I know it's in Discord.
Okay.
Okay, catch y'all later.
Have a good night, Hillary's, or good sleep, whatever you're doing.
Sleep well
Thanks.
and dream easy.
Later, Hillary's.
Well, Will wasn't here to address my grr about what the other guy said, and you didn't have any pushback, so I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
What was?
I couldn't see anything wrong with what you said, and I don't know about those cases and all that, so I, you know, have to take your word for it. And why wouldn't I?
Oh, so Madison versus Monroe. Basically, one guy won the elections, and the guy who did not win, his party didn't win, and he was not happy about it. So he made a bunch of like last minute appointments, like government appointments, and had them like approved in the middle of the night and instituted them on the last day of his office, pretty much as he was exiting. And the new guy was like, that's bullshit. You can't do that. And I'm not going to honor what you did, and I'm going to make my own appointments. And that's what that case had to do with, where they basically said, we agree one way, but we can't enforce it, right? And then,
Yeah.
and then Marbury versus Madison was the one where judicial review was established. But he said that that was the first time the concept of judicial review had come up. And while that was the first time it was labeled and the first time it was claimed as their only scope, it wasn't the first time it was considered. And I would argue that it was actually Madison versus Monroe that gave them the ability to go in the direction they went with Marbury versus Madison.
That seems to make sense. I mean, if the Constitution is going to have is going to allow for unwritten rights, for example, you need to find out who's going to be able to determine that, right? Because because the executive branch is pretty written out, pretty, in terms of responsibility, their power, whatever. Congress is written out, and the judicial branch is written out. But there's this part that, okay, if you're going to establish these unwritten rights, the president can't do it, right? The Congress, they only focus on written rights. So,
Well,
you got to.
but the thing is, they didn't come to it from that angle, right?
No, I know that.
The reason it was established was to get himself out from between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah. So what was the guy's disagreement?
Well, no. So in Marbury versus Madison, it came down to if he would have taken his legal stance, he would have had to go against his own party, and he did not want to do that. And so rather than take a legal stance, he said, this isn't in our jurisdiction. Judicial review is what we're supposed to be about. And so he didn't really decide either way. What it did strengthen the federal judiciary, but he did it in a way that, like, how do I explain that? So it strengthened the federal judiciary by giving the power of judicial review, and that let the federal courts declare legislation and administrative actions inconsistent with the U.S. Constitution and therefore null and void. But it also relieved them from.
Your sound just stopped.
Your sound
Pixie.
just dropped.
So I'm going to actually take advantage of that. Better late than never.
If you don't like my fire, then don't come around. 'Cause I'm gonna burn one down. 'Cause I'm gonna burn one.
What? What country you from? What ain't no country I ever heard of? They speak English and what? What? English, motherfucker! Do you speak it? Yes. Then you know what I'm saying.
Love me some Samuel.
Yeah, that movie was super funny.
Is my audio back?
It is.
Yep.
So in Marbury versus Madison, it still had to do with those midnight appointments going on, right? Remember, they're fighting these midnight appointments in the Supreme Court as if it's like an actual court case, right?
Yeah.
And so in the first rounds, they're like, look, we agree with you, but we can't enforce this, so go away. And then in the second round, Marbury versus Madison, what Marbury wants is for the Supreme Court to compel Madison to release these documents, to deliver these documents, these appointments that he's refusing to recognize, because he's like, fuck you, you did this in the last hour knowing I was stepping in and I'm appointing my people, right? So they're trying to compel him to deliver these documents. And this is the point where he gets to a point, it is a power grab, but it's a power grab that gets him out of what they thought his responsibility was at the time, right? Because he comes back and he says, look, our job is judicial review. And so I'm not going to compel anybody to do anything. That's not inside my scope. This is what's inside our scope, right? Because in order to go the strict legal route, he was going to have to go against his party, and he did not want to do that.
I mean, that makes sense, but I think, because the John Marshall, he was the Chief Justice at the time, right?
Yes.
And he was the one that basically said, "Hey, it's the federal court system is what um, tells you what the law is, right?
Well, whether it can be a law,
Whether it
basically.
can be
Whether
a
it's,
law,
yeah.
right? Depending on, if it's in line, I guess, with if it's in opposition, if the law is in opposition to the Constitution. The issue I had,
But they were also saying because it's not a constitutional issue,
yeah,
you don't get to ask me to hear this.
yeah. Well, it's a constitutional issue in the sense that there is a part of the process that was written out, right? Um, in terms of what elected officials can and can't do, right? Once the people have voted them out of office, and everything has been ratified, that wasn't written in there. I still don't think that's even written in there now that I think about it. So I can understand a court challenge because you can sabotage someone's administration that way,
I just
right?
think it's weird because on one hand it's a power grab, and on the other hand, I'm sure the people who brought the case to him to begin with probably felt it was a dereliction of duty, or why would they have brought it before you,
Yeah, fair enough.
right? So it's this weird double-edged sword, like a lot of our shit is.
So the guy who was in the video, that was watching, I didn't get to watch the whole thing. What was his position on the issue?
He just said it in this weird way, as if it was like it had never come up. The concept of judicial review had never come up before. And while I grant you it had not been named and had not been laid out as their express purpose or intent, it was not the first time it was reviewed. And my bigger problem was that he, not Will, but the guy in the video, I felt like he was misrepresenting common law versus the Spanish civil law, English common law versus Spanish civil law. I thought those were being misrepresented in a very biased way.
Can you give me, do you recall? Can you give me an example?
Well, he said things like rights are inherent in common law. It's based on property rights. He said things like codes have nothing to do with rights. And with a lot of weird things, right? And that the Constitution was common law, which is weird to me because that doesn't make any sense. None of that makes sense. You could say the Constitution was influenced by common law, right? But then you can't argue that rights are inherent in common law because the Constitution wasn't enough. States refused to ratify it until the Bill of Rights was added. Why? Because they didn't think that those rights were inherently placed there before, right? So these are things that are added on. And all of the United States uses both, but some states use more of one than the other. And you can tell by looking at divorce cases. You can tell by looking at civil law. Do you live in a marital state, a marital property state, or do you live in an equitable distribution state? And that'll tell you where your heavier influences came from, actually. Now, the difference is in common law, in English common law, things were decided by precedent. So previous court cases, and you just built off of that, and you built off of that, these decisions, right? Everything's based off precedent. Spanish law is codified, and that means it's written law, right? Things are codes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that rights are absent, right? Our Bill of Rights has been codified into the Constitution. Does that make it absent of rights? No, it doesn't, because what codified means is when you have codes, all that means is you've taken all the laws and you've coded them by subject matter. So you take all the laws, previous and current, that deal with the same subject, and you group those laws together, and those laws have become codified. That's all it means. And we use both. And I don't think that one is inherently negative or inherently lacking in rights. in the way that the other side inherently has them, I think that's a skewed perception.
Interesting. Okay. Um, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't really know. I don't think I know enough to really comment on it in terms of like how I guess the typical constitution would work versus like a common law setup, and what might be their limitations. To be honest, I do find it interesting that the Bill of Rights is a thing. That's actually pretty new to me, being born in a country that is, that uses common law, right? Um, I at first I didn't necessarily understood the purpose of the Bill of Rights, but I do understand now, being here, that um,
The
these
Bill
are
of Rights.
it's kind of like you're supposed to make laws, right? Or tell the government to do, like, what you do needs to be in pursuant of these things, right? So
Well,
if you're
that, and
doing,
it was kind of like if we're going to give you this power, right? If we're going to give you this power to make these laws, these are the things we the people say you can't do. These are things you can't touch. The government, see, free speech is I know it gets debated as this wide thing that applies from person to person, but what your freedom of speech is supposed to say is that your dissent is protected. The government cannot retaliate against you and cannot come after you for what you say, right? That's protection from your government. And that's what the Bill of Rights was supposed to be. It's protection from the government that they're establishing.
okay, so
Well, except the first one. The first one kind of goes both ways. The Establishment Clause. They had just come from England, where the country had an established religion, and because it was the Catholics and the Protestants and all of that and all the turmoil it caused, they did not want the U.S. to be able to establish a national religion. They didn't want that. That was a headache. They wanted the government out of religion, which was fine. The government was happy to do so, but the government said, at the same time, though, religion stays out of government. So we won't tell you what to do, but you don't get to tell us what to do. So that was the one that went both ways, but most of them are supposed to be protections from your government, yes.
okay. Now, so kind of going back to the Marbury thing, right? So the midnight appointments, right? He was one of the people that was appointed during the midnight, before, I guess, whomever was in office that um, did the appointments, right? So
Marbury, you mean? Yeah, I think
yeah,
Marbury was
Marbury.
somebody who was appointed, and that's why he was
Yeah.
trying to have them compel Madison to deliver the documents.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
so what I do find it interesting is that I don't. I kind of understand why this case is so important, because even though, yes, it's not a constitutional crisis, I do understand there's a there's a somewhat of a ethical issue with with appointing all these people at the last minute, right? And if you're appointed, right, as far as you're concerned, that is now your job, right? And so I guess my question is, does appointing necessarily mean you get the job, right? Or does some kind of ratification need to take
Well,
place
that's what
for
I'm
the
saying.
appointment?
He had got them ratified in the middle of the night on his last day, and was
Oh,
going to deliver them on his way out. And the new guy came in, and the just elected guy came in and was like, "No, fuck you. I'm not doing that. You don't get to do
okay.
that in the middle of the night." And then I come in the next day. Like, I'm not playing that game.
So basically, It was more so like a form of political sabotage because there was no limitations put
Yeah, because his
on
party
that.
just lost. Yeah.
His party just lost.
And
I
so he
see.
went through all those midnight appointments and got them ratified in the middle of the night. And you know, the elected guy came in the next day and was like, what the fuck? And no.
Okay. So with the hey, what's up, Gio?
Hey, hi. Hopefully not my blood pressure.
Oh shit.
Boom.
Oh.
Hi. Hi. Are you high?
No.
Oh,
uh, I'm
I am.
I'm showing support for the people who like to get high.
all
You
right.
know, that's basically what it is. You know, there's some benefits to being high.
I support that you support people who
Oh,
like to
I
get high.
need to change my answer too to the 420 question. Natural high. What do I get naturally high from? Or my biggest natural high, I think was the question. I have to say, jumping out of an aeroplane is by far, actually, even comparing to drugs, that was the biggest high. The amount of adrenaline that must get pumped into your system, because you buzz like the rest of the day and even the next day.
So, you know what? The thing is, a couple of people around me are like super, super into Wim Hof right now. And do you know what that is? Do you know what Wim Hof is? Oh, you don't. Okay, I'm going to make myself look like such a weirdo. Are you ready? So a couple of people are into Wim Hof, and they've got me starting to get into it. And so there's this guy who does this like breathing technique, and he does extreme cold training. But they've done studies on him and his students, and he can do these really weird things. Like he can control like his heart rate and his adrenaline levels. He can control his adrenaline levels. They've been able to prevent themselves from getting sick. It's the weirdest things, right? Like he does all of this stuff. And these breathing exercises, they make you feel like you just smoked like 2 fat joints in a row. And it's the weirdest thing ever. Like it makes you feel high. And they say when I start the cold training part, like that I'm going to fucking hate it at first every single time, but to just keep pushing through it because you're going to get that like ridiculous natural high again, right? Now, the point of the cold training is to help with like you build brown fat instead of white fat, which helps with your metabolism and some other stuff, right? But like, it's all weird, but it gives you like this weird sensation. But you can also control the adrenaline levels in your body, apparently, when you master this. How weird is that?
Wow. Man.
And this is a guy who, he didn't make it all the way up because he hurt his foot really bad, probably because he was fucking barefoot. But he almost made it to the top of, and he's done several other peaks regularly. But he almost made it to the top of Mount Everest barefoot in nothing but shorts and a bandana. Like almost. He does, right? Like I don't want to do that kind of cold training, but I might do, some cold training and stuff. I'm gonna see how it goes.
That'd be cool.
The breathing stuff has been very enjoyable so far, but I'm weird.
That'd be cool for training for like SEAL training. You know, SEALs.
The SEALs, yeah, or the Marines, both.
Well, not so much Marines. SEALs.
So, I just remembered something. When I jumped the other day, I don't remember from the first 2 times doing it although the first time I think my body and brain was just in shock. I don't remember any of it really until pretty much till we were about to land. The second time I was more prepared, but shitting myself, like really fucking terrified. The third time, this time, I was expecting to be nervous, and we get there and I'm like, okay, I'm still not nervous, so maybe it'll be when we get on the plane. I get on the plane, still not nervous, taking off and flying up to height, and I'm like, okay, I'm pretty chill this time. Even once we got to the door, this time we fell out, and I don't know if it would happen the other times, but this time we did like somersaults as we went out, and it was so just relaxing and not scary. It was such a different experience to the other two times. I can't even describe the difference, but it was so exhilarating and just uplifting. There was no nerves, no anxiety about it. It made for a very different experience to sort of white knuckling it the whole time until you're back on the ground.
Apparently I'll be able to use oxygen in my body more efficiently too.
Yeah, that would be handy. And you know, the air has a smell up that high, but I can't really describe it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I believe it.
One thing I've noticed each time now.
It's probably what it really smells like. What we smell down here is always collecting something, right? Be it from the trees or the grass or the soil or the rain or lightning in the atmosphere. It's like what we smell is always picking up something.
All sorts of pollutants, yeah.
I heard.
But there's probably what it really smells like.
I heard that they were taking air samples in orbit above certain regions of the globe, and when they got over, they had one region of India where they took samples out in space, and it came up with more curry than just about anything. It was parts per billion, though.
Really?
Even up there, huh? Okay, well, maybe it just has other influences.
Hang on.
And there were traces.
I never know when to take Geo serious, and I could see that cheeky little grin.
There were traces of curry in the outer atmosphere.
Oh, no, not in the outer atmosphere. Can't do that.
No,
I believe that it could get in the upper atmosphere.
Yeah, I said I heard. Now that's
the key.
That was the first preface. I have heard. That doesn't mean it's a thing. I have no clue.
Trees like to spread their love all over the place. So we have these purple trees that in the right season, there's like no leaves, it's all flowers, and these trees turn purple. And there's a city that it's famous for it, and they line the streets. But these trees drop all of these flowers, and they just carpet the ground purple.
I had a purple tree, but it wasn't like one of those light purple ones with flowers, right? Like mine was, the leaves were all summer long, the leaves were dark purple. And then in the fall, it got like bright fucking red, like bright red and orange. And it was a purple plum tree.
I'll show you.
Purple palm tree.
I had a purple plum tree.
Lucky you.
Purple trees.
No, what was lucky was I also had a pinon nut tree and some apricot trees and cherry trees and some grapevines.
Oh, wow.
Check them out. So,
Now you're talking.
who
Fruit-bearing trees.
Those are pretty.
now, class? Who wants to answer why they're purple?
It's probably an alkaline thing.
Because they're dying?
It's to do with this. It's connected to the same reason that most vegetation is green.
Oh, interesting.
It's about absorbing. I'll find it.
You know, there's a type of flower that you can determine what, like it's like a bush with flowers on it, and you can determine what color they bloom by the soil you plant them in.
Wow.
Like they'll range from like a white to a pinkish purplish color to blues, and it's based on the acidity or how alkaline the soil you plant them in is. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, definitely weird. Among other things.
So,
yeah,
it's violet or purple light has a shorter wavelength. I think.
Huh.
Yeah. Oh. It's
Don't worry.
midnight.
Don't
What
worry,
you
I'm
got?
actually on PC right now. I finally got my internet back after, I don't know, 2 weeks of being off.
Oh, congratulations.
Yes.
Congratulations, sir. Now you can change that long ass name.
Nah.
Yeah.
I bit my tongue saying your name once.
What? Midnight Sparkle?
No, the other one.
Albinos or French?
No, the Athena, goddess of war and poop and all sorts of shit.
Yeah, you know what? That is
It's a
pretty
long
long.
ass fucking name.
Yes.
Bond wants to come in? How
I know,
exciting.
right?
Bonham.
Bond, James Bond.
The official Bond.
That's the appropriate response, actually.
The official Bond doesn't exist.
Let's get the link.
Damn, Bond. Midnight says you don't exist. He went solipsistic on your ass.
Paul wants it.
Comes fighting words.
Who
Paul,
wants to come in?
You gonna take that, Bond?
we were excited. Then we thought we were getting you.
Gonna have to kick some ass.
I love Minecraft. Maybe. I mean, yes. I mean, no. I don't know.
Nerd.
Well, you're gay.
I am very gay right now.
How
Thank you
gay
very
are
much.
you?
I'm smiling
There you go.
and
I
in a
added
very
Paul.
good mood.
Maybe.
Enough for me.
Well, of course you're in a good mood. You're among friends, especially me, the Radiant One.
How you say radiant, but your name is Midnight? Make up your mind, damn it.
Hey, blame William. He's the one who gave me the nickname Radiant One.
Shit.
Oh, just a
Okay,
quick
I'll
one.
take it up
It's
with
come up
William.
with the option so I can stream to man again. So at least I've got 2 goes if I wanted to do it.
Hello, Mr. Paul. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm really well. Well, I could be better. It's my last day. I'm back at work tomorrow.
Oh, well.
Work.
Yeah. That's what I think. So what's the discussion then?
How awesome I am. That's the discussion.
Well, I mean, have we got long enough?
Yes.
You're so kind. Some sort of politics. What was it, Pixie?
Politics, jeez.
It was
I'm
common
not
law.
repeating this for the 3rd time.
That's
no,
right.
no.
Common law versus,
This
I guess.
dude, Badnarik. Does anyone remember the dude's name? Anyway, he is doing a
Made mostly
lecture.
good points.
He was doing a lecture on the American Constitution. I think you might have caught one of the episodes we did a few weeks ago. And he made the claim that the Constitution is common law.
Right.
Okay.
Hey?
Common law.
And I said he's full of shit there.
Yeah,
Like he made good points, but I think he misrepresented common law versus Spanish law, basically, and the implications of both. That was my issue.
What is the difference then between common law and statute law?
So English law was common law, right? And it was based on precedent, a series of findings through the court, and things grew out of that. Okay. Spanish law is much more like Roman law, where things were codified. And what that means is, like, if something's codified, it means they've taken all the laws, previous and current, that have to do with one subject matter, and they've grouped them together in a code, and that's codified, right? And so rather than a bunch of precedents, you have codes. America uses both. And depending on the state you live in, you are more heavily influenced by one side than the other. But I think he represented both of those with some heavy bias, and I think it was incorrect to say the Constitution is common law. But that was my opinion.
Yeah, that sounds fair enough. I'm certainly no expert on it to really give much of a input into that one.
I'm not an expert on anything, so don't worry.
Oh, I don't know. You come across as an expert. You come across really as if you know what you're doing.
Well, I am definitely not an expert, which is why there were many I thinks and in my opinions in there.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's spice this up. How do you Brits feel about the U.S. gaining its independence? Well, not gaining, but wrestling it away from you guys. You're a Brit. You know, did you read up on the history of that?
Oh
like,
my
you know, how do you feel?
Oh,
I couldn't care less.
I'm interested in this because I want to see if it matches what somebody else said.
Personally, I couldn't care less.
Oh. Well,
It was way before my time, so.
So
No,
what if
well,
Wales?
I've
is
heard.
just a
Wait, but
pompous
before we go,
trick.
I've heard from their perspective, right? And this may not be true. This is what I have been told. From their perspective, we are like spoiled brats, and the reason we are like spoiled brats is because they were fighting the French and the Spanish at the same time, as well as sending provisions to us. And they weren't denying us representation just fucking because. They were bankrupt. They couldn't afford to ship dignitaries back and forth. That's why they were upping the taxes. And even though they upped the taxes for the colonies were still paying way less than the average English citizen. So by their account, we would be like spoiled brats.
Yeah, well, fair enough. But I mean, the only reason you won the War of Independence is because you were so far away. If you were like just over the border, just over the water, like 25 miles, well, it kicked your ass big time. No doubt.
Well, there's a lot of things that were in our favor. One, you were already fighting France and Spain.
You were so far away.
Yeah. Two, they were funding us, and three, we broke the rules of engagement, right? Because we took a lot of hints from the natives, a lot of the guerrilla warfare tactics. The reason big armies always won was because there was this thing called gentleman's warfare, where each side lined up on the battlefield and took turns shooting at each other.
Yeah.
It's a little different when the people are running in the trees shooting at you. So.
Yeah, you literally arrange a time and date to meet up in a field and have a battle. Yeah, it was ridiculous, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, and so they learned from the natives that they weren't going to play that way. They could run through the trees and...
Yeah.
Isn't Europe technically still kind of engaging in that warfare, like the Ukraine versus Russia war, where they kind of have lines and trenches drawn and set out, and you're like,
well, we have lines, but they're like invisible lines out there. I mean, when I lived in Germany, and you could literally walk straight over into Belgium, no problem whatsoever. Border points and border crossing points, but you could literally, if you wanted to, go 3 miles down the road and just literally walk over the border from one field to the other and wouldn't even realize you'd done it. In fact, I think some farmland is the guy would live in Germany, and part of his farmland would go over into Belgium, and it would actually be Belgium land, but it was part of his farm. So, yeah, a bit ridiculous, but yeah, I mean, borders are only good when people are prepared to follow the rules and go through the border crossing points. But you could soon bypass a border crossing point. It wasn't like trenches or fences or anything determined. You literally wouldn't know you'd done it. You could literally cross the border by accident. When I was over in Northern Ireland, obviously you've got Northern Ireland, you've got Southern Ireland, which is two separate spots, and we have the border crossing points. We quite often used to patrol the area that was on our side, patrol it, and literally over the next field was Southern Ireland. We could be on one side of the fence or a hedge, just like a normal farm, and you literally just stepped over the fence or the hedge, and you were in Southern Ireland. So you could quite easily cross over into Southern Ireland, no problem whatsoever.
so if a major region right now in the UK, I'm not super familiar, but let's say Wales decide, okay, we Walians no longer want to be a part of the UK, right? Would you be okay with them splitting from the UK? If they, let's say they form their own government and all the citizens within that land kind of, agree, right? Would you be okay with that, regardless of whatever economic issues and, stuff that might come from that?
Yeah, it'd be up to them. I suppose it's similar to what Scotland did a few years ago. It had its votes for its independence, and if they'd have won the vote, they would have been independent to Britain.
I knew it. The love of the monarchy died with Lizzie. Look at this. 2 years ago, it went from 46% of youth preferred the monarchy to now 41% aged 18 to 24 thought there should be an elected head of state.
Yeah, but she's not. She never really was, and neither is he. They're not really. They're just figureheads. They don't have any power or rules or the cabinet. It's all pomp and pander.
If the next generation don't want them, what's going to happen?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not for the monarchy myself. I've got nothing against them at all. I have absolutely nothing against the royal family. I wouldn't wish any harm on any of them. But do I think we should have a royal family? No, I don't. I think it's an outdated idea. And like I say, they're just there for as a figurehead. They're just there to show off. To me, they're a waste of time. But the problem you have is to me, the royal family is to me a form of it's slavery, but with benefits, because the children they don't ask to go into it. They're born into it. They get no choice, and from the moment they're born, they're basically expected to be have the photos taken, how they're supposed to act, what they're supposed to do, what they can and can't do according to to me,
like set rules.
Yeah, it's a form of slavery where your whole life is planned out for you. You get no say in it whatsoever, and if you're trying to step out of the not what they would class as the norm, you get slated for it. You're obviously all over the newspapers. Whereas the kid down the street who steps out of line or doesn't quite follow the rules, the same doesn't happen to him. Whereas the royal family, when they do something like that, I mean, Harry, when he was about 17, 18, he wanted to buy himself a motorbike, so he bought himself a motorbike. Oh my God, the headlines in the papers and on the news, they just wouldn't fucking shut up about it, about the security having to chase him out on this motorbike that he'd bought. He was a teenage kid. He wanted to live a normal frigging life, and he couldn't even do it. He had to get rid of it eventually because the media just was not going to let off until he got rid of the bike, so he had to get rid of it. I don't even think he had it for long because it was just such a nightmare for him. Which I suppose is why he's decided to do which is leave.
Ox is talking so much shit about England right now. It's not even funny.
I think they're as evil as the conspiracists.
I wasn't reading that. What's this?
And they killed Diana. Queenie organised it because Charles wanted it done, and that's why the redhead kid got out. He's like, I don't want to be part of this.
Yeah, which was a fair point. I'll just address what Oxus says there. Poor English went from proud God save the Queen, no, because I didn't give a shit about her, to a miserable Charles in charge. No, I don't give a crap about that neither. It makes no difference to me whatsoever. I don't care about the royal family. Let's say I wish none of them any harm. When I say I don't care, a lot of people, especially over here, think I'm anti-monarchist, and I'm not. I just do not care about them. I couldn't care less. I won't be watching it. In fact, I'm at work on, is it Saturday or Sunday? When is it happening? Is it Saturday, Sunday? I can't remember. Saturday. Must be Saturday. Is that when he gets the crown on his head?
Don't ask. Don't ask.
Yeah,
don't ask us.
You're the Brit.
I don't care about
who are you asking?
Anybody. If anybody knows when it is. I think it's Saturday or Sunday. It must be Saturday. Can't think it'd be Sunday. Because we've got a bank holiday again on Monday. We've got a day off if we want it. I'm at work Monday anyway, so it doesn't make some difference to me. But no, I couldn't care less about it. But the monarchy is of great cultural significance. No, I couldn't care less. And we earn a lot of money from the Americans who want to come over and take pictures outside. That is true. They do. I mean, a lot of people over here, they say about how much the royal family costs and whatever. I think it works out something about £2 per person per year. And then the rest of it comes in from holiday makers, people wanting to see it. What's going to happen this weekend? It brings people in without a shadow of a doubt. It does. It brings people in.
And people forget how many colonies.
Yeah,
England still has that she's collecting taxes from.
I don't think we collect taxes from ours, but we have a lot of
not
territories. We have a lot of territories.
I don't think. I mean, I might be wrong on this one, but I don't think we take taxes from any of the colonies. I don't think we do.
The UK Virgin Islands, I think taxes are collected, but like Canada and certain Caribbean countries, no taxes are collected.
Puerto Rico.
Right, and I would like to assume that if we take taxes from these small colonies, that they get something in return for it.
Yeah. So, take for example,
We have 16, right? 16 territories.
I don't know how many we've got.
the better search would be: does the UK collect taxes from Commonwealth countries? That would probably be a better search.
Yeah, because I don't think they don't call them colonies, right?
Yeah.
No, they don't. No.
They get the right to not be bombed by us.
That's not true. We specifically use a couple of our territories' land for bomb testing and still refuse to annex them. They're not protected from that just because they're a territory of ours.
No.
Yeah, if we annex them now, we got to pay for all the fucking lead removal, though.
Oh, well, there you go.
However, the UK does pay its share of the Commonwealth costs, as it bloody should.
We do receive money from 3 of the territories. So
which of them?
Yeah, they pay federal taxes.
Or at least 3 of them.
And which ones are them?
Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands.
I don't think Puerto Rico
Guam.
pays.
Guam.
They don't pay. Puerto Rico doesn't pay federal taxes. Because they have no representation.
So, but look,
no, they don't pay.
We pay for Commonwealth. So we put money in. We put 5.9 million. That's fuck all.
Oh, I'm sorry. Puerto Rico's not on there. It is Guam. Not Guam. The U.S. Virgin Islands are on there, though.
Puerto Ricans are Americans, but they don't have any representation in Congress.
DC's the same way. And as far as I know, Puerto Rico's a territory.
Yeah, I think it is.
Right, like the U.S. Virgin Islands, like Guam, the
right, but
Islands.
Puerto Rico doesn't pay there's no federal income tax in Puerto Rico, for instance.
Only 14 left.
I just looked it up. They do pay federal taxes, but they are not. Many residents are not required to pay federal income taxes, so they're not subject to income taxes. Yeah.
Right. But they also have
so we receive money from them. We receive.
Go ahead.
Like we receive tax funds from them, but they don't file they don't file taxes like we do. They don't have income taxes.
Right.
They just
because
pay
they don't have any they have no representation.
Taxes. Right. Right.
Yeah.
I didn't mean but we still get money from them in some way is what I meant.
Yeah, but we probably support them more than we get money from them, I would imagine.
Well, to be fair, the mainland kind of fucked up their whole economy in the first place. Well, not necessarily the government per se, but the government kind of allowed for it.
Oh, hey, can I back up in the conversation a little ways?
Sure. Let's talk about
when you
kicking the UK government's ass.
No, when you guys were you were talking about the cold water training and people having control over their adrenaline.
Yeah.
There is a documentary of some monks.
Oh. Wim Hof says Wim Hof says the only people he has not been able to quite compete with yet are those monks that you're talking about. Yes.
Have you seen them? Have you seen those monks?
Just sitting out there meditating in like a loincloth in the freezing mountain.
in the
like
middle
in the
of
death
winter,
zone.
in a fucking
Yeah,
in a river, man.
in the death
And then
zone, no less.
then they take them into a cave, wrap them in fucking cold wet towels, and the towels are dry in like fucking 20 minutes or something like that.
Yeah,
It's insane what they can do.
it is, and he says those are the only people he cannot quite compete with yet. They have him
Yeah.
beaten, but he takes, he's almost up there with them, but he's not on their level, and he will admit that. But he makes a lot of his results attainable to a lot of people if you're willing to just push through some discomfort. So I'm going to see how well it works. And it has a lot of crossovers, like the benefits of like methylene blue. It like this is like it's supposed to do like the same thing, but like naturally. It's weird. It's like training your body to do what that stuff is supposed to do for you in a weird way.
So
but you're supposed to be able to like control your adrenaline levels and all kinds of things. It gets really fascinating.
So shouldn't we be studying them like crazy for whenever
People are starting to.
Like whenever Yellowstone explodes and we get that winter, right? People will be able to stay warm.
Well, people are starting to, and start doing the Wim Hof thing. That's like the baby steps to what the people that DT was talking about. Wim Hof is like the baby steps to that.
Dude, I'm fucked. I was born in the Caribbean.
Oh, they've been studied. It's like Pixie was talking about that earlier. They've been studied. Like, fuck, their pulse rates go down so far. Their blood pressure goes down. They can control their fucking adrenaline. They can control.
They can prevent themselves from getting sick. They can push
Oh,
off
man,
hypothermia.
it's unreal.
They can increase the use of oxygen in your body by 50%. The way your body uses your oxygen intake. It's interesting.
But it takes years to get to where they're at, though.
But don't you have to? So I get, from what I remember, the most efficient way the body heats itself up is by vibrating the muscle cells, right? Or vibrating muscles.
Yes and no,
right?
but that's after you've gone cold, right? Like part of cold training is actually conditioning the body to not get cold, because when you keep doing it and you keep stressing your body out like that, what happens is you don't develop as much like white fat. You develop what is called brown fat. Now, brown fat is more insular. It keeps you warmer, but it also has a lot of benefits to your metabolism.
So it has to do with fat content, basically?
It has to do with a lot of different things. Like I said, he does a breathing thing. He does cold training. And I guess when you combine the two, you get Wim Hof. And that's like baby steps compared to what these monks do with all their meditation and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. What the Beck? How you doing? Beck's outside in the chat.
Isn't that hey Beck? Isn't that like terrible to think about what that actually means? Article 4, Section 3 of the U.S. Constitution, known as the Territorial Clause, gives Congress broad authority to govern U.S. territories. So Congress has free reign over this country that has no representation.
Yep, Congress.
Pretty much.
Congress are their kings.
In 2023.
Yeah, but what do they get in return?
Fuck knows.
Nothing.
Depends on the president. Sometimes they get quite a bit, and sometimes they get fucked over. Much like everyone else they've claimed authority over, natives included.
They really should make Puerto Rico a state. Just get it over with. But they're not going to do that. And it's funny too because like you'll see a lot of folks talk about independence and states having a certain level of autonomy, right? But a lot of those representatives of those states will never give Puerto Rico statehood. I do enjoy some hypocrisy every now and then.
Look. That's why they wanted it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there. They got US citizenship, didn't they?
Yep.
Puerto Ricans? I don't know. Are they considered U.S. citizens?
They are U.S. citizens.
Yeah, in
Are they or are they dual citizens? Like the
No.
natives became dual citizens in the 80s. Before that, they
No,
weren't
they're-
American citizens even.
No, they're U.S. citizens.
Right on.
They don't have the same autonomy that like for example natives have.
They can't vote, for instance.
Yeah, they can't vote in midterm elections. They can only vote in federal.
Oh, I didn't even know they could. I thought they couldn't even vote for president.
Yeah, they can vote. Most of them choose not to because it's pointless.
As soon as they made US citizenship, more than a million, moved to the. And when they say mainland, do they mean the United States?
Yeah, North America. The burger between Canada and Mexico.
It's just weird to think of America as a mainland.
Well, I suppose if you live on an island off the coast of,
I know.
Class it as
Yeah,
mainland.
right.
It's just not normally where my brain goes when I think of America. Oh, Halsey's sharing goodness. Two-thirds of Americans live in the Constitution-free zone.
Constitution-free zone. Is that clickbait stuff?
Recent Greyhound bus raids have revealed an obscure law that gives Border Patrol Authority 1,000 miles inside
100 miles.
borders.
100 miles, not 1,000.
Oh, I don't know what happened there. Authority 100 miles inside borders across the entire perimeter of the country. That's concerning.
No, actually, that actually makes sense, doesn't it? Because obviously, your border patrols or your border authorities, if you get 10 foot over the border, does that mean that you've made it in, or 20 foot, a mile in? There's got to be, I suppose, a range which the border authorities patrol, check, have authority to go into. Because, like I say, if it's just at the border, once somebody gets over the border, technically they're in. So the border authorities have no authority anymore because they've crossed the border.
Yeah, and I mean it that extends to like outside in the waters too. Like once you reach a certain distance, you're technically within the United States territory, and they have authority outside, like in those waters.
But what this is saying is that those laws that apply on the waters or the powers can have power now on land up to 100 miles inland. And this is obviously, clickbaity, but they told him his shoes looked suspicious, like someone who had recently crossed the border.
Yeah, so basically, a lot of people, well, how it's used is a lot of people consider it to be racist because if you are a brown-skinned person or a person that has an accent, right? Like they can single you out. Now, to be fair, right, it's up to Greyhound to determine whether or not they allow these agents to search or go on their buses. And I believe recently they actually stopped that. Not necessarily, well, they were losing money because it was happening more frequently, and brown people, citizens or not, were being targeted a lot and harassed. So they stopped taking the Greyhound buses and went to the Chinese ones, and Greyhound was like, "Hey, we're gonna stop this." They only stopped it because they were losing money at the end of the day, really, not necessarily because it's the right thing to do. Yeah.
This wide authority, which appears to conflict with constitutional rights, is contained in a statutory change to the Immigration and Nationality Act more than 70 years ago. Regulations later established the 100-mile zone. The ACLU and other constitutional scholars have long argued that the 100-mile zone violates Fourth Amendment protections against unreasonable search and seizure, but the US Supreme Court has consistently upheld it.
Yep.
The warrantless bus raids have mobilized organizations and grassroots efforts to rein them in. I don't know. It doesn't seem very constitutional.
Well, it's so when you hear people use that term, it's more so in the sense that it's not something that is written in the Constitution necessarily. However, it's allowed for, right? And it might clash with another right, pretty much, right? So, like, yes, it does, violate, your constitutional right of unnecessary search and seizure and stuff like that, right? Also,
do you agree that the rights laid out in the Bill of Rights can be overruled?
No, but they can be interpreted in different ways, which can result in, like so think of it this way. Congress creates laws, right? The Supreme Court interprets them, right? And the federal government, the executive branch, those guys execute whatever that's been interpreted. Like, it's a gross simplification, but that's essentially how it is. Now, when it comes to um, execution, right? The the federal branch have to lay out certain rules in how they execute enforcing those laws, right? So, for example, um, how should I put this? How search and seizures should go about and stuff like that. Like, those things are explicitly laid out, right? Like, I guess you can call it rules of engagement. So this is why you have a situation like this, right? And this is why despite whatever law that's on the books, the federal government can act in certain ways that might necessarily not go against it. They're just kind of like sidestepping it or doing it in a particular way to target specific people, for example.
Do you not think it's the public's job to call that out when the government does that?
Yeah.
It's kind of our job to limit their power as much as possible.
Yeah, but people don't
For
care about that.
instance, hey, who doesn't care?
I said people in general don't really care about that.
I know.
Well, the Constitution is supposed to limit the government's power, and the Bill of Rights is supposed to grant the authority to the people.
Mm.
So the Constitution limits the power of the government, while the Bill of Rights grants authority to people. So it's two different things.
Like, picture this scenario. Now, it hasn't said this here, but this is what I'm taking from it, right? Because there was this one dude was led away and in handcuffs because he had no ID. This quote is, "Americans deserve to ride the bus in peace without having to carry a birth certificate or passport to travel." So you're black, right? So I think you might have crossed the border. You don't have a birth certificate on you because, everyone carries their birth certificate. So you have to come down the station and be detained until I can prove who you are. I think that's the part of the argument that's like...
Yeah, because no warrant
really
was given for them to take you into custody, and you didn't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything for you to be essentially taken into custody. Now, how long they can hold you, that's different. I think that's a lot of that is state-based.
They do need a legitimate reason, though. Like, the authorities can't just hold you for the sake of it. They need to have some sort of reasonable suspicion.
It's called a RAS.
Basically, at this point, all it is the man's got an accident.
First, you have to establish. First, they have to establish a RAS so they can detain you, and then they have to. You ask them, well, why
articulable suspicion.
Yeah. So the officer comes up to you and asks you for your identification, and you say, "Oh, well, what for what reason?" And then he's supposed to tell you what lawful reason he's asking for your identification. Now, a lot of police don't understand what that means. When you say what lawful reason, they think any reason under the sun that they can come up with is a lawful reason because they are a law officer, which is acting under the color of law and not necessarily acting within the scope of the law.
Yeah, and I mean, like, for example...
Hold that thought, Eugene. Hold it. I know it's hard, but...
If you don't like my fire, then don't come around, 'cause I'm gonna burn one down. 'Cause I'm gonna burn one
Doesn't everyone feel better?
It's that time again already?
Yeah, we're 12 minutes late this time. I'm getting later each bloody hour.
So basically, imagine this, right? Like, you're a brown-skinned man, and you're going about your business, and let's say a border patrol officer comes up to you and you know, you have a small little accent, right? Like, and you know, he comes up to you and asks for your ID. You ask him why, like, why do you want to see my ID, right? He, you know, if he were to say, let's say, it's because you're brown and you have an accent, right? Like, that's giving you that's gonna open him up to a lot of issues and you being able to sue them, right? Um, and so they have to come up with essentially like bullshit reasons to ask for it. Now, to be fair, the federal government and their reach is different from state police, right? Whereas I think Border Patrol has somewhat of special powers to do that, right? And that's why they're able to
The
basically
argument,
detain people.
as I understand it, as a lowly Australian and non-US citizen, is that no government supersedes the Constitution, and that their unalienable rights, or however you say it,
Close enough.
they're not meant to be messed with by anyone. And a president takes an oath of office to protect and uphold the Constitution. And here's a very common argument that I've not really heard an answer to before. Because the Fifth Amendment grants passengers the right to remain silent, they're not legally obligated to answer officers' questions, although refusing to do so has almost always led to arrest. I've always wondered about that.
It's supposed to be the opposite.
It's no, it's because that goes into no, it's you have the right not to incriminate yourself, which is where the right to remain silent comes from. But if he's asking you to identify yourself, in the only way you can say that that's not the only way you can say not identifying yourself is preventing self-incrimination is if you know you have like an active warrant or something.
So I posted a link in the private chat. Sammy, can you pull that up real quick?
Certainly can.
Well, that's argued in the courts all the time.
Yeah. So this basically kind of shows you limitations, and obviously doesn't show everything, but it kind of shows you like stuff they can do and stuff that they can't do. This is a little bit old because, again, for example, it says within 25 miles of the border. Right now, it's bigger. So yeah. So that can, you know,
although, no, maybe they can go 100 miles in, but they can't go into private property.
Yeah.
More than 25. But how old is this? Because look here, they can conduct operations as far as 100 miles, but they can't go into your private property if you're more than 25 miles inland of the border.
Yeah. So this is why, for example, Greyhound buses are private property of Greyhound, and so they can tell Border Patrol agents to not enter the bus, nor are they obligated to comply to anything without an actual warrant.
So they can't pull you over unless they have a reasonable suspicion. Oh.
And that could be anything.
But they put more than just a hunch.
It's vague for a reason, dude.
Yeah,
Like
so
if they
that
say a bunch of brown people in a Greyhound, they're not going to say that on their report, right?
Well, why are they going to say that? That's my question.
They're going to say they suspect a bunch of people, might be illegal or undocumented or whatever, or this Greyhound bus might have these people on it, and so that might be a good reason to stop the bus. However, it doesn't necessarily mean they can go into the bus and or seize anyone without any warrants.
Well, I've found that authorities will often use, especially police and border patrol and that sort of thing, right? I pulled you over because your tail light was flashing. They don't give a shit about the tail light. They just need the legitimate reason to pull you over for whatever they want to pull you over for. So giving them endless reasons to pull us over is the worst thing that could have happened, but that's how it is.
Yeah, they have broad discretion and both federal and state, and so it's just one of those things where I guess there might be some benefits for that somehow, somewhere. I don't know, but I don't necessarily see any benefit to giving them like this broad amount of power, if you ask me.
Never flee a checkpoint because you'll probably get shot. In America, you will get shot, I imagine.
Nah.
No, they won't shoot you.
No,
right,
they won't.
right away.
Not right away.
Well, you know what's funny?
They'll let you go for a couple of days and then shoot you.
Border Patrol in the U.S. is like it patrols like 6,000 miles of the Mexican and Canadian border, and like 2,000 miles off the coast waters surrounding the Florida peninsula and the island of Puerto Rico. So that's a lot of area, and that means that they patrol that whole area. They're under their jurisdiction. They could stop you at any time and just ask you for identification and ask you if you're a U.S. citizen anywhere in Florida. Anywhere.
Yeah.
Here it is. Probable cause, a reasonable belief based on the circumstances that an immigration violation or crime has likely occurred.
Yeah, so
a bus full of black people is a circumstance that could mean, well, not black people. Where are we talking about? Mexico, aren't we? Of colored people means that there's likely. See what I mean? It's not likely.
Right.
I mean, what's likely? What determines likely?
Yeah, whatever the
1 in 1,000 chance.
Whatever the officer thinks is likely at the time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which is arbitrary to the officer. He has discretion.
Now, here's the funny thing, right? Because immigrants, regardless of status, right, they have constitutional rights and statutory protections in all, in areas of like all civil rights. They're protected from hate crimes, labor standard, consumer protection, all of that stuff, right? So you get all of those things, right? And so this is the interesting part, right? It it this these things are not necessarily it doesn't just happen to immigrants. It could happen to citizens in different situations, right? And so this is why a lot of people have such a big problem with the federal government and privacy issues, right? Because they have a lot of citizens don't think they're subject to these things, but they are. There's nothing in the Constitution that says that the same reasons, Border Patrol can stop someone who they suspect, just merely suspect, of being an immigrant or someone who's trafficking drugs or whatever, right? They can stop you, and you being a citizen as well.
Here's an example. Even though you always have the right to remain silent, if you don't answer questions to establish your citizenship, officials may detain you longer in order to verify your immigration status. So,
and they can hold you for a very long time.
That the government has the right to verify your immigration status, and at the same time, you have the right to remain silent. It's up to them to prove it or disprove it.
Yeah, so so even if you're a citizen or a legal alien or whatever, and you choose to just sit there and close your mouth and not say or do anything, right? They can detain you for a very long time to try to figure that out.
And with all the new, well, not new now, but all the anti-terrorism laws that get passed that give authorities even more powers, like the ability to hold people without
like charging them with anything.
For longer, if it's suspicion of terrorism,
like
stuff.
enemy combatant type stuff.
Yeah, they can hold you for a very, very, very long time.
Yeah, that's actually why I came in here.
Yeah, even in the UK, you can be held for up
about
to 3 days without being charged for questioning. But if it's
US,
terrorist related,
indefinitely, I think, isn't it?
Initially it's up to 30 days. So you could be held for 30 days on terrorism, potential terrorism offences, and then once the 30 days is up, they can then apply to the court for another 30 days, and they can just keep doing that. So the most you can ever be held is 30 days, but that 30 days can keep rolling on and rolling on. So it's like in the UK, you can only be remanded up to 7 days in the UK. So anybody put on remand, the maximum they're remanded for is 7 days. But you can be put on remand for over a year, because what they do is it just keeps going to court every 7 days. It just keeps getting reintroduced another 7 days, another 7 days. So it's indefinite. Yeah, it's
damn. Yeah, I think wasn't it. I don't know if it's been changed, but was it part of the Patriot Act that allowed the U.S. to take people into custody without any reason, just saying they were suspected of terrorism or conspiracy or whatever, and hold them as enemy combatants just indefinitely? They didn't have to charge them with anything. They could just detain them like indefinitely.
So UK says the maximum period of detention under Schedule 8 was originally set at 7 days in 2000. However, it was amended by Section 306 Criminal Justice Act 2003 to 14 days.
All right, so that one's been changed then, because it used to be 7 days. So no, it's 14 days. It's ridiculous. You just keep going back to court every week. It's just crazy.
It's insane.
I mean, it has to fall under specific criteria for that to happen. Yeah, I mean, it's always open for abuse, isn't it?
So I found something. So it says here, once you have been arrested on a federal complaint or warrant, the government must hold a preliminary exam within 14 to 21 days unless you consent and good cause is shown. Otherwise, the rules require that you be released. However, you can only be held on a complaint. You cannot be prosecuted further on a complaint and a warrant. To prosecute you further, the government must either file an information or obtain information indictment. Let's see here.
Actually, that was, even though this is a UK site, that information I read out is about the States.
Oh, that's a bit strange.
That's yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to have to head off in a minute. I need to go get myself a bath. I just wondered, I've just made myself a new, what do you call it? When you start a stream and you put like the little video clip on at the beginning.
Like an intro.
Yeah, like an intro. I've done one of them. I just wondered, can I share my screen and just show and let me have a
Absolutely.
bit of, right, how do I share screen? Where is it?
I endorse self-plugging.
How do I click on share screen?
Yeah, and then you've got to go. How are you asking? How you can't do it on a phone? Are you on your phone?
No, I found it. Present share screen. Yeah. Right. So yeah, show system audio. Share. Is that share? No. Web browser. Oh, here we go.
Home tab.
I'm getting there. It's slow going, but I've got there. Oh, here we go. Right, is that shared?
Yep.
Right, are we all listening? Are we all sitting comfortable? Are we ready for me to start?
Yep.
Here we go. What do you think? What was it like?
Nice ending credit screen. I like that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Well done, sir.
Nice.
Let me just stop that thing. That's it. Stop staring screen. So, what do you think of it? Was it all right?
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
All right. I might have to start using that one then when I did go live again. I did do a live stream other day actually. Did anybody see it? So one where it was on. Yeah, yesterday. Yes. The one where I did like a little review from the atheist experience where a guy phoned in and he was trying to say about miracles being true and all this lot, and his miracles where people recover from illnesses and stuff like that. And like the host said, yeah, but people from different religions, they recover from it as well. So that doesn't prove you're God. People that don't have any belief, they recover from it. We know people can recover from illnesses which we wouldn't normally expect them to do. So then he come up with another one. He said, yeah, but I've got a personal experience which cannot be explained apart from being a miracle. And you won't believe what his argument was. It was pathetic. It was traveling. It was traveling home, and he had 30 miles to go, but he only had 20 miles left in the tank. He has one of them cars that it counts down how many miles you've got left in the tank. He got down to zero, and he managed to drive another 25 miles on zero, and it says that is scientifically unexplainable apart from being a miracle. And I thought, this guy cannot be serious. So I did a little video on that, and then I also showed
tank.
I know.
You dickhead.
And I showed another YouTube video of a guy who he had 4 miles left in the tank, so he had some spare fuel with him. So he says, right, I'm going to see how far I can go on an empty tank. And I think he did something like 21.6 miles on an empty tank. Because that's how they're designed. When it reads empty, it's not bloody empty. There's still a small amount left in, which probably about a gallon of fuel left in your tank. It doesn't hit zero, and then literally you break down on the side of the road.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's a
I was gonna
mechanism.
say.
There's a mechanism with a float and all kinds of sensors, and if it goes below the sensor, it's not going to read anything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But they do that on purpose because by the time you're empty, they're like, okay, go get gas now. Like they don't want you to just die and have to call somebody.
Yeah, exactly. So
as well as if you use that very bottom fuel, it often contains dirt, particle, and sediments and shit. Yeah,
yeah, it does. Yeah, it can end up blocking your filter up if you run it on empty all the time. The filter can end up getting blocked up and stuff like that. It's not advisable to do it, but there is a small amount of reserve left. When it hits zero, it's not zero. But this guy was absolutely convinced. So you'll have to watch the video that I did. It's absolutely mind-boggling.
Well, that's a good example of somebody being convinced for not so good reason.
Oh, absolutely terrible. I mean, I can just show you the. I'll just put it on if you want. I can just show you the actual bit where he does it. It's frightening that people need such little evidence to be convinced of something. It's mind-boggling.
Yeah, I still one of my all-time YouTube classic moments was when you were magnetized because of your vaccination.
Yeah. Did you watch that live? Did you?
With an anti-vaxxer.
Yeah.
And you were so shocked. Hey?
Did you watch that live? Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a classic.
Brilliant. You had me. I was like...
Yeah, I had my brother as well. My brother, when I got off air, my brother phoned me up and he went, "Paul, he said, you have me convinced." He said, "Because I know you're not like that. You're not gullible. He says, when you did that, he says, you had me." I said, "But I had to do it." I said, to try and explain to him how easy it is to convince somebody of something that isn't true. And even then, he still wouldn't have it, would it? He still made me take my shirt off and try it again. He wouldn't have it. It was madness.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've got. Let me just show you the start of this where it does the from the Atheist Experience. It's absolutely crazy. Share audio. In the browser tab. Yeah. Hey, I'm getting good at this now. Share. Can you see it?
Yep.
Welcome to the shed. What's this one about? I've just been watching one of the clips from the Atheist Experience, and one of the titles was "Why do atheists need irrefutable evidence for God?" And a guy comes on called Alex, and the evidence that he presents is the reason why we require more evidence than what they give. I don't know why he thinks it's why, but it does. They had a few conversations prior to that about people recovering from illness and stuff like that, which we all know happens. And then he goes on to a miracle that actually happened to him. So this is his miracle. And I did a little bit of research. I also knew the answer to it anyway. He basically claims that when he was driving along, his car, it's one of these cars that it tells you how many miles you have left in the tank. But it got down to zero. He had 0 miles left in the tank. And he drove about another 20 miles. And he was praying all the way that he'd be able to get there. And he managed to get another 20 miles on an empty tank of fuel once it had hit zero. And I put into the comments on YouTube that that's how cars are designed. They're designed that when it goes to zero, there is actually still a little bit of fuel left in it. So it's no surprise that you can get further than, you know, 0 doesn't mean you're going to run out of fuel. But anyway, we'll have a look at what he has to say, and then I'll show the some evidence that this is how cars are made, and this isn't a miracle at all. And why he presumes it is beyond me. But anyway, let me see how I do this. Here we go. Share that. So I'll mute myself. It should automatically mute me once I press play. Right. Here we go.
Briefly tell you a miracle that I experienced, because there's no other way it can be possible. So I was driving a long distance one day. I had to get to a place that was 2 hours away. I misjudged how far the gas station was before leaving town. Gas tank. On my gauge, it shows me, like, in numbers, how many miles I have left, and it counts down all the way to 0. I misjudged the gas station distance, and I thought I'll get the next one. I didn't realize that it was 30 miles away, and I had less than 20 miles left on my gauge. So I prayed. I had faith in God. I trusted that He was going to get me there, make the impossible happen. And I watched my gauge go down to 0. And for the next 25 miles, I drove on an empty tank until I got to the gas station, filled it up. And I think that is supernatural. It's an impossibility in reality, or in, like, scientific terms. How does something like that?
We aren't there, Alex. So we don't know. We can't investigate.
Yeah, it didn't. Let me just get back to my thing and stop the sharing. Remove. Right. So they didn't really go into too much detail about what his claim was, but his claim was that his. Do you want to watch any more? Or do you want me to stop there?
Oh, that's gold. I want to show you a little 5-minute video that. Because I've been asking that question myself, Paul. Like, how do we get to the point where we've got praise, for instance, claiming that Nephilim ate the babies before the flood, so God wasn't responsible for killing any babies. And not seeing the nonsense of what they think. There's a dude called Bonhoeffer, German dude.
That killed me. Sorry.
That's all right. From the World War II, and he come up with this theory of stupidity. And when you listen to this, you'll think of so many people you know, like Jill, Darth Dawkins, and then some atheists too. Like stupidity knows no bounds.
In the darkest chapter of German history, during a time when incited mobs threw stones into the windows of innocent shop owners, and women and children were cruelly humiliated in the open, Dietrich Bonhoeffer, a young pastor, began to speak publicly against the atrocities that the regime had produced. After years of trying to change people's minds, Dietrich Bonhoeffer came home one evening, and his own father had to tell him that 2 men were waiting in his room to take him away. In prison, Bonhoeffer began to reflect on how his country of poets and thinkers had turned into a collective of cowards, crooks, and criminals. Eventually, he concluded that the root of the problem was not malice, but stupidity. In his famous Letters from Prison, Bonhoeffer argued that stupidity is a more dangerous enemy of the good than malice, because while one may protest against evil, it can be exposed and prevented by the use of force. Against stupidity, we are defenseless. Neither protests nor the use of force accomplish anything here. Reasons fall on deaf ears. Facts that contradict a
Make you think of anybody? Reasons fall on deaf ears?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like Jill. Sounds like
yeah.
Jill.
Oh, yeah, definitely Jill.
Also,
simply need not
praise.
Yeah, absolutely. It describes them even better coming up.
Facts that contradict a stupid person's prejudgment simply need not be believed, and when they are irrefutable, they are just pushed aside as inconsequential, as incidental. In all this, the stupid person is self-satisfied and, being easily irritated,
Jill.
becomes dangerous by going on the attack. For that reason, greater caution is called for when dealing with a stupid person than with a malicious one. If we want to know how to get the better of stupidity, we must seek to understand its nature. This much is certain. Stupidity is, in essence, not an intellectual defect, but a moral one. There are human beings who are remarkably agile intellectually, yet stupid, and others who are intellectually dull, yet anything but stupid. The impression one gains is not so much that stupidity is a congenital defect, but that under certain circumstances, people are made stupid, or rather, they allow this to happen to them. People who live in solitude manifest this defect less frequently than individuals in groups, and so it would seem that stupidity is perhaps less a psychological than a sociological problem.
There you go. So all us hermits, there's a value to not surrounding yourself with stupidity.
It becomes apparent that every strong upsurge of power, be it of a political or religious nature, infects a large part of humankind with stupidity, almost as if this is a sociological psychological law, where the power of the one needs the stupidity of the other. The process at work here is not that particular human capacities such as intellect suddenly fail. Instead, it seems that under the overwhelming impact of rising power, humans are deprived of their inner independence and, more or less consciously, give up an autonomous position. The fact that the stupid person is often stubborn must not blind us from the fact that he is not independent. In conversation with him, one virtually feels that one is dealing not at all with him as a person, but with slogans, catchwords, and the like that have taken possession of him.
Slogans, catchwords, and the like that have taken possession of him. So many people.
Yeah,
he is under a
definitely.
spell, blinded, misused, and is abused in his very being. Having thus become a mindless tool, the stupid person will also be capable of any evil, incapable of seeing that it is evil.
That was profound the first time I heard it.
Mm.
Capable of any evil, incapable of seeing that it's evil.
Yeah.
And this explains how they can say, if God kills babies, what of it?
Yeah,
It's
they've
God.
got to try and justify it. That as far as they're concerned, their God can never do any wrong. It's just impossible. God could come down today and basically smash every baby over the head. And if God did it, they would find some way of justifying it. God has his reasons, and he knows, he's all knowing. He has a reason for doing it.
Well,
They would try and justify it.
My favorite when it comes to God killing babies is they went straight to heaven. It was a mercy.
Yeah.
Like it was a gift.
Yeah, I've heard that one as well.
Only an act of liberation, not instruction, can overcome stupidity. Here, we must come to terms with the fact that in most cases, a genuine internal liberation becomes possible only when external liberation has preceded it. Until then, we must abandon all attempts to convince the stupid person. Bonhoeffer died due to his involvement in a plot against Adolf Hitler at dawn on the 9th of April 1945 at Flossenburg concentration camp, just 2 weeks before soldiers from the United States liberated the camp. Action springs not from thought, but from a readiness for responsibility. The ultimate test of a moral society is the kind of world that it leaves to its children, Bonhoeffer once said. Check the description below to read Bonhoeffer's original text.
That's pretty well it. There was one thing. Let me go back there a little bit.
You need some Christian representation on this panel. That's why I'm here.
It's the stupid person.
We do.
Bonhoeffer died due to his
Hang on, a bit more.
In most cases, a genuine internal liberation becomes possible only when external liberation has preceded it. Until then, we must abandon all attempts to convince the stupid person.
I needed to learn that because I was getting too caught up on trying to get people to listen that, I guess I have to say it, they're too stupid.
Stupid to listen.
Until then, we must abandon all attempts to convince the stupid person.
One for good measure.
Yeah.
So, you know, Bonhoeffer was a Christian minister, right?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. You always
Wisdom's
hear me say it.
wisdom, even if it comes from a horse's ass.
Right. So obviously it's apparent and maybe amusingly ironic that the reason I showed you guys this video originally was because I think that the atheists are the stupid people. Obviously, I don't have to point that out to you guys. I'm fairly intelligent.
We're intelligent enough to realize it's stupid.
Kelvy, dude, I half agree with you that yes, the atheists have displayed stupidity of late.
Well, to be fair, it's a human condition thing, honestly.
So are the Christians. Yeah, the Christians.
Yeah, it's a human thing. Humans are stupid. You hear me say it all the time, Sammy. Most people are stupid. They're idiots.
Yep.
I'm not talking down to people or, saying it in a facetious way. No, most people are stupid. Right? And they don't think about a lot of shit.
When I say a really stupid Christian, like I don't think I'm that smart. But I think a lot of people are a lot more stupider. But generally, when I look at it this way, and just in general, I think of how much worse that person would be if they didn't believe in a God who told them to at least act nice, try to be, whoever you want to think a Christian really is inside.
Why do you think we need a God to be nice?
It'd be far worse.
Why do you think that we need a God to be nice? I don't follow that logic at all. The only thing that is stopping
we don't, Paul. But there's a dude called Little Buddy, right? I don't know. That's what we call him because he says it a lot. You know, Little Buddy? And he says, I have voices that tell me to murder people, right? And I used to be murderous and want to kill people. But when I found Christ, I learned that's not right. And God tells me not to do it. Like literally hears Jesus' voice telling him not to kill people.
Yeah, that sounds
and
crazy.
You were like, dude, if that's what's stopping you wanting to murder, then keep.
Yeah, hopefully you'll keep hearing them voices then.
Well, to be fair, right, and there's quite a lot of religious people. This is not exclusive to just Christians, where if they don't hold to anything higher than themselves, right, they will be moral monsters.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we've got Kelvin.
So-
We've got Kelvin here. Kelv, who's a Christian. Now, if you were to find out tomorrow, 100% you were convinced that God didn't exist. So you were absolutely convinced tomorrow morning that God didn't exist. Would you be any more moral or immoral than what you are today?
I don't know. How would I even pretend to answer that question honestly? If you were 100% convinced that God did exist, would you change your life for any reason?
No, not would you change your life. Would your morals disappear with God? Are they intrinsically tied to God? Or would you still want to not hurt people and you'd still want to do decent things?
I think the better question would be, do you think these morals that you currently possess would be useful?
I mean, you're kind of approaching this as if I've been a Christian my entire life. And just always thought this way and always said, hey guys, don't you know there's a God that wants you to be it's like I've only been a Christian for 10 years and I'm 45 years old.
So what was your thought?
Where I did say
prior to being a Christian, I mean, all right, you might have been
a murderer before then.
Yeah, but prior to being a Christian or coming to believe in God, I'm going to assume that you probably didn't give it much of a thought. I mean, I didn't 10, 15 years ago. It never crossed my mind one way or the other. Most people in the UK that don't have a God belief, it just doesn't cross their mind one way or the other. Was you like that, or was it something that was to and thrown in your mind?
No, I mean, to be honest, I was never like a full-blown atheist. I always believed that there was something.
Well, there's no such thing as a full-blown atheist. An atheist is somebody who doesn't hold a God belief, regardless of whether he takes much time out of his day thinking
Well,
about
what
it.
happened is I basically just realized that society is just, no matter how much I tried to pretend it wasn't, was just full of hypocrites. Every single thing was hypocritical. You're told one thing, you see another thing. You're told, and you're like, why? What's going on? And then, you know, it's just generally the human condition. Now, rather than just conclude, or rather, maybe that is what I did. I just concluded, okay, everybody is basically shit, and there's little oases of non-shit. But other than that, you just like atheists say, well, we're animals, aren't we? Like, okay, we're just animals. Is there a possibility that we're not, just that there's more to it than just animals? So in the case of me looking around saying everybody's shit, then I got to all of a sudden turn to a mirror and say, well, guess what, buddy? You're part of the whole thing. So either you judge, you condemn everybody plus yourself, or you just join in with it. So it's just, it was actually just a choice to, in my view, Christianity is a utter rejection and rebellion from the world. That's what it's supposed to be. When people make it a cult or a special us against, I mean, there's all kind of ways to take it, but my view is it's an utter rejection and a spitting in the face of the shit world that I've been seeing for the past 45 years.
Well, I don't class the world as being shit. My experience in the world has always been a positive one.
Well, you need to open your freaking eyes.
Hang on. Well, this is what.
How do you mean
the
open my
point,
eyes?
right?
I said my experience so far is that life is as wonderful or as horrible as you want it to be.
Here's the difference.
Sorry, I calm down.
Between us and
I
Kelvin.
don't want you to calm down. I want a blazing row with you.
And so I have this opinion that because of the Constitution and the way America started, the freedom of the individual and the rights of the individual, that leads to me and mine thinking. So it's like, fence off my property, protect my shit, just leave me alone, sort of thing. Whereas I think Australia's probably more so, but I still think Britain's pretty much the same, where you can walk down the street and the majority of the people are like you and don't want to cause shit. If someone needs help, they want to help. Very different attitude to in the States, where everyone's just like,
no, don't do that.
And
don't
I know
do that,
that's a broad stroke, because
no, but it's just
the people
it's
I
not,
know from the States are not like that. But what I'm saying is that this is it's
no. I'm saying it's over simplistic to pin it on that.
Absolutely.
And here's why. Because in the North, you would get a lot of people who said, "Yep, Sammy's 100% accurate." In the South, you would get a lot of people who said that boy does not know a damn thing he's talking about. And they both come from the same American culture with the individualistic perspective, right? So I think it has to go deeper than that. I've had people move here from the North, from like Pennsylvania and things like that, and they would get weirded out. Like, I remember one girl, she was like, my first like few months in this area like really freaked me out. And I was like, why? She said, I moved into my house and I had neighbors bringing me pies and cookies and cakes and casseroles. I was like, yeah. She's like, I got invited to a barbecue on like day 2. I was like, okay. She said, I went to the grocery store and random people are just like smiling and waving at me. And I'm like, yeah, that's just how they do things here. Like, if you make eye contact, if you happen to glance in somebody's direction, they're going to smile and wave. You just do it back and keep going. Yeah, where I'm from, you don't make eye contact with nobody. You keep walking.
That I think is missing from the equation for you, Pixie. What state are you from, Kelvin? If you don't mind.
Maryland. I was born in Baltimore. I look out my window and see the skyline of the city.
So what my theory is that you're correct, Pixie. The more secluded, and remember, the more isolated, the less stupid, and the more community minded, because there's not as many people. You know your neighbors and stuff like that. But it's a city it's a city thing. And when you look at population numbers, the people in the country compared to the numbers of people in the cities, like, it's phenomenally different. So I think it's like a majority because
No, I've lived in some fairly big cities, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, I would say you're right. I would say there's a shift from someplace like Amarillo to Houston, but there's also a big shift from someplace like Houston and Denver to someplace like New York or Baltimore.
Yeah.
And I think, do you think infrastructure can be a problem too? Because if it's all sky rises and apartment buildings, you can't even know everybody in your own building, much less your neighborhood.
Well, for me, it's also the added thing of that every single person I come across could be concealing a gun.
Well, so just hold
that
on
would
real
have
quick.
me in a different state of mind, I think.
Yeah, but
So
anybody can have a knife wherever you are too. I mean, anybody can do anything. Anybody can just bash your head in with a rock.
Yeah, but
But
so
they can't do it as
Yeah, but
easily and
that
from
type
the
of thing tends to not happen. Whereas in America, people getting shot tends to happen all the time.
So
Right, but I'm saying,
just real quick before, just let me just say this real quick, because I think there might be a slight misunderstanding. I think what Sammy is saying is that a lot of America, culturally speaking, is a lot of hyper individualism is promoted, right? That's not something new,
yeah,
right? But there are the family values culture that also exists despite that, right?
but I got that, but I guess I'm really bad at what I was trying to say. What I was trying to say is, do you think there are ways to mitigate that? For example, you can have a huge amount of population gathered together, but if your infrastructure is done in a way that there's not a lot of like high-rise buildings and apartment complexes, right? Like if it's just an expanding place where there are still neighborhoods and there are still houses, you're still going to have community in these little neighborhoods. But it's really hard to mitigate the influence of a growing population on lack of community if you put people in these high-rise apartments, one next to another. You can't know everybody on your own floor or your own building. Like there's no way to build a neighborhood.
Actually, you can. That's something that happens a lot in New York. Unfortunately, it happens in a different way, where in a lot of inner cities, gangs can be formed that way. So people see themselves as family and they other each other, like in certain projects, for example, right? So, you won't go over to someone else's projects or whatever to do or say certain things or interact with them. So it's
The
like they're
influence of the
all,
highways.
huh? No. When I say projects, I mean housing projects,
Right. Cheech and Chong. I think it was Cheech. No, believe it or not, in real life, he's actually a brilliant art connoisseur. He grew up in a very poor family, and so it's like each of them would pick a subject and go learn as much as they could about it and bring it back and teach the rest of the family. And one of the subjects he got saddled with was art. And he would go learn about it and he would bring it back to the rest of the family. And so he ended up actually loving art. And I've attended one of his art lectures, and it happened to be about Chicano art. And what you're describing is somewhat like what he described, but he said, if you look at a lot of the Chicano art, and he had this whole big compilation of it, there's a lot of you'll see these scenes, but then you'll see this big sweeping highway coming through, like an interstate or a bridge or something like that. And he said it's actually very influential to the way that gangs and culture and things like that built up, and the way the expression, wrong side of the tracks basically turned into other side of the highway, and how these things ended up, rather than bringing people together, these things ended up dividing them in new ways that showed in the culture that emerged from it, and that it's highlighted in a lot of the art if you know what you're looking for. And so that's what that reminded me of.
Oh, okay. I see what you're
That
saying.
leads me to my answer to your question, Pixie. I don't think that there is an answer like infrastructure, or I don't know that there's anything government-wise or society, not societally, but I don't know that there's anything that can be done. I think it is the natural result of the human creature when we have too many of us around.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I totally agree. You lose the community. Once a community gets too big, you sort of like lose the community. Like
Well,
if
it's
you live in
the
a small community.
same thing that happened with the internet. Weird kinks used to be your weird kink that you thought you were the only one in the world that had it. Now you can find 1,000 other people with that same weird kink, and you create a community. When you're in a city, you can act horrendously, and as long as you've got the support of those around you, your clique, your friends, your gang, whatever it is, then you don't care how you're viewed. Whereas in a small town,
Yes, you can hide in a crowd, can't you? In a city, you can hide in a crowd, which you can't in a small community. But my main question, we've gone off topic a little bit, was how did that get Kelv to become religious? So you lived, I don't know, I just try and paraphrase what you said. Basically, your experience with people was most people are shitty. You lived in a shitty community, and 10 years ago, this brought you to God and
Well,
Jesus.
it was just like what you were just saying, or what Sammy was just saying. What is if there's a solution? My view, and I'm not in any way any kind of collectivist. I would say maybe I would be considered a hyper individualist. But if there was a particular, I don't know what you want to call it, a philosophy, or if you want to call it a religion, or whatever it may be, a fix. Because of course, why would we expect a fix in order to create a perfect form of government or society? If, anybody that owns a house knows you don't just own a house. You got to make sure there's not mold. You got to take out, there's always something happening, if you want to call it entropy. So, my idea of what we see as moral entropy is always going to happen in a society. There isn't any, it's the most organic thing that exists that isn't actually organic, is a society. We want to rack it up as a government, but a government is different than just a society. Like they're different emergent properties of a whole bunch of people being together. So my point is, whatever the answer is that can work for everybody is not going to be enjoyed by everybody. And so if you want to talk about Christianity in general, I don't want to, I don't want to start hammering you with theology, but I did find Christianity in particular to actually be that role, something that would that actually does work for everybody, no matter how much.
So
Something in it that worked for everyone.
So you were looking for a community and you found it in Christianity. Is that sort of like the?
Well, I've never been a community type. I've always been like I've never really worked well with others. But it is so when you say community, it kind of makes me like, I don't know about community, because it's just basic. It's less of a community and more of just a.
Yeah, but
that's where we, as a Christian, I gotta say, that's where we're born again. We're transformed, because like you say a community, I say that I'm in the body of Christ. And
yeah,
so
but you said it's something that's for everybody, but actually it doesn't. It actually does push certain people out of that community. If they don't follow the same beliefs as you, they're out of the community, like atheists are. If you don't follow the certain biblical laws, like if you're gay or lesbian, it pushes you out. So it isn't for everybody. You said it was. You felt it was something that was for everybody, which it isn't. It may feel that way for you because you'll be accepted, but there's quite a lot of people that wouldn't be accepted in your religion unless they decided to follow that religion. Like I say, in a religious community, the atheists would be out, the gays and lesbians would be out, the LGBT community would be out, and there's other ones that would be out as well. So it's not something for everybody.
So everything you just mentioned there,
but really, shouldn't it depend on the truth of what the religion is teaching, or I don't know where you got the truth from.
Well, you seem to be characterizing Christianity like it's Judaism, like it is like a set of laws and rules that there is, as opposed to, like what I said before, it's basically an entire one-for-one rejection of the world system in general, as much as you can possibly imagine that. And all of your different worldly lifestyles, such as sexual identity, is part of that. So, yeah, if you want to base your life around your sexual identity, you're certainly not basing your life around your identity in Christ. Simple as that.
The LGBT community and the lesbian and gay community aren't basing their life around their sexuality, the same as I don't base my life around my sexuality. My sexuality is part of my life, but it isn't something I base my life around.
Would you say, Kelvy, would I be steelmanning your position to say that it's more than just seeing the state of the world and wanting to reject the world, that is multifaceted, as it were? For instance, you would have verses that you believe would back up your point of view. For instance, I was thinking, Paul, when you asked how did he get to that position, one of the things that I used to think that convinced me was that the Bible was describing nowadays to me, when it said things like men will be lovers of themselves and lovers of money.
But hasn't every generation had the same arguments over and over again? Each generation thinks that we're living in the end times and we're not. It's just, and the next generation will think the same thing. The next generation, and we've had 2,000 years of this. It's about time it bloody ended.
And that's the problem with humans, is we only live one generation.
Well, I think it's actually exasperated now. Like the saying that, the world's going to hell in a handbasket. I think it's actually exasperated. Like, I think that idea is exaggerated. And the reason I think it's exaggerated, like, I think the world has always been the way it is, right? Yeah, people happen, and some of them suck, and that's just always been the case. I think now we have sensationalized news. We have a news system that thrives on viewership, and a system that has proven that viewership comes when you're giving bad news instead of good news. And we can trade that bad news very, very quickly now. We don't have to wait months and months and months to get news from England, right? Like, it's here. It's global now. So now one piece of news can spread around the entire. So that's where the difference. That's why I think it's actually legitimate to say
it doesn't take much research and a bit of looking into it yourself to find out that we actually live in the best times that's ever happened. We have least wars now than we ever have done in the past.
Right. No, that's what I'm saying. I agree.
It's the best times, but it also become the reason why it becomes it's the worst times, because of the fact of the reach. If I suddenly have access to your entire house instead of just a small portion of it, I can do great harm or I can do great good. Right? It's kind of either.
Right. Well, what I was saying is, like, despite living in better times, I think the impression the world is going to hell in a handbasket is given because we thrive on sensationalized negative news, and we have quicker access to that than ever before.
Yeah, we do have quicker access to it than ever before, but I believe that every generation in the past thought that it was, obviously every generation in the past thinks it's the pinnacle, which it was at the time. Yeah. And they can't imagine what it's going to be like further on into the future.
Well, that's the thing. Well, each generation did think that, Paul. Each successive generation did see worse stuff. Now, with access to the internet, we see...
No. I do not see worse stuff. I do not walk out my door and see people being sacrificed and criminals being thrown into eternally burning trash fire pits. I don't see people cursing their parents. I don't see people cutting off,
I didn't mean that far back.
running
I
around.
mean,
Like I don't see that
Cursed
shit.
my
I
parents
don't.
this morning.
Nobody leached me because I'm underweight. Like I don't think I have it worse than people before me.
yeah, no, back far enough. It's kind of like swings and roundabouts where we have all these radicalized religious groups that, I don't know, they didn't seem to be around when I was growing up, but we hit a certain point and they either became a thing or we started reporting on them more. But that's what I mean by we've got this access to all of this information in this 24-hour news cycle now. So we think shit is worse. No, you're right.
In the 1970s, something I didn't realize until like very recently, how in the 1970s there were basically a lot of radical like communist organizations all over the world springing up. There's if you ever look up the Bader Meinhofer gang, and then there's I mean, you have all these little ones in America, but they were small enough to where. But what it dawned on me, like, why didn't I know about any of this? None of that was taught in any school. And it's like, well, of course it wasn't. They don't want to teach you about what these people. I mean, these people literally snuck Uzis and rocket launchers into airports and were just shooting at jumbo jets, like in the middle of like freaking like France. Like it was just all over the place. And it just when I watched it, I was just I couldn't believe it. But yeah, between the 1970s was absolutely a tumultuous decade, and I had no idea until I finally looked into it. And it's just kind of like I always looked at it like, oh, peace and Led Zeppelin, dude, you know. But it's like, nah, man. Like, and now the radicalization that I see today, as opposed to the 90s, you know, the Bill Clinton era, so they say. Is striking because you know we have such a small perspective as you know as human beings. It's kind of like because I can think of the 10-year period, last 10 years, and the change 10 years before that, and what before that I'm like a teenager, and what the hell did I know? So it's like not until you're like in your 50s, I think, that you're really gonna start even coming close to figuring stuff out, and by that time you don't have enough energy to do anything about it, and you just watch the whole rest of the world tear itself apart.
And
well, by that time, there's you can't. It's already evolved, right? Like I'm very fond of the saying, "The world you leave your children is not the world you grew up in," and I think that's true. I did not grow up in the world my mom grew up in, and my kid is not growing up in the world that I grew up in. By the time I understand the world I grew up in, it will not be relevant to the world happening now. Not wholly, anyway.
So Kel, going back to the original question, so what was it that actually made you or convinced you that Christianity was the truth?
Well, so one difference that I think we may have is ever since I was little, I still believed in supernatural things. And I had supernatural experiences and all that kind of stuff. Which
right,
I think
right. Okay. I want to know what the supernatural experience is. That's got my attention. So, give me the best supernatural experience you had as a kid. What was it?
Probably the first one that really was. So there was like out of body experiences, but if I explain it to you, you could be like, well, you could have just been having dreams, which fair
No,
enough.
because I've done out of body experiences. That's
Sure.
something that you can actually do. That's yeah, I used to do that.
So I started doing that when I was like 12 years old.
Yeah, I used to do exactly the same thing. I was probably younger than 12. I was at the down at Grange Avenue, so I'd have been about 9 or 10, and I could do that. I could deliberately do it. I had a way of sort of like hypnotizing myself.
I mean, there's like tiny things. Like I had a girlfriend, and both of us thought we were like witches and stuff. Like, I mean, this is when I was like 15. And there was at one point, for example, this is not what I was originally thinking of. This is just a stupid little thing. But like at one point, I believed that there was the spirit of a small child follow me around who was like wearing who looked like this particular thing. I think they wore like a baseball thing. And I didn't tell anybody about it, but I was talking to this girl on the phone for like 6 hours, you know, that night or whatever, because we were like teenagers. And at one point I was saying something like, oh, I need somebody to like rub my shoulder. She was like, ask the ghost of the little boy wearing the baseball uniform. Like, then I was like, how did you know? Like little things like that were like, now if I look back on it now, I'm like, well, what's my explanation now? Especially if I call myself a Christian, do I think that there was a little ghost of a little boy? No, I don't think that at all. If anything, it was just like, I mean, I do believe that there's demonic spirits that could just be whispering the same stuff in the people's ear, like all that sort of stuff. So that's my issue now, because no matter what supernatural thing I experienced, there's no real way to validate it. But the difference between believing in just the supernatural, you know, warlocks and goblins, versus God as a whole concept, I think are very different. Even though there's a similarity there, but I think it's possible to not even get into the same realm of a creator, of a singular creator God that transcends, form itself. But anyway, I'm getting so. I mean, my youngest time at one young point, basically, I had chanted some Latin words when I was staring off into this particular field during a thunderstorm, and then 2 lightning bolts came down and hit each other and made the shape of something, which was like a beetle, which is the type of chant that I was doing from this book that I had. So that was one thing that happened, and it was just kind of a series of things building up to it that over, and then after that, I kept like seeing. So I mean, you could look at different things maybe as confirmation biases, but then there were things like, oh, if I would do like a like a spell, so to speak, where I would like try to like get people to like say like come over, or like come almost summoning like things, like there's basically a whole series of coincidences. I put a curse on somebody once. After that, they like get into a car accident, get sick, and have a nervous breakdown. Like there's lots of, and like I said,
Can
but
I
there's
ask you a question?
yeah.
When you had the little boy following you, you obviously only have your memory of it to go off. But do you remember seeing it or just sensing it? What was the experience with the boy?
So, do you know how? I don't know if have you ever done acid?
Yeah.
So this is before I'd ever done that, but I don't know if you've ever. Well, the reason I asked that, because I don't know if normal people have it, but like even right now, if I stare in the same spot, I can just see shapes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, that they're nothing; they're just what I'm seeing. But in the same type of thing where you kind of make, I mean, because like I said, I'm not going to try to argue for that now. But if I would stare in a certain spot, then you would kind of start seeing a shape. And I fully believe you can kind of convince yourself to see individual shapes. Now, I have seen other things where out of the blue, where I wasn't trying to see things, and all of a sudden I've seen like something there, and then I looked and I was just like, what the hell, and looked and it's still there, and then I look back and it's like, I mean, I've seen, I have a whole plethora of so obviously my entire my life is inundated in such things, I guess, is the
your brain will play tricks on you if you stare at something long enough. You can make shapes. I do that with the curtains when I'm laid in bed. I can stare at the curtains. I can see faces. I can see certain different objects which clearly out there by looking at.
I saw the Virgin Mary once looking at my curtains when I was passed out, looking up at my.
What I find fascinating is
that can be explained basically what you've just said, I think. And the staring in the one spot, that's how I used to get the out of body experience. I used to lay in bed as a kid and look at I had a chest of drawers at the side of the bed. So I could lay looking at the chest of drawers, and I'd only be about 8-9 inches away from it.
Right.
So that it took up the whole of my vision. And if I stayed at that long enough, eventually it looked as if it was getting further and further away and further away, and it almost become hypnotic. And then I would end up starting to get this weird out of body experience. And that's how I used to do it. But I used to do it deliberately as a kid, because I used to get that sensation of being out of my body, being separate from my body. But that's just a form of like hypnosis or inducing an experience. A lot of people can do that, but I wouldn't put that down to anything that's supernatural. It can be perfectly explained.
So there's, I can just go down, because one thing I forgot, when I was about like 6. And this is the craziest thing ever, but whatever. I saw it, so I totally saw my pants get up and walk by themselves around my bedroom, and I was like laying in my bed. But and it's like, even my whole life, I've thought of that memory and been like, that must have been a dream? But I remember dreams that I had when I was younger than that, and that didn't seem like a dream at all. It's just one of those weird memories I have that's just like always been there. and it's just
But
kind of
it could be a dream. I've had dreams that have been so vivid.
maybe it's just
and
the one that didn't seem like one, but that's
There's
possible.
been a benign. It's been basically a benign dream. It's been nothing in particular, but I've had a conversation with someone, and it's absolutely when I've woke up in the morning. I was even at the time I wasn't thinking about it, but later on the day I saw somebody who went, "Oh, when I spoke to you yesterday," and he went, "I never saw you yesterday." He did, and then once I started recalling it, I thought, "I fucking dreamt this," and then I realised it wasn't until I started speaking it I realised you freaking dreamt it, you idiot.
There's this fascinating.
I've given past life readings where they hadn't told me anything, and there's nothing I'm going to tell you where you're going to be like, well, that can't be explained away. Now, I have personal things where it's like coincidences, just like at one time I was thought I was just going crazy. Maybe I was, but my things going through my mind were like only known in my mind. But then people would walk by and say things that were going on, and it was just like one thing after another of that. So my only thing I could think of was that something was either trying to drive me. I mean, you think of it, it's like, well, I guess you were turning schizophrenic or something. That's the only way I can explain it. But
People underestimate.
It was legitimate that I was thinking, oh, circles, I'm stuck in circles. And all of a sudden I hear people in the next aisle in the grocery store saying, oh man, that guy's just stuck in circles. And like, what are they talking? Why are they like, this just like an example where,
but there's also an example as that, which is like deja vu as well, and that's perfectly explained, which is a similar thing to what you're saying, but it's more to do with what you're hearing rather than what you're seeing.
So all in all, the fact of
just
the
explain how the
complexity
deja
of the
vu.
human mind and its relationship with reality, what sort like that entire thing. So not all necessarily the witchy stuff that got me into God, because I'd always, like I said, I'd always believed in something.
Let me just explain the deja vu thing, be it visual or audible as well. What happens with deja vu, like I say, it can be visual. Most people think of it as visual rather than audio. But what happens is your brain has short-term memory and it has long-term memory. So when something that you're looking at now or me talking to you now, that goes into your short-term memory. And then if something particular that stands out was to happen, then that would go into your long-term memory. So you would recall this in 2 years' time. This conversation we're having now isn't that important, isn't going to impact you, so it probably isn't going to be a memory that you would have. But if something was to happen, was an explosion outside, you would remember all this because of that impact. So what happens is when you're going about your normal everyday life, everything that's happening goes into your short-term memory, and then anything significant goes into your long-term memory. But what happens sometimes is your brain basically fucks up, and it bypasses the short-term memory and goes straight to the long-term memory. So when it happens, you have a feeling that it's happened before because it's coming from your long-term memory and not your short-term. And that's perfectly explainable. And that's what happens with deja vu.
And a couple of things I wanted to say, Kelvy. Skeptics want evidence, and we tend to ignore the power of personal experience because it doesn't mean anything to anyone else.
No, it doesn't. That's we can go back in time and look at what happened, and you recalling it, you'll have repeated these things several times, and your memory does change with time. There's conversations I've had with people that I knew when I was kids, and we both end up recalling something that happened, and we both have completely.
I'm not saying these things are why I believe. You're just asking me like, what are some experiences that I had? Now, I'm saying it probably goes towards the differences in our perspective that I'd always believe, even the fact that I believed, whether or not they were legit or not, that I believed that I had them, versus if you believe that you did or didn't, and that sort of thing. That was my only point. I wasn't bringing them forward.
I mean, the difference between, I think what the difference is between me and you is I wouldn't go straight to the supernatural. I would try and find an answer to it. And I wouldn't be able to rest until I found an answer or something that satisfied me. There was one thing that happened to me years ago, and I used to walk down to the bottom of my street, turn right, and there was a field, and I used to sit on the gate. Well, this one time, I went and sat on the gate because I thought, oh, my dad will be leaving work shortly, and he comes this way, goes past where I'm literally going to be sat, and I walk up the street with my dad. And I sat there, and I sat there, and after about an hour, I just give up. And I walked. When I got home, my dad was already at home. But he couldn't have gone past me And I said to my dad, I said, how did you get home? And he says, I just walked home. And I went, yeah, but I was sat on the gate. And he went, oh, you won't see me from there. And he tried to explain to me why I wouldn't be able to see him. And I was like, is there some sort of like, it confused my head completely. I was like, but I would be able to see him. But if I was stood on the road, maybe could I have seen him? But because I was sat on the fence, I couldn't. And I couldn't get my head around it. And that was a really weird sensation of, well, why couldn't I see him? Because I was sat there.
How about this? Me and my roommate are doing a ritual outside in a field. We got swords and cloaks on, and we got freaking incense burning around, and we got stones in our hands, clicking and clacking, and we're pointing the swords, and I can literally see energy beams coming out of the tip of the sword into the circle. Now, granted, it was dim out, and you can make yourself see anything. That's fine. But when we looked up into the sky, the freaking clouds, which was completely cloudy except for right above us, there was a giant opening in the clouds. And let me tell you, every time I raised my arms, the winds picked up, and every time I lowered my arms, the winds dipped down. And I tested this because I went on later on. It just every single time. Now, sure, coincidence.
And there was no drugs.
Is it a 0% or 0% chance it's not a coincidence? Probably not. But I'm just saying.
Have you had any drugs?
You see stuff like that. No, I was not. Maybe I'd smoked weed or something, perhaps. But at that point, that's like, I don't think that would have caused me to hallucinate seeing giant opening. And now it wasn't some giant dramatic opening. It's just I looked up and noticed, oh, hey, so I mean, I'm just saying there's a whole plethora of things that just sort of backed up my little supernatural confirmation bias. That's my main point. that you would tell me you didn't see that or you're misremembering.
The other thing I wanted
to
say,
sound very convincing, and to be honest, if I'd have experienced what you're telling me, I'm quite sure I would have come to completely different conclusions to what you've come to.
Well, the main thing I'm hearing is Kelvy's coming from one perspective because he's believed from the get-go. So his presuppositions are going to be to go towards God, where yours is to find a naturalistic answer because you presume there is always going to be a naturalistic answer.
Yeah, because I've never experienced anything else, and I've always been one for asking questions. I used to drive my dad absolutely crazy. When I was 5 years old, I stopped believing in Father Christmas. In fact, it was a year before I'd actually stopped. I'd started questioning it myself, but I didn't say anything. And it was coming up to the next Christmas, so I might have been 6, and I just would not let it go. I just wouldn't. Yeah. I just wouldn't let it go, and building up towards Christmas, I just kept going on and on and on at my dad. How does he get into the house? He comes down the chimney. Yeah, but our chimney doesn't fit well. In our house, he comes through the door. Well, why would you leave the door open all night? Because people might come in and burgle. So then he had to sort of like say, well, he's got a magic key. And I went, well, he can't have a magic key for everybody's house. Well, he has a magic key that fits every house. The one key fits every house. And that wasn't good enough for me. And I just went on and on and on. And after about a month and a half of this, my dad just went, you clearly don't believe that there's such a thing as Father Christmas, Santa Claus, do you? And I went, no. And he goes, right. He said, there isn't such a thing. You're right, there isn't such a thing as Santa Claus, but do not tell your sister. My sister would have been either 7 or 8 at the time. She still believes. So my dad said, whatever you do, don't tell her. And I never did tell her.
So
but I was happy.
Scenario.
Once my dad had given me that answer, that's what I wanted. I just wanted the bloody truth. And it didn't affect me at all. I wasn't sort of like upset as a kid that I no longer believed. I didn't believe anyway. I wanted convincing that I wanted the answer. If he existed, I needed absolute proof that he existed. And I didn't get it.
That you perfectly just described my childhood, hey. Except it wasn't Santa Claus, it was Jehovah.
Right.
And it was the Jehovah's Witness Bible. And even from 5 years old, I was asking questions and saying, that's illogical. Like, every answer you can give me as to why an almighty, powerful being would want to punish little me, little 5-year-old me, because of some dude like thousands and thousands of years ago, multiple generations. Like, I don't believe in that God. Why are you worshipping such a horrid thing? Like, how can you even think it's real? You know, I was questioning so hard right from day one. So I really relate to what you just said. But speaking of the JWs, I wanted to tell Kelvy that I have noticed you are what I call term an open Christian. Like you don't stick hard and fast to the normal sort of Catholic doctrines and stuff.
I'm not sure. You might be right about that.
What you've told me, sort of thing, and your take on the Bible, right, is very honest to what the Bible says, as opposed to interpreting it greatly. And
I think most Christians are absolute. I mean, I think that the truth is so simple, and when you have the truth, there's that. But it's very hard to just keep the truth simple, and then that non-simplicity that starts developing is what a lot of people look at and think is the actual truth, right? So,
yeah, and what I notice happens, noticed it with someone else, and actually two other people, and now I'm noticing bits with you, that you said that it wouldn't be ghosts, but that demons exist and that they would fool you. And that takes me back to when I was a JW, because they don't believe in a soul or spirits either. There's no ghosts. After you die, you die. And
Right, I'm gonna have just a quick one. I need to go get a bath and get ready because I'm at work in the morning, so I'm gonna have to shoot off. I was gonna go half an hour
see
ago.
you, Paul.
Later, Dave.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, no worries. If you're still on when I get out of the bath, I might jump back in, but if not, I'll catch you all later.
Well, while he's interrupted real quick, I wasn't laughing at you guys. I didn't even notice I knocked myself off mute until I went to unmute to say bye to Paul. But I was laughing because I ran into a client whose name is Travis Waters, and you know how sometimes professional emails will take like your first initial and then your last name? This poor guy's email address is Waters. Anyway, that's what made me laugh. My apologies.
No worries.
But yeah,
Anyway,
have a good bath. See you, mate.
Will do. Like I say, if you're still on when I come back down, I might jump back in. If not, I'll catch you all later. Have a good one.
We'll probably be.
Take care.
Yeah, we used to think that ghosts were demons, and of course, I asked the question: well, why would they bother inventing ghosts and doing so much all around the world to convince us of ghosts and spirits? Because everyone around the world believes in it. And the answer was because whenever you're believing something that's not the truth, you're not believing the truth. And I was satisfied with that answer for a long time as a child. It's like that, mate. You know, you can't really argue with that.
I mean, it's true on a basic level, yeah.
Have you heard
if
the
I
parable
believe
of-
in ghosts, then I don't know the truth about
when
there
did you
is no
start thinking about
soul.
how old were you?
Have you heard the parable of the naked truth?
I saw the naked lunch.
To answer Kelvy's, I believed that probably up to.
Well, no, when you were a little kid, like I was raised on like horror movies. Like some of my oldest memories are watching like Poltergeist and like horror movies that are just, I don't know. It was.
Oh no! The only shit pumped into my head was from their publications, but their illustrations were pretty intense back then in the 80s and stuff. Lots of depictions of Armageddon. So lots of people, dying in various ways.
Now, I remember asking my cousin when I was little, because my grandfather, he was religious. He was. I'm not going to say I didn't have any Christianity, that I had no knowledge of it growing up. My grandfather would like kiss the Bible. I mean, I remember when I was growing up, I would sit there. Probably like 5 years old. He would like read the Bible to me. We only got up to like no, and I would draw pictures of it. And I do specifically remember. I actually found online the images, the pictures of the guys outside of the flood, banging on the ark and drawing that kind of stuff. So, and I remember asking my cousin, he was probably about 7 when I was probably about 5. And I remember asking him, "Are you afraid to die?" Now, why a kid's asking this, I don't know. And he said, "No, because Jesus is going to be there." And I remember being like, "Huh, that's an interesting answer."
And what
It's
were you
funny.
going to say, Pixie? I feel like I talked over you.
No, have you heard the parable of the naked truth?
No.
Really? That was always one of my favorites as a kid. So, the truth and the lie are friends, and everybody loves the truth, right? Anyway, so we'll get there. Anyway, so they're friends, kind of tentatively, I mean, truth doesn't trust the lie, but she's nice to the lie. Does that make sense? Anyway, the lie convinces her, they're going for a walk one day, and the lie convinces her that it's a really hot day where we should go take a dip in the well. And so the truth is like, okay. And the lie tells her, well, you should take your clothes off first because you wouldn't want to get your clothes wet. You don't want to ruin your clothes, blah, 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 all of this. And she's like, I'm right behind you. And she's like, okay. So the truth gets in the well, and the lie starts to get in. And so the truth turns away. She's kind of swimming, minding her own business, She turns back around and she can't find the lie. But she gets out of the well, and the lie has taken off and dressed herself in the truth's clothing. And the truth keeps trying to tell people what's happening, but people can't bear to look at the naked truth.
Huh.
It's actually
Where's
a pretty
that
cool
come
story.
from? Like, do you know what culture that came from, or?
I don't remember. I just remember it was in one of my little fable books as a kid, and I liked that one a lot. I'll look it up.
I enjoyed that.
You know what's interesting? Like, I remember growing up as a kid. I actually thought that Christianity, a lot of it was like stupid. Now, to be fair, when I was a kid, I was one of those hardcore kids who were kind of no nonsense.
Roman. Sorry.
Oh, the Romans? Oh, okay. And I thought a lot of things were bullshit. I thought religion was bullshit. I even thought government was bullshit. Yes.
It's 6 o'clock.
So it's just one of those things where it's like now my perspective has vastly changed. Where, obviously, I am a Christian now, obviously, because that couldn't happen if my perspective didn't change. But I think that largely a lot of this stuff exists because they're useful in some way. I think human beings keep things that they find to be useful. Useful meaning not necessarily that it's good for them, right? Useful in terms of what it might add to their lives. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm making any sense. Right? Like, for example, drinking soda is detrimental to your health even if you have diabetes, right? But it tastes so damn good, right? And it does these other things to you, you'll keep drinking it, right? And you find it useful in those ways, right? Or it might actually be cheaper to keep buying soda because, natural fruits and drinks and stuff like that might be just way more expensive or just not easily available to you, so you drink it anyways. Now, sure,
but drinking battery acid is also not good for you.
I mean, yeah, sure, right?
So
but you're
why,
gonna
why
go.
did you say that?
You're gonna go with
There's no
the.
convenience in drinking battery acid. There's
Yeah.
convenience or superficial benefits to soda, even if it's just gratification.
Okay,
Yeah.
so soda is not good for you. That's what you said.
but you can
Yeah,
do it more than once.
yeah, I'm using it as an example. So you can change out soda for, I don't know, fucking cocaine or whatever, right? I'm just using that as an example, right? And and I'm saying like circumstance also is also important. So maybe scaring people through the apocalypse, for example, was actually beneficial for humans at a particular point to get them to behave or to not go down a certain path societally. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Well, a lot of these parables that you get from childhood, that they when you read them as a child, it's kind of concrete. Like all the people did this. Everyone does this. This happened. Boom! Everybody is affected. Nobody is excluded. Right?
I didn't really
You know
think
what I'm
that way,
saying?
but I get
Well,
I
even
get the general point.
Pixie's story didn't give account to those who don't go along with the story, right? Of course, everyone's going to go along with what the story, is laying out, but it doesn't give
No, in the
account
fable,
of people who
yes, no.
don't
In the fable, the
want
lie dresses
to.
in the truth's clothes, and she goes back to town. And the truth is trying to tell the people what happened, that the lie has stolen her clothes, but they can't bear to look at the naked truth, and they see the lie dressed in the truth's clothes, and they follow the lie.
Right, so no one can bear to look at the. No, not a single person can bear to look. Everybody averts their eyes.
Well, no, it's
is there
speaking
one
of society
person
as a
who?
whole.
Is there one person that can avert their eyes?
I think it's being
I'm sure there is,
hyperbolic.
but that's
can't
not the point. The point of the story is to be looked at as a societal thing, not as an individual thing. So yeah, you could say at an individual level it fails, but it wasn't making an individual statement. It was making a societal statement. So at least put it in its proper category before you start trying to say something it's not trying to say.
Well, what I'm saying is that the overarching broad statements are apparent. They're apparent in parables. They're apparent in fairy tales. They're apparent in children's stories. They're apparent in the Bible. They're apparent in a lot of religious doctrines and scriptures, and that's what I'm trying to get across.
Oh yes, because it speaks to the potentials in human nature,
And then,
not to the
then
absolute.
people say, "Wait, I'm speaking hyperbolically," and then wait, you're supposed to qualify hyperbolism before you use it. Otherwise, you're just being deceptive.
I mean, I don't know. I think you
am
you
I
can do
wrong?
that. No, you don't need to do that every single time. You don't need to say you're being hyperbolic all the time.
Then I need to qualify everything I say if everything I say can be hyperbolic.
No, you can look at the context and I don't know your brain and determine whether or not someone's being hyperbolic.
Right. You can look at the context, Batman. So can I, and I can be hyperbolic about it, but you don't have to be hyperbolic, right? That means if I don't qualify,
that's a you problem.
If I don't wait, if I don't qualify me being hyperbolic, then I can be hyperbolic throughout my statement, and then just say, "Oh, I was being hyperbolic." And then fall back on me being hyperbolic, and everything I said after that means nothing, right? If I was just being hyperbolic about everything.
No, you'll pick up the context.
No, but if I don't qualify what I'm saying as being hyperbolic, and then I say what I'm saying, and then I claim, oh, after you say something to refute what I just said. Now, you don't have to refute it because
It isn't the point of parables to convey a moral.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing the moral of this was that truth would rather be its naked self.
I don't think that's their sole purpose. So that
I
To
think the
say
moral.
that is what they do specifically is another. You
Pretty
have
sure
to,
that's in the
No, I think
definition.
that's another
Communist
limit.
propaganda.
That's another limiting category that you just
No,
produced.
no, I don't think that was the moral of the story. At least that's not what I got out of it. By the time I
Oxford
finished reading it,
Dictionary, just let me give the definition as far as Oxford Dictionary defines parable. A simple story used to illustrate a moral or spiritual lesson.
yes,
Example, parables told by Jesus in the gospel. So it's literally what I said, Gio. They are meant to tell a moral story.
Or what?
and I think the moral of the story, as they would say, or the point of the fable, is that
So which one is
generally speaking, not for every individual, but generally speaking, people will prefer a lie dressed as the truth over the truth.
Called convenient lie.
That's Solzhenitsyn.
But which one is it? Is it
Solzhenitsyn.
spiritual? Is it the first one or the second one? Which one is it?
Some people don't believe in a spiritual, so they would say the first.
So what was the first?
A moral.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. It's more has anything to do with morals.
Societal, psychological.
Standard. I would say it's a standard, something observed, an observation maybe. But like they say, the moral of the story is don't do this. But is don't doing that really a moral? No, it's not. But it's almost like a cautionary thing. It's a statement more than anything.
I heard that Ricky Tiki Tembo no Sarembo Triberry.
And I actually took the other side of the coin, Pixie, in that truth would rather be its authentic naked self than to put on someone else's clothes.
It's both. The truth would rather be naked than dress as the lie. And people would rather accept the lie dressed as the truth than the naked truth.
Yeah.
Well, once you accept something, that's it. You're done, right? Acceptance. No more looking. No more going anywhere. Searching out the answer. You've got it.
How about once you've seen the truth naked, no matter how much clothes they put on, you're like, I know what you look like underneath there.
Of course. But then is that what do they call that? First person? It's not. Is that anecdotal? It's anecdotal, right?
Subjective.
Is that what you mean?
It's only if I don't see the same thing you do, of course, is a problem. If we're looking at the same person and you don't see and you see someone without clothing and I see someone standing there with clothing,
or if you saw the front and I saw the back,
there's a problem. Somebody's problem.
What does it mean if everyone around you seems to see the same thing, but you see something different? What would that?
I don't know if it's a problem. It's like,
well, apparently that means you're Pixie.
Yeah. But you know how
it was a joke if you remember that far back. Sorry,
saying,
I have a good memory.
You've heard the saying, "Oh, my house is burning." Your house is burning, and you look at the house and you go, "Wait a minute, I don't see a fire." Yeah, but your house is burning. You better get out, dude. And you look around and you just don't see a fire, and you go, "Dude, I really don't see a fire." And they're adamant about your house burning down. What do you do in that situation? Do you call the fire department? No, you don't, because your house is not fucking burning.
No, but out of personal experience, I would take a lawn chair outside and sit there and watch for a while. No, you think that's funny, but it's because one time there was a firework accident.
It's funny. You don't think that's funny?
By the time the fire department got there, we had gotten all of 6 fires out that spread in different fields.
Get the garden hose at the ready.
Oh my God. No, and the garden hose had holes in it and I couldn't figure out why it wasn't working. It was such a mess. Oh
Check
my
your
gosh, and
garden
people
hose,
running with
people.
fire extinguishers. Anyway, by the time the fire department got
So
there,
funny.
well, you couldn't see any more flames, right? And I'm staring at this pole, you know, like a telephone pole kind of thing, except nothing's attached to it. And it's down by the drive. And I'm staring at this pole and I'm staring at it. And I kept saying, I think the pole is burning. And everybody kept ignoring me. And I kept saying, I think the pole is burning. And they're like, no, no, no. The fire department said everything's fine. And I'm like, but I see smoke. And everybody's like, no, no, you just see the dirt from the road because of the cars. And I was like, okay. So a couple hours later, I'm fixing to go home. And I'm like, I really think the pole is burning. And they kept telling me that I was crazy. So I just went home like normal. Guess what thing burned all night long and ended up on the ground the next morning? So my paranoid self, if somebody told me that it was burning, I would be sitting there with the lawn chair going, where's the smoke?
Don't say the poles. Was it the poles?
It was the pole, the whole pole. It burned itself through, all the way through, all night long, and then it just fell over.
Well,
but nobody believed me that the damn thing was burning. Okay.
Wow. Well, next time a pole burns, and they'll believe you next time you report a pole burning.
You just brought back into mind, Pixie, when we were probably, I'm going to say 13 or so. And one of my mates lived close to the beach. So we were having a fire one night. And I don't know where he got it. I think his mum shopped somewhere that like everything was oversized. But he had this tin of baked beans that I imagine was like for an army unit or bloody Boy Scouts or something. Massive, massive big tin. And of course, what do you do with a tin of baked beans when you're 13? You've got a fire. You think, fuck, if a small can blows up this much, how big is this thing gonna blow? So we chuck it on the fire and we're waiting, and it seems like an hour passes. To the point where we're sort of sick of hiding and we sort of start slowly coming out from our hiding spots. And of course, as we're approaching the fire, it finally explodes and throws some, flaming bits of wood and some char and stuff everywhere. But we're all good, and we all start laughing at the sound rolling through the sky like thunder. You could hear it moving off into the distance. It was massive. And as we're all laughing, looking at each other, feeling all proud with ourselves, all of a sudden, I see one of my mates like, ow, ow. And I'm thinking, what's happening? And all of a sudden, I start feeling these stings all over me. And we hadn't thought about it, but we were being rained on by scalding hot baked beans. And yeah, we all got little baked bean welts on us because they were like scalding.
That's funny. But when I said earlier, apparently that's me if you have a good memory, because we did that little experiment where they were like, picture an elephant, picture this. And for some reason, I was always the odd one out.
And do you know why I think, and this is just a guess, I'm going to say an educated guess, because I used to be that person, and it's overthinking. So
I picked the first picture. They said, think of this and focus on the first picture that pops in your head. And I said, okay. So they said the word. The picture popped in my head, and I said, all right, that's the picture I'm sticking with. And then they said, everybody see a profile? And I'm like, no, I did not see a profile.
Well, not only did we all see a profile, but we all saw the same profile
Right, I did not. It was facing me.
facing left.
But we did this with other things, and I wasn't overthinking. They said first thing that comes to your mind, and I did. I grabbed the first thing that came to my mind. It just happened to be different every time, and that's weird, which is why I made the joke.
And does it just appear in your head, or do you like access something?
No, he said elephant, image appeared. I was like, ooh. Now I can, and I stopped there because he said first image, so I stopped there. If I don't stop it, I can like start flipping through images in my head. But they said first image, so first image came, and I held first image.
You do have an interesting way of thinking, and like with the different voices and stuff. That may give you a perspective that other people don't have. You know what I mean? Helps you think outside the box.
There's lots of personalities in my head. It's a bit like a focus group.
Do you remember Herman's Head TV show?
Yes.
When I saw that, I was still in middle school, but I remember after watching that, I would like walk around and try to pretend that I had people. Like I tried to imagine what they would look like, and I remember walking around school like concentrating on like it'd be like a little mental project for me. It didn't last too long. Like the show didn't last too long either.
I don't know what that is. I don't know what you're talking about. Is it what I say is in my head?
Yeah, it like there was actual characters.
Like in my head.
The show about some boring guy working in an office, and then the gimmick was it would flash to, and there was these 5 characters. One was his like manly side, one was his feminine side.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I have a very, very active, very lively and noisy inner dialogue, and there are different characters and different voices. Some of them I don't know what they look like. Some of them I do. Some of them are more active than others. Some I may have only heard once. I don't know. But I have a very, very lively inner dialogue. It's very theatrical, like focus groups, many personalities. I argue with myself, and I moderate for the arguing with myself a lot.
So if in the movie like Dreamcatcher or the book Dreamcatcher, you know, where it's like the inner warehouse, you have like an inner kind of
world?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Very lively inner dialogue. It's interesting.
I used to basically write sci-fi novels in my head growing up, like from when I was like, I remember every single place I went to, every single situation I was in, I would imagine like, if this was like 500 years in the future, what would this look like? And I would just kind of, I didn't like act it out like crazy person. I thought about like, I remember thinking like, is this normal for me to be doing this? You know, because and I like look at the adults, be like, they don't know that I'm thinking that I'm really in a spaceship right now. I'm just having just wacky thoughts about it.
Speaking of being in a spaceship, smoke 'em if you got 'em.
If you don't like my fire, then don't come around. 'Cause I'm gonna burn one down. 'Cause I'm gonna burn one.
Many thanks to Gio for that wonderful piece of artwork.
Is that him singing?
I just hope Brojo doesn't feel like I'm trying to steal his thunder.
Oh, you can't. You didn't steal his song. No offense, yours is good too. It's just that beat.
Yeah. I didn't want to try and compete. You know what I mean? I wanted to just go my own chilled out, stoned Aussie kind of way.
I like it.
Did you see my reggae song?
Which one?
Not the Calypso one. The I don't know if you ever heard of Chris Murray. It was a cover of his song that I did.
Oh, you covered one.
Yeah, it's more of a ska song, but it's a very very positive ska music.
How long ago did you upload it?
It was about a month ago.
I've probably heard it then. Yeah,
you've seen it. Yeah, it's the only way, because there's one specifically where like the cover is like reggae, good-looking guys. So yeah, and it's where I use a banjo in it too.
And what's the channel name again? I ask you this every time.
The same thing as my name.
Kelvy Quayo. However you say it. Did I say it right?
Yeah, I like the way Australian people say it.
Kelvy Quayo. Yeah, and actually, you are one of the rare people whose name wouldn't change in Australia.
You can't even say my name without making ungodly faces, according to you. So.
Oh, yeah. Pixie's name is unpronounceable in Australian.
My name's like kind of based on the Finnish language.
Which is hilarious because it's actually a rather simple name. I'm just saying.
Ooh. Ignatius Theophorus, Epistles to the Seven Churches.
Oh yeah, tonight at 8:00. It's my most. I'm like the Quentin Tarantino of Christian audiobooks.
Really?
No, but this did take forever to make because I had to. At one point, I could have just made it like a flat image while I was talking, but instead I decided to like make interactive pictures while I was. So instead, it took like an extra week.
A few on Irenaeus.
I put the link to the music portion. I don't know if you see that. I don't know if I'm on the same channel as you right now on the background.
Hang on, I'll share my thing so you know what I'm looking at.
Yeah, go to playlist and then music over the top there. I know this should be music. Just music. Man, the way YouTube has this set up is really shitty.
Oh yeah, I'm not a fan. Hey, this one?
No, that one's awesome too. Oh. That's the Calypso one. No, the other one is the one I was thinking of. It looks like Bud. Hey, Figuan.
This one?
Yeah.
We are shades of the same color. We are shades of the same color. We are shades of the same color. We are shades. So many people in these days only see things one way. Right and wrong, night and
This is Kelvy, Dave.
day.
Okay.
Never
Yes,
mind the gray. We are shades of the same color. We are shades of the same color. We are shades of the same color. Same color. We are shades. It's too simple, some have said, but here we are in this place. One people, one desire of the truth. I never tire. We are shades of the same color. We are shades of the same color. Yeah, we are shades of the same color. We are shades. Put love in your heart. Open up your mind. And open up your mind. And I know you will find. I know you will find. Yeah, we are shades of the same color. We are shades of the same color. We are shades of the same color. We are shades. We are shades of the same color. We are shades of the same color.
I'm literally beating on the guitar for percussion there. And I'm
That was
using
very
an
cool.
acoustic for bass.
And Elsie digs it. Whoops.
I'll say,
Bon likes it. I'm impressed.
yeah, that was good.
Thanks, appreciate it. Figured it'd be for your 420 thing there.
Yeah. That's really my vibe, man. We're all shades of the same color. I love it.
Hey, Wild.
Hello, Pixie. Yeah. Your avatar's not showing. I didn't notice, Pixie. And hello, Geosam and Kelvin and Paul Gamish. You rock. And Batman. Hello. You rock.
Yeah.
What's
Pixie,
up?
you haven't had an avatar for a while. It's Paul.
I mean, I could leave and come back, but if it's not there, I'm not gonna care.
If you're
Live from the
streaming it
shed.
in StreamYard, if you just change it to another one and change it back, because it.
Yeah, I'm on mobile. It's not gonna help. I've never been on my desktop, not once.
And I'm in the middle of the street on the main road, so if I mute constantly, you know,
Where are you, Dave?
I'm on Bolton Road in Atherton. Yeah, it's like the main road through. You know, Atherton and Bolton.
Yeah.
It's like the main road through. So yeah. I'm
Traffic.
just outside my mum's house. Yeah.
All right.
Like stealing her internet while mine is being set up.
And we won't carry on because I know you don't like it, but I do just want to say, because I haven't spoke to you since you got out, you're looking great, man.
Cheers. And
Looking
cheers,
real
Sammy.
healthy. You're sounding healthy.
Thank you. I
Fucking
appreciate
legend.
that.
Keep it up.
And you are amazing as well. Thank you very much for letting me on. And I have got a haircut today. I'll have to take my headphones off to show you. But if you can see that.
Oh, what?
I can see that cross inside of my head.
What are you doing?
At least it wasn't a tattoo on your forehead.
Yeah,
I got that
at least
today.
hair grows back.
Yeah.
Next time, do an upside down one, Wild.
You rock, Sammy. Thank you very much for letting me on. Cheers.
Have you turned to religion now then, Dave? Because I know you were sort of...
No, it's to annoy praise, basically. I'm still an atheist, yeah, but it's just to annoy Christians.
Every time people fall for it. I don't know. Was it you, Bond, in the chat was telling us that Wild Heart's a theist now.
Yeah. And Bond has recently deconverted, I believe.
Yeah,
I'm still
and
waiting.
William
Yeah.
Freeman and Bond.
Yeah. I have a lot to get caught up on. Yeah. I don't really
Oh my
know
gosh,
what's-
I forgot you missed that too. You've
Oh.
missed a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm a right wing gun nut. Hey, did you know?
Oh well, he knows about that.
Yeah, I know about that. Yeah, that's obvious. Yeah, that's been obvious from the
We
start.
all saw that coming, didn't we? Bond did see it.
I'm still waiting to get canceled. Yeah, bring it on.
That's what I say.
There are left-wing gun nuts, you know.
All right, you
He said he's
yeah, I'm very good friends with one.
He said
John
he's going to
Hudson.
shave a cross in his head on his head to confuse people.
He
Wow.
He's as far left as Will Freeman is right.
Oh yes, Sammy, tell me about. I believe you and Will Freeman have got married.
I've
Is that
married several men, actually.
Yeah.
All straight men, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that an official ceremony?
Power of Sammy. I can even turn a straight man gay. Yeah, Will, Hillary's, all the right-wing nutbags.
Yeah, they've all married you. That's
Yeah.
impressive. Yeah. Well done on
Thank
that.
you.
Yeah. Yeah. Halsey! Hello.
Hey, don't forget me. I know I'm just the token female wife, but I'm still in.
Yeah, she still counts, even though she just makes the sound.
Beck. I love Beck so much. Yeah, Sammy, and I'm a cis-het bigot. No, I swear I'm right-wing. If you ask the right people. But I
refuse to join the union still.
And if you must know the truth, though, Dave, I haven't shifted any positions.
No.
People just think I have because I told people they were being silly when they were carrying on about Will Freeman's raccoon avatar.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah, I'm with you on that. It's
Sammy's
ridiculous.
with me. We're all the isms now.
Yeah, it's...
We're all the isms.
Yeah.
Like 10 years, no one said a word to him about it.
Yeah.
You know?
And
now all of a sudden it's like he's racist, I'm racist, Pixie's racist.
Yeah, it could only happen in America. Like two words, coon and raccoon, they're two different words. Just because one word encapsulates, contains the other word, it doesn't make you racist. It takes a certain amount of stupidity to equate the two. Do you know what I mean?
I'm kind of amazed to witness this sociological phenomenon right before my very eyes. I usually see it from a far hand and just offhandedly, but here I was witnessing it firsthand. It was kind of fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've never been like personally involved either. I've always just been a observer from the sidelines.
Happy things. There's also the cult of Cerberus, which is another union I refuse to join, which actually makes me Serb's favorite. So ha to all of you.
So if you're wondering, Dave, which you haven't been, why that's my 3 devil kangaroos.
Oh, it's very Cerberus. Yeah.
Yeah, but Aussie.
And I'm the free radical, so I'm his favorite because I refuse to join their unions.
And then Serb's favorite is this one.
Oh, that's better. I would go with that one if I had the choice. Yeah. The kangaroo Cerberus. Yeah. Cerberus down under.
So
that is brilliant. Yeah, I'd go with
because people said that Will is the cult. Oh, it was Knock. Knock said Will's a cult leader, We're
And he's
we're all in,
radicalizing us.
we're in the cult of Will, and he's radicalizing the moderates like me and Pixie.
Yeah, it's all bullshit, isn't it?
I can see
Yeah,
that on a
I haven't changed a single position, so if their goal was to radicalize me, they're doing a shit job of it.
Yeah.
But that's another reason I took the name Nerdy gave me, which Nerdy said Pixie's a free radical, and I took that one and ran.
Yeah, you can't really radicalize someone if they don't. Sorry, Sam.
No, you're right.
Yeah, you can't really radicalize someone if you don't change their position on anything. That's not radicalization.
That's my point. It's because I don't. Apparently, all they need to do to radicalize me is that I don't hate them, and I don't think they're terrible people. And bam, I am radicalized.
And you know what it shows to me blatantly is the tribalism that exists. People can't understand how someone pretty far on the left can be friends with someone pretty far on the right. Like, and they can both see each other as a decent human being, even if, you know, their political views completely unaligned. Like, it doesn't mean I have to hate someone, you know.
You don't have to hate them, but do you always feel as comfortable as you would like to when you disagree with them?
Yep.
Do you ever hesitate because you don't want to
Nope.
disagree?
I do.
Yeah.
I will say this. I will choose my battles more carefully, right? Like if I don't want to have an argument about it, I'll be like, okay, maybe we discuss that later in a different way, right? But I'm never gonna be like, no, absolutely not. A, because I don't want them to feel like they can't disagree with me, and B, because if we have that level of trust, we have that level of trust. And if I don't trust you, then I mean, we haven't even got to that point anyway.
Whereas I have that, what you said, Space, like I have that reservation, but then I make myself do it.
Mm-hmm. You make yourself go ahead and say whatever you're going to say.
Exactly.
Look, I like somebody that I disagree with. If they can't like me because we disagree, then I'm just wasting my energy. I'd rather get that over the way. Why, like, stuff that down for forever? I just can't.
mean, I know I disagree with some people on some things, but I know their position. I know my position, and I just choose not to talk about it with them. That specific thing.
Yeah,
There's no reason for it.
Gonna cause grief. Whereas I kind of like to force humans, including myself, into what makes them uncomfortable. What we try and avoid thinking about. So.
Oh, you can't do that.
Well, it depends. It depends. Like if.
Because I don't believe there should be such a thing as taboo.
I mean, it's not about.
It's not. I get what she's saying. It's not about comfort zones, right? Because like, if it was about comfort zones, the only topics that would be off limit for me are topics in which that discuss me in a serious manner, like my past or something, right? Like those are the only topics that would be off limit. For me, it's not like a comfort zone thing, like even about the topic itself. It's just that, like, I know where I stand, I know where they stand, and they know the same. They know that I don't agree. They know where I stand too, right? So there's just no point in going around that merry-go-round again because neither of us are going to change. So just leave it.
I'll give you the most raw, blunt example I can think of what I mean. The fact that we all have to sit and excrete waste from our assholes. Something we avoid talking about, acknowledging. Like we like to almost pretend humans don't shit, for example.
Well, it's not that. It's that I don't
need to be talked about.
Sometimes it depends.
Well, no, it's not that
Like,
it makes me uncomfortable to talk about it. if you're having an issue with your bowel movements, by all means, bring it up, right? But outside of having an issue with your bowel movements, there's just no point in it. It's something we all do. Yep, it's a fact of life. I don't see the conversational value in it.
But when you say words, you're basically implanting image or a thought inside somebody else's mind. So if you say shit in a certain context, you are basically invading somebody's head with the image of whatever you're talking about. So it depends on who you are. If you're a more visual person, maybe you're not a visual person, but if somebody starts saying, "Man, this guy started talking about this," and he starts describing what that guy was talking about, I'm like, dude, now you're talking about it. Now you're doing the same thing. But it depends on the context.
But with with like bowel cancer in the UK, I know on ITV, Paul will know what I'm talking about. They have a campaign trying to talk about bowel cancer, so shitting is quite important. Yeah, we should be talking about it more.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you're having issues or you're promoting like awareness of something, fine. But just like in a day-to-day interactions and conversations, I just don't think it holds value to discuss it.
Yeah, over lunch, probably not the best time. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I could
I'm not
see-
saying you should just bring up random taboo topics out of nowhere, but I'm saying topics that are avoided. If people try and avoid a topic, I will often try and take it there.
And see, that I do have a slight issue with, because sometimes it's not that I'm avoiding the topic in general, it's that I'm avoiding the topic with a particular person. And it's because of that merry-go-round thing. If I don't think that I can make any progress in a conversation, I'm not going to have it, right? And so pushing me is only going to anger me at that instance, because I have decided that this is not going to be productive. And in every single case I've decided that, I have been absolutely correct. So it's not the subject matter I'm backing away from, it's that subject matter with a particular person.
Yeah, I get that. There's certain people you wouldn't want to talk about certain things with. BS has no problem talking about butts. He watches people speak through them all the time.
Butt tubes. Yeah, it's just one long continuous tube between our mouths and our buttholes. It's kind of a strange thought, but it's true. Got lots of stuff along the way, but it's still one big long tube.
a very long tube as well. Didn't they work it out? The butt
2
tube,
miles, isn't it?
the small intestine. Yeah, it's a real long distance if you stretch it out. Yeah.
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 I believe that technically,
Should we trust science? I mean, they could have fudged those results for their own selfish, motives.
I love that you chose the word fudge when talking about intestine.
Trust them on what exactly?
The measurement of the small intestines. I mean, they could have some ulterior motives to fake those results.
Yeah, but anybody who's had anything to do with animals will.
I was going to say,
will be able to. They might not know the length of the humans, but they can work out roughly that. Yeah, they're probably in roughly the right ballpark figure.
Was it like the Flintstones? There's really a little animal in everybody that does something with the food.
Oh, yeah, I do remember
I was mostly joking, like that's such inert information. Like, why would anybody fake such non-controversial information?
Yeah.
Urine was used for a lot of things throughout history. The fact that there's still religions now that wash in the piss of cows.
Yeah, if somebody's last name is Fuller, chances are their ancestors spent a lot of time standing around in piss.
So when they introduced feces into their mouths, did that make their immune systems have like a big response to that, or like what do you think happened if
You
they
know,
were
they would
really?
take dry feces and they would dry it out to the point like a lot of people like build houses out of it. Like they would use it as bricks
Okay.
as well. So it was almost
I've
like
seen I've seen that like in documentaries.
Canadian apparently
They mix
lived
it with mud and straw and like make bricks out of it, right?
probably like powder, like like cricket powder they make now, like basically just kind of mix it with stuff. I think is the way they would have served it. But
So they didn't like eating your own feces wouldn't do you any harm because it's already been through your body.
Yes, it would.
Your own stuff.
There's bacteria in it that
toxic, right?
you don't want
In a
to
way.
introduce back into your body. Yeah.
Waste products being eliminated. Like I don't know what. So when you ingest something, your body selectively, or does it selectively take things out, or?
Here's the thing, it can't be wholly toxic. I'm going to agree with Wild here. It can't be wholly toxic, because if it was a wholly toxic thing to your body, fecal transplants would not be a medical procedure.
Yeah.
Well, but that's loaded into the
it's
intestines
the
directly,
amount
isn't it?
you're talking about.
Yeah, but they've done it in like oral form before.
Yeah, but
there's a reason why your body is getting rid of it, though, isn't there?
I mean, you can't just take the raw stuff, but yeah, you can. There is a way to ingest it. Yeah.
I would understand other people's feces might be harmful to you, but your own feces, if you ate that, it's already been through your body once.
No, it depends.
Field tests.
You know,
It depends. It would also depend on how healthy you were to begin with, right? Because part of the problem, part of the reason for the transplant is that you don't have a healthy bacteria system, and somebody else does.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing with those transplants is they're putting it straight where it needs.
Those are the transplants, but before the transplants, as I said, you couldn't take the raw stuff, but they did make pills, like an oral intake thing.
Yeah,
so there is a way to process it, but you would still have to process it. Yeah,
but the pill was designed, it didn't break up inside your stomach.
It's in a capsule until
it took a long enough time to dissolve that it broke loose in your intestines.
It says here, right, that poo itself is minimally toxic. It's slightly toxic. However, poop naturally contains the bacteria commonly found in the intestines. And while they don't harm you in your intestines, they're not meant through your mouth.
Yeah.
Your mouth has vulnerabilities.
Well, think about it. E. coli.
Gross.
You have E. coli in your shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
And you've got lots of little nicks and things in your mouth that you're not aware of just from eating, brushing your teeth. You might have poked your gums or something. You've got little inways into your blood system all over the place.
Okay, I was fine with the capsules, but I'm gonna be back in a minute, guys.
Poop Talk 101.
Can you just nominate Nerdy Rodent poo transplants following? Can nominate that as? Yeah.
That's nice.
Isn't that funny? Pixie was okay with the idea of swallowing poo in pill form. So
because the poo wasn't in my mouth, she said crevices, and I was imagining like this Play-Doh effect, and it got really gross.
Oh God! At least the transplant, they're just putting it straight in there. You don't have to.
Yeah, cut my gut open, please. Don't give me some capsule to swallow.
That's gonna get stuck in my neck and burst open in.
Dear God, if I have to swallow it, please put it in a capsule.
Well, at that point, I'm gonna shelve the damn thing. Up the backside.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, suppository capsules.
But doesn't have to be a little higher in the intestines.
Yeah, you put the shit back into the arsehole, like suppositories. Like then it's not going
No,
through your
no.
mouth.
See,
And
now we're back to the Play-Doh.
No, will that not work?
It won't go up the
Oh,
intestine
no.
column, I guess.
This does not give good visuals, I gotta say.
This is why it's good to talk about the taboo, because then you
You throw
desensitize.
up more?
No.
Yeah. Talking about shit makes you shit more.
I said it made me throw up, but thank you.
Oh right, sorry. Yeah. Either way, it's all coming out, isn't it?
That's like
Something
there's
like
so many words for a penis, and there's not a lot of words for a vagina. It's I was told by women that
Vagina.
because they're made to feel ashamed. They're made to feel ashamed of their lady parts. That's why
They
it's always,
are.
that's why it's always like down there. You're just like referred to the area.
Well, no.
Because you don't want to. I guess you don't want little girls to be like, yeah, like here, you know, like I mean, I understand why that's exists, but I also understand the notion of you don't want to make people feel ashamed of themselves.
Well, I took the opposite approach, and surprisingly, there's very little difference. I did not want my child to feel ashamed of anything. She knew all the proper name for her anatomy from a very young age. The vulva, the vagina, she knows what all of it is. And she will call it what it is, and I've never had a problem with that, except when she was little. She would say vagina, but that's beside the point. But, like, I decided that I was going to do that, but A, because of the shame factor, but B, because all the women I've ever known have done one of two things. Either it was extremely shameful, and it was, like, down there, or your no-no region, or something like that, or it was something really cutesy, which I found even more weird. Like one lady, her little girl calls it a cookie, which was really weird to me. What happens when she comes home and says the boy tried to steal her cookie at lunch? You know, like you can't be doing that shit. So I don't know. I just like right. So I just went with the proper anatomy and left it at that, and she's fine with it. I don't know. There's no shame, but there's also like no flaunting either. She has what she has.
Can you just say 2 words? Twinkle Cave. I think that solves everything. Twinkle Cave. Yeah.
Twinkle Cave.
Twinkle Cave.
It's between that and Johnster's Moisty. The Moisty.
Yeah. Oh,
Twinkle Cave and
yeah.
the Moisty.
Yeah.
I just.
Well, there you go, Kelvy. There's just a few I thought of off the top of my head for years here in Australia. Pussy, minge, vag, twat, map of Tasmania, mutt, fanny.
Yeah.
Fanny, that was just supposed to be.
Yeah, you weirdos went and made it the asshole somehow. You and your obsessions with assholes.
Why would you clip me saying vagina?
Fanny's not a butthole, it's the entire butt. It's not just the butthole.
You see, you want us to talk about these things, but now Lewis says he clipped me saying vagina. Not that that's bad, but like, why is it?
How will it be used?
You're a vagina.
Is related to vagina. Vanilla, vagina.
Sorry, Fanny in the UK means vagina. The Americans have changed it to but Fanny in the UK means vagina. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they changed
Yeah,
it,
but
right?
Fanny in the US always meant like just, everything the
Just your
cheeks,
butt.
the cheek
Yeah.
of the butt, everything, not the butthole.
Yeah. You
I
have a fanny
know
pack.
it's the whole thing.
Yeah, fanny pack.
Yeah.
Well, people say fanny pack all the time.
Yeah, it's a bum bag.
Bum bag. Exactly. Yeah.
Fanny pack.
The fanny pack. Yeah.
It's so gay.
Change the yeah. Front to back.
Have you seen my fanny pack?
It's okay. Hey, Wild didn't know what a comforter was.
Yeah.
What do they call it? A duvet over there, right?
Duvet.
Yeah, a duvet.
Oh, blanket. Yeah.
If we're going into the silly names for vaginas, I've got plenty of those.
Go on, Simon. Yeah.
My favorite that I came up with myself, and I'm sure other people have said it, but I was so impressed, was cock wallet.
Oh, that's genius. I like that.
Really? Whenever, okay, I had a particular my cousin gets really uncomfortable talking about stuff like that, and she says the sword and the sheath.
All right, I didn't start this,
That's
so
good.
I'm gonna go visit my mom now. So y'all have a great day.
Goodbye.
Later, Jay.
Thanks for coming, Kelvy.
Stay safe. Take care.
I think
See you, mate.
Wildheart called it a twinkle cave for a minute.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, Twinkle Cave. It's genius because it does.
Is it visually twinkling or is there a twinkling feeling going on?
It depends how much glitter you add. Do you know what I mean? You got to do it beforehand.
Wow.
Get all.
There's literal glitter involved.
Yeah.
Pictured,
Actually,
I didn't know that part.
Yeah.
Pearl Jam when you say twinkle. The twinkling of the Pearl Jam.
Pearl Jam would be a nice name for a vagina as well. Wouldn't it?
I don't know about
You're basically calling it
Did
an
you not
oyster.
know
anyway.
Pearl
Yeah.
Jam is the is a name used for sperm?
I don't know
It's a
if I
Pearl
say
Jam.
impressed or amused. I was highly amused, Rhoda.
Yeah, but Pearl Jam, because you've got the oyster, the clitoris, and then you've got the jam.
I mean, yeah, the
Jazzle.
oyster is not a new
Pearl
comparison.
Jam. Is that where it comes from? No.
I have a Vajazzle story. It's not my story, but I have a
Vajazzle.
Vajazzle story, and it's hilarious. So, this lady, and the fact that he said Vajazzle reminded me of it because throughout the story she called it her VJJ. But anyway, she was a mom of multiple kids, and she had an OBGYN appointment, and she woke up a little late, and she did not have time to hit the showers. She was like, no big deal. Just go in the bathroom, grab a washcloth, clean up real quick. We'll get this done. Take my shower when I get home. So that's what she does. She gets the kids to the bus stop. She goes to her OBGYN appointment. She's laying there. She's going through her appointment. And the doctor goes, oh, we went all out today, huh? And she thought, she just kind of giggled. She's like, I didn't know what to think of it. Maybe I just didn't do a good job cleaning up. I don't know. You know, I was kind of like embarrassed. She's like, I went home, went through my day, wasn't thinking about much. And her daughter only does half a day of school. So it's not like she waited all day to go to the bathroom or something. Her daughter just happened to get home before she needed to go. And her daughter's running around the house and she's like, Mom, what happened to my glitter? And she's like, what glitter? And she's like, the tiny little glitter I put in the rag in the bathroom. So then she thinks back to the appointment and the words, wow, you went all out today, hit her a little differently. And she never went back to that OBGYN.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's a somewhat famous story.
A very sparkly vagina.
Yeah, she had a sparkly vagina. She thought maybe I didn't clean up so well, but looking back, you know, and then she went to the restroom and checked it out. And yeah, she had a very sparkly vagina. So the word you went all out today had a whole new meaning, and she never went back.
It's 7 o'clock.
That stuff takes a while to go away, too.
Yes.
Oh, and it gets everywhere.
A movement.
It's like the herpes of the craft world, glitter is.
We all want equality. Well, I'm going to bring out the Vapezzle. Vajazzling for the penis. So what is it? Like sticking little gemstones and stuff on your veg?
Yeah, it's like decorating it with little stick-on gems and crystals
Hey,
and stuff like that. It's like, you know, just for the night. You wear it under your cute like sheer underwear, like some like tiny little skirt.
I imagine you would like, you know, think, oh, that looks nice, and you probably go down there a little bit, and you go to have intercourse, and on the first stroke, it just like shreds you from all the gemstones. So then
All
you're
the
just
cut
sitting there
crystals are
awkwardly, like plucking them off, so
bleeding a little bit. scraped raw. Killed the mood, but
Well, maybe there should be a warning label.
Remove before intercourse.
there we go. A big pull tab type thing on it too.
Yeah, because you ever wonder how some items have warnings on them, and you're like, how did that get? Because some stupid ass did the fucking thing that is telling you not to do.
Yeah.
Apparently, that's who the rules were for. That person.
I've had the thought many a time we should remove warnings, remove warning signs and warning labels, and just let nature sort itself out. If you don't realize that it's probably not a good idea to touch that big giant electric generator thing, then what are you really adding to society at that point?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. If you need a sign to warn you, then just let them go in.
Yeah. Signs for the sake of signs. Caution, the edges of this sign are sharp.
Hey guys, do any of you guys know about the honey industry? Because I've read recently, apparently there's a lot of fake honey that's being sold. Like, is there like any certification seals or anything like that that shows what's real honey from fake honey?
Well, you know who's a good person to ask? Doubting Thomas, because his wife is in the industry. So is Math Pig. Math Pig is in the industry, but he's in Ireland.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Here's a question for you then, Batman. If you need some specific or fancy way to be able to tell the difference, then at that point, what's it matter?
Well, it matters in terms of the other healthy properties that actual honey offers versus the fake honey that it's basically just fucking syrup, like another sweetener type thing.
There's a little guide on how to tell if your honey is legit or not. I just put the link in the thingy.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
I didn't even know there was such a
I
thing
would
as
have thought
fake.
in most Western countries, if somebody was selling honey and it wasn't actually real honey, they'd have to put on the labelling to state what it was.
Yeah, you're right.
I think that's pretty important because if you have a sickness or something that honey could fix or help with, and you go out to buy honey, but it turns out that, it's not having any effect, right now you're thinking honey is not helping, when in reality you're using fake honey. So.
I even use honey myself when I have a sore throat and stuff.
Yeah.
Has there actually been any scientific testing done to prove the benefits of honey, or is it?
Yeah.
Just one of
There are
them.
plenty of papers out there.
There is?
Yeah, it can aid in wound healing and
See, I know about
there's
that.
a lot of different applications.
That side of it, because it doesn't allow. It's anaerobic, as in there's no oxygen in it, and so it's like a preservative of sorts.
Yeah, it technically seals the wound, doesn't it? It doesn't let any.
But I'm wondering about.
It has a lot of
like antibacterial, right? And
yeah.
Antifungal, I think even. So does coconut oil. It's kind of similar, as far as the utility of it to coconut oil. But I think it has more. Of course, it has more nutrients and different array of nutrients. In honey.
Yeah.
Antibiotics including tylosin,
And if I try to say that shit, I'm gonna bite my tongue, Bree.
I don't know how real they were, but I've seen videos of people making lettuces.
What kind of lettuces?
So they pour some liquid into, I think, boiling water, and it hardens and sort of goes whitish green, and they just scoop it out, and it looks like a lettuce leaf. And
oh yeah, I've seen that.
You just make
What
a
is
whole
it
bunch
made
of
of?
leaves and fold them into a lettuce, and then like they chop it up, and it just looks like normal lettuce, acts like normal lettuce, but
That sounds so bizarre. Like, what is the stuff?
Probably plastic.
yeah, that's what it
Here,
looked like.
eat some plastic.
But I'm gonna see if I can
I
find it.
remember the whole thing about like plastic rice and stuff like that. I don't know.
It would have been a hoax, I'm sure.
Probably both of them are hoax. You never know it nowadays.
How the Chinese make artificial cabbage. Maybe it isn't fake.
Maybe it's edible, but it's not actually cabbage.
Yeah.
It's just some like cellulose matrix. It doesn't kill you.
Not right away.
Friends, என்னுடைய பணிவான வணக்கங்கள். உலகத்துல எந்த பாப்புலர்
Well, no one can speak. See, so he puts a bit of green on it. It just looks like wax, sort of.
Odd. But it's edible? Huh. What if it's some kind of like rice flour mixture or something?
It just rolls it up.
What the hell is it?
Well,
yeah, that's...
None of these videos, I'll look it up what it is. They're all just how to make it videos. Or how they make it. See how realistic it looks?
Yeah, it starts to look pretty good.
Wow.
Nice.
If texture
Basically
feels...
looks like cabbage.
I don't know how
Yeah.
you'd even know. You know?
Dude, look at the plastic rice one. How to identify plastic rice.
But what? It's just why would anyone go through all the trouble to make plastic rice?
Because they want to make money and it's probably cheaper
I've
to make.
You have to buy the
this.
stuff to make the plastic, right?
This, I think I found out this was a hoax.
The plastic rice thing?
Yeah.
Welcome to One India News YouTube channel. There are two kinds of rice available in the market these days. One is plastic and one is the original rice. Well, how to...
Think about that. One is plastic, one is the original rice.
The original rice.
Yeah. Do you honestly think that people are out there eating those amounts of plastic beads?
Maybe they mix it in with the real one? I don't know.
When, like, in most of these, like India, China, so many places, it's their staple, like 3 times a day, sort of.
identify which is the original rice from the two, let's find it out through these methods. Number 1, we've taken 2 bowls and kept both the kind of rice in each. Now we'll pour some water in both. After some time, you'll see that in one bowl the rice has settled down, and in the other bowl the rice is on the base of the water, like it's floating on the water. The bowl which has settled rice in it is the original one, and the other one which has rice floating on it is the plastic rice. Well, you don't have to use this kind of rice. Not good for health. Now take
So
two
are
bowls.
they saying just
You
those?
don't have to. You don't have to use this kind of rice. That's their conclusion for that. So, did they have any further testing other than it floats a little? What about burning it? I mean, wouldn't that tell us that it was plastic?
It looks like they're gonna do more stuff, so let's see.
It would melt, right? If you put it in a skillet or something. I don't know. Yeah, let's see more.
Some of us wouldn't
But this
mind.
seems
that.
really silly already. I don't know.
But where is this available?
The plastic rice.
Yeah.
Not sure.
And are these actually, like, they're showing you comparisons, right?
Yeah, apparently.
How do
Why
you
don't
know
they show
those-
the packages from where they got these rices?
Well, how do
That'd
you
be
know the
helpful.
comparisons are real?
Oh, you don't.
Yeah, they didn't say
And I'm
like this
pretty
is blah
sure-
blah brand, you know.
I always wash my rice, and there's always like 10 or 15 that float, and the rest sink. Just like the what?
You're
shit-
fucked.
I know, right?
It's the same if you make like beans or split peas or something. It all does
Yeah, some of them will float.
Yeah.
Both kind of rice. Now pour some water and mix it well. Now take these bowls and heat them in the microwave oven for 3 to 5 minutes. After some time, take these bowls out from the microwave oven.
I'm loving
Now
the
you will notice
phone music.
that in one bowl, the rice is all set and ready to eat. But if we see the other bowl, the rice is not ready yet, and there is still some water left in this bowl. And if you take a closer look, you will notice that there is a thin layer of something different, which is quite unusual. This is the layer of plastic. Hence, this bowl has plastic rice in it, and the other bowl has the original.
What?
This is funny.
Does she mean the scum that you get when you cook rice? Like that?
It's funny her conclusions based on like
Yeah, I
very
wouldn't take
circular.
it serious. I really wouldn't.
Sorry, Odine. I think your rice conspiracy is.
Oh, let's see the fry up. Yeah.
So maybe what she's lacking to say, because English is her second language, I can see the bits of plastic in this. I think she might be saying some rice has plastic through it.
Right, yeah.
And this is a way to check. I don't know how reliable her methods of. And fuck, you people over there probably don't have much option too.
All right, the person claims that those pieces that she circled are plastic, right?
Yeah.
Well, how do we figure that out?
She didn't go any further than
I
saying
can see it
it's
on a
plastic.
bigger screen here, and they're actually clear.
Okay. Oh, all right. Wait a minute. So you could tell the difference between
Yeah.
rice that's plastic and rice that isn't just by looking at it.
No, so it's not
Looks like they
plastic
just
rice. It's
threw
little
something in there with
pieces
it.
of plastic.
All right.
Clear.
So how do you know that they're plastic? They're actually plastic.
Well, it could be glass or
No, I'm
some
asking you,
others.
how do you know that what she said, that they are actually plastic?
How do I know that you exist, Geo?
Well, I can tell you I
I could
exist.
be a yeah.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. I'm trying to explain it. I could tell you I exist, or I could tell you I'm a piece of plastic, right?
Both as believable.
Which one are you going to believe, though?
But what if you're lying to us that you exist?
Well, you could see me, right? You could see me.
What if you're lying?
Yeah, I
what
think
if
you're
I'm
lying.
a brain in the vat and you're all
There's a lot more evidence that I am actually me and I'm not a piece of plastic, right? Would you agree?
I don't think you're a piece of plastic. I don't think
how
you
much
even exist.
evidence do you have that any of that rice is a piece of plastic?
This picture with yellow circles on it.
That's it. That's all you got.
Yeah. Well, all I've got this image of you that could be a hologram or a computer-generated image.
No, good luck figuring out if any of those pictures actually mean what she says.
I could be hallucinating.
Well, the picture is right in front of your face.
We don't
right?
take it serious, Gio. We know.
The picture's right in front of your face, right? Now,
Yes.
what would make you believe that? How come all of them are not plastic? Tell me that.
Because then you would realize it's not rice.
No. What? How do we distinguish just because they're? What if there was circles around other ones that weren't plastic?
Yeah, but
Could you
if
tell
you
the
look
difference?
at that, you can see where the other ones are. I think that's just an example. Because if we look to the
can
big
see
turtle
some.
yeah, I can see plenty.
All right. Now, if I told you they were
Look,
something other than plastic,
that one.
Yeah.
Fuck, the thing's full of it.
but what if I told you, like you said, Sammy?
It could be made up. She could have put the plastic in herself for all we
It
know.
could be glass. Are they not glass?
Could be.
Is there just as much evidence for
be
glass as
meth.
we do for plastic? Or what's the evidence for
Oh,
glass?
look, John,
What's the
we
evidence
are
for
related.
glass? What's the evidence for glass? What's the evidence for plastic? Do we have any?
No.
Okay, so she just says they're plastic, right?
Yeah, and I'm going to assume that obviously if you cooked rice and there was that much plastic in it when you was eating it, you would notice. You won't be able to. Yeah, you'd notice when you're eating the rice.
Maybe.
You'd be sick to death of pulling little hard bits out of your mouth.
No tricking Geo.
No, it's just the film is made poorly.
I know.
So sorry, I was away for a bit. So we're talking about plastic rice. Is that what's going on?
Well, that's what she called it, but I think she means plastic in the rice.
Ah, right. Yeah. It isn't the food standards agency or something.
I believe this might have been in India. I don't want to presume
right.
because she had an Indian accent.
Yeah. I'm sure there are legal limits of how much plastic you can put in food. Do you know what I mean? Before it gets too
Well,
much.
I would
I
assume
think
that
it's zero.
But there's probably a certain amount of plastic which could not, well, it wouldn't be naturally, but could end up in through the food processing system. So a certain amount probably would be allowed.
Yeah. But there would be limits, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Although, in India, maybe not.
Telling us how it really is. Yes, that was the pointless arguing segment of the stream. John ate a whole bowl of rice, stayed up for 6 days straight. Yeah, I had a mate who ate like a massive amount of rice and then couldn't shit for like 6 days straight.
But the Chinese live forever. The Chinese people live like until 120 or something. And
Yeah.
all they eat is rice. So
But
that makes
look
no
at their portion sizes.
right. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, it can't be bad for you. It's the longest living person, I think it is, in the Guinness World Records. Is like 120, and they were Chinese, and all they ate was rice. You know what I mean? It can't be that bad for you.
Yeah, but they don't
Yeah.
just eat rice. It's that
Yeah.
they eat rice with everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
And I mean, what do you think coconut rice or garlic rice is? It's that we've got nothing but rice and
Yeah.
dried up bit of garlic. Chop her up, chuck it in the rice. Oh, we got fancy garlic rice.
Yeah.
They mix shit in all the time.
Right, I'm off to make a cup of tea. Be back in a minute.
Cheers, up.
No worries.
I'm having a tea right now.
For every quarter cup of cornmeal, the FDA allows an average of 1 or 2 or more whole insects, 2 or more rodent hairs, and 50 or more insect fragments, or 1 or more fragments of rodent dung. So this is also the case in Australia. I worked at a graining factory, they call them. Essentially where trucks bring grain and they store big mountains of it underneath big tarpaulins. And the girl's job was to sample the trucks as they come in. They have this big long vacuum. They walk out on a platform and stick the vacuum down into the truck at the front, middle, and back. And they take the sample in and sift it and then count the bugs, count the dung, hairs, all that sort of shit, and then rate the quality of the grain. And depending on the rating it gets is how much the place will pay for the delivery of grain. And there's Australian standards they had to stick to, and it's surprising how many bugs they will allow.
Yeah, but it isn't that kind of unavoidable. Like it's just saying that insects and shit is going to get into everything.
It's not unavoidable, but it would jack the prices up to unfeasible.
Yeah, if you had to sift through it all and get all the crap out of it, it would make prices extortionate, kind of thing. Yeah.
But it's pretty, disturbing to think there's like one bug or one mouse head difference between it going to animal feed because it's unfit for human consumption, but one less hair in that sample, and it's our breakfast. It's kind of obvious once you know, but it's one of those things that you don't realize the sheer amount.
But isn't like could they do research on it and find that like rat dung is actually useful, or it provides some just because it's rat dung it doesn't mean that it's necessarily bad. Like you think rat dung and you think I shouldn't be eating that, but what if it provides some kind of nutritional value that we need, kind of thing? If we got rid of all rat dung out of the food chain, then we've been knackered, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
We like to associate mice and rats with disease, and throughout history they've carried diseases and stuff. But depending on where they are, and like out where I did the graining, it's not city by any stretch. It's just, miles and miles and miles of what you would call bush, but there's not even much trees, so it's more outback and grasses. The mice out there probably as natural as you're going to get, like they're not filthy city rats full of God knows what.
I bet if there's an apocalypse and food supply collapse, motherfuckers are gonna be dining on those damn
You'll
city
be
rats.
loving mouse. That'll be gourmet shit.
Unfortunately, city rats tend to not have a lot of natural predators, and so, like in New York, they grow to massive sizes, to the size of dogs. So, yeah.
And they attack humans, or like they will leap at humans
Yeah, every now and then you'll see
out of
something crazy
dumpsters.
like that.
I've seen videos of garbage collectors who they were showing you what they have to do before they get the big dumpsters out of the alleyways and stuff. They have to go up and bang on it a few times and open the lid and stand back. And there's all these massive rats come leaping out of it. And will like run at him and stuff. They really seem to be aggressive.
Yeah, I don't know. I think New York, if New York really wanted to fix this problem, there are plenty of rat natural rat exterminators that they could hire and work with to fix this problem, because they have minks and dogs, and that could, especially those minks, they can easily take out hundreds of rats.
And the problem in cities is that's when animals like that become disease carriers. Out in the forest or the bush, they don't have that issue. They're not, you could find one, eat it, and be fine. You ate a fucking city mouse or city rat? I can't imagine.
Yeah, dude, this shit is crazy.
Oh, poor nerdy. We're talking about killing rodents. Taking out hundreds of us will have absolutely no effect whatsoever. Yeah, I know. It takes one of you.
Right?
Did you guys see the mouse plague Australia has?
I know you guys have a rabbit plague.
Yeah.
And I know wild or feral cats is an issue, from what I remember.
But they all pale in comparison.
How do you have a feral cat issue, and right where you have
mouse plague?
no? Let's see.
It's raining mice in Australia, literally, and I'm not making this up or reading it out from a Murakami. Millions of mice have infested Australia. They're everywhere: houses, garages, water tanks, under the beds. Mice are also crawling into beds and biting people. Those living in Australia and Australian cities are patching up holes in their homes and sealing the doors. In the rural areas, farmers are losing their harvest. The government has declared a war on the tailed army and announced a package worth $50 million. Our next report brings you the battle plan.
Imagine this. You open a cupboard and out jump some mice. You go to your kitchen and there are mice everywhere. Sounds like a horror movie or a nightmare? Welcome to Australia. Here, it's a reality. There is mouse plague down under, and it looks something like this. Discussed it already?
Look at
Watch
it.
this.
That's a feed.
What?
Green feed.
It's raining mice, quite literally. They are inside houses, on the walls, on the roofs, inside containers. They are everywhere, dead and alive. How do you sleep in a situation like this? You don't, says Australian farmer Cody Brady.
I don't sleep because I'm paranoid. You can hear them in your walls and your roof, and just your social and emotional well-being is shot, and you're absolutely buggered.
What triggered this mice apocalypse? To answer that, we must rewind to 2020, a year most of us would rather forget. But for Australian farmers, it was a good year.
Probably should pause for a second because I don't know what this Y on.
Yeah, they have like 7 million subs. Dude, that's crazy.
Isn't it?
A year of rain. It rained more than the 2 previous years combined. The ground became fertile, and there was a bumper harvest. But no one saw the mice coming. The rain brought them by creating an ideal condition for the little rodents. Once they had a sizable army, the mice went straight for the harvest. The wheat, the barley, they infested it all. They also attacked hotels, food marts, and bakeries.
Yeah, cost Australia millions of in lost crops.
Childcare centres, and made no exception for old age homes. As early as March, photos like these made their way to the headlines. A local farmer said, at night, the ground is moving with thousands and thousands of mice.
See that white thing in the background there?
Yeah.
That's a big pile of grain. Like they're, small hill size. And then we roll these massive big tarps over. So the grain just sits out under tarps.
That's what I was going to say. There's clearly a massive food supply if there's that many.
Yeah.
Mice just running around. That was just a warm-up for a cross-country race. 2 months on, the mice army has breached borders. It has infested an area stretching over 1,000 kilometers. From Adelaide to Brisbane, via Melbourne and Sydney. The mice are chewing crops, electrical wires, machines, even biting patients in hospitals. And then there is the smell.
The smell is rotten. Like, the live smell of a mice is, terrible, but the dead smell's, 10 times worse.
So what is Australia doing about the tailed army? It has declared a war. Houses have been fortified. There are strategies in place and traps are being laid. Australian authorities have announced a mouse plague package worth $50 million. The money will be used to bait and poison the mice army. People living in cities have been told to use steel wool to patch up holes in their homes. Also seal their doors.
So my house is absolutely sealed, like a submarine. Like, I've got rubber around my doorways and underneath. I've got about 15 bait stations, and I spend at least an hour every morning, every night.
The unfortunate thing is it was so desperate they didn't care about being ecological. It's just like, let's just poison these fuckers however we have to. But then scavengers eat the poisoned mice.
That's crazy.
So then the native wildlife's ravaged, as if they weren't already because of the mouse plague and the cane toad plague and the rabbit plague and the wild cat plague and the wild dog plague.
My God.
You know how many more animals we can introduce?
The wild
But you know what? It's funny because introducing them is one thing, but it's like there's no control whenever they're introduced. Like it's different. Like for example, there's a YouTuber called the Mink Man, and he uses minks to hunt down mouses, right? Like his minks can slaughter thousands easily, right, in just one go. And like he's trained them forever just to do that. You know,
Yeah.
so it's like if he shows up at your place, you know, at your farm to get rid of your mouse, he's not letting the minks go, you know, after he's done to run amok. Like
Yeah.
you know, he's a professional. You know, the mink is always going to come back to him. It follows his instructions, stuff like that, which is pretty cool if you ask me.
Yeah.
So I think you guys definitely need some of that if you have, you know, more of that if you have it already, or at least, you know, hire guys like him to train more people to basically raise minks to murder mice or even
Um,
dogs.
do you know, I haven't heard anything about it for like 12 months or more. I'm wondering if the change of the season helped it. Because that's summer, and that's like, you know, all the crops that we had bumper crops because we'd had 2 years of rain. Well, no, a third year of rain when it happened. And that was through summer. And yeah, mice numbers die right down during winter. So I wonder if we just
Well,
had to sort of wait
I don't
it
know if
out.
it's a situation where they die right down. Maybe they're just really hiding or doing a form of hibernation. So they're not
Yeah.
like running around because it's too cold outside, right? Um, so maybe for all you know, they're freaking breeding up even more. Shit.
Let's see. This was December 21. So reports of mice infestations across Southeast Australia, 11th of April 23. Is it still happening? Yep, 2 years after the devastating plague. There's been a spike in the numbers of farmers reporting mice infestations. It looks like.
Dude. Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're going anywhere anytime
No,
soon.
well, did you see on that map? It was the entire eastern half of the country.
I'm pretty sure it's going to find a way to spread to the other half.
Oh, absolutely. Wow.
I will be right back.
There's a lot of creepy crawlies. Yeah. There was stories of families like huddled under blankets and like trying to tuck the blankets in around underneath themselves because the mice would just run over them all night. Oh. Be fucking traumatic. Most people can't stand the sight of a mouse.
I don't personally mind mice. Rats I wouldn't ever pleased with many of them about, but mice, they don't tend to bother me. But on that scale, yeah, that's going to be horrendous.
Well, we had something when I was in the service. There was this one period where a whole platoon was wiped out by mosquitoes.
Oh, yeah.
And there's just a swarm of mosquitoes. It just came and like bit everybody up so bad that they had to send everybody to the infirmary. And why it's just stopped a whole platoon in their tracks. Mosquitoes.
Yeah, we had a similar thing. We was on exercise up near Scotland, killed a forest, and it was at middle of summer, and it was when I was doing my signals bit. So we had the Land Rover, and then the antenna the coax wire came out to an antenna, and it was that bad that it was red hot. We actually closed the Land Rover door and sat inside the Land Rover, basically sweltering like hell. And anyway, we were packing up, so basically it was time to go outside and start dismantling the antenna. And I got to the antenna, and I had to run back to the Land Rover, get as many of them off me as I could, because your skin was just absolutely crawling in them. And I actually put on full NBC suit plus respirator, rubber gloves to go outside to dismantle the antenna, because you just couldn't do it any other way. You just couldn't physically get out there to do it. It was I've never experienced anything like it before or since.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Mm.
I mean, I wasn't there. I didn't experience it, but I was part of a whole bunch of group of guys that, it could have been us, but it was someone else.
Yeah. Mosquitoes, they're bad at the best of times, but when they're swarming and you just, no matter how much you slap, there's just another 5. Every slap, you're killing 5 or 6. We've had summers like that before. It's the conditions have got to be right. There's going to be heaps of rain followed by heaps of sun, because they lay their eggs in still pools.
Yeah.
Mosquitoes, yeah. Standing water.
Yeah, and with all the flooding we have all the time, we'll get flooded and then we cop the bloody mosquito plagues. Sorry, Simi, my laptop died. Thanks for letting me on. Good to see you, Wild Heart. Hope you stay well.
Yeah, good to see you, Wild Heart.
Yeah. I'm in the middle, actually, of making an animated GIF of an astronaut swirling, floating around in space.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's sort of swirling around, and the stars are swirling around. And it's like he's swirling around, and the stars are swirling around. So I got the animation of all the stars swirling around, right? And then I made the animation of the astronaut swirling around. So now I'm combining the two to make one animation of the astronaut and the stars swirling around.
It just reminded me of something.
I've been wanting to make this animation for a long time. I just decided to do it the other day, and I put it all together. And I was just, if you see me like looking over here doing things, that's what I'm doing. It's like I have to take one layer and move it all the way down to the next layer in the stack, which is on the bottom, and then I have to combine those two, and then I have to go back up and move that stack back down, move the next stack down, and then combine that stack with the next stack. And there's
So what do you use, Geo, that you will often show GIFs or videos or whatever on your little window there?
Oh,
in StreamYards, for example, if I want to use a virtual background, I just choose one, turn the camera on, and see the background. But StreamYards won't let you upload a GIF as a background.
Right.
Whereas I see you have video and GIF and all sorts.
Well, like say, like this. Like that's a GIF.
Yeah.
Right?
So how are you presenting that?
Well, I have camera software.
Oh, it's the camera's actual software.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
The camera that I'm using has software and it gives me, this is one look I can have. I can have this look. I can have this look, or I can move what's on the screen. My second screen, I can move it around, or it could be me, move myself around.
That's cool.
But the application I'm using to open the image is called Image Glass. That's the name of the program. So if I go like this, so you see, not Image Glass, XenaView, XN View Classic, XenaView, if you know what that is.
No.
Because XenaView allows you to zoom in and zoom out, and then you could go into full screen mode. You're still allowed to zoom in and zoom out. That's how I'm showing the image. That's the program I'm using to show the image. It's just another image viewing program.
Oh, so similar like Snapcam.
No, it's just an image viewer.
Yeah.
I use this to view images instead of Windows image viewer. It's called XenaView. Is anybody familiar with it? Instead of using Windows Photo Viewer or using some other photo application, I use this. It's called XenaView. Like if I close my desktop, right, and show you, here it is, XenaView right here. If I open it up, this is all my folders. It gives me access to all my folders and stuff. And since I had nothing open, it's going to show nothing. So, and then I could go to files that were recently opened. Open all kinds of files. So I have access to all my files right here. It's XenaView. That's what it's called. So if I wanted to go to my downloads, so I just go to my downloads, which is where downloads right here. Then I could go to my GIF images, where there's probably a file somewhere. But you get that, you get it, right?
Yeah.
It's my desktop.
Yeah,
but I set all the images, like ping images, JPEGs, GIF images, all the GIF images, GIF, GIFFF, JPG, JPEG, all to open in XenaView and not to open in any other program. So when I click on an image, it opens up in that program automatically. So
Yeah.
I just have everything set to do that.
And what it means is you don't have to say, share my screen.
No, I just share
You
it.
can present what you want to present in your little square.
I present it through my own software on my own camera. Like I could share my desktop. I could share myself in my desktop. I could play a game, right? I could play a game, and still you'll be able to see it, but you won't be able to hear the audio from the game. But you'll be able to hear me if I talk. So I do that occasionally. I play a game. In this mode, what you see right here, it's good for gaming. And I just set the screen to like small, and then I can put the game on whatever's behind me will show. But right now it's my desktop because that's where I have open.
That church is actually where I got married. That one I had on earlier. I actually got married in a church as an atheist. That church there, I actually got married in that church.
Oh, no.
Was your wife an atheist?
Yeah.
Why not?
That's
Right?
cool. That means they're
Most
cool
people-
buildings.
Yeah, I mean the church was it's 900 years old. 1100 and something. The church was built, and I mean, I got married in 89. So back in them days, it wasn't. Most people got married in a church. A registry office was basically a bland government building. There was nothing particularly special about it. You walked into a room and it was like done out a little bit fancier, and that's it. I've been to a few registry office weddings, and to be honest, the actual wedding part is a bit bland. So we decided
you just sign documents.
Yeah, I mean the actual ceremony itself doesn't marry you. That the saying of the words isn't what actually marries you. It's the signing of the document at the end. If somebody could go through the whole ceremony, if they refuse to sign at the end, they're not married. It's simple. So the actual saying of the words, and that means absolutely nothing. It's the signing of the register after that makes you married. It's the agreement.
Same as if someone actually stands up and objects.
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't mean shit.
Doesn't mean jack shit, no. I mean, I suppose it depends what the objections were, and I suppose it depends on.
That's true.
If they said, "Hang on a minute, that's actually his brother," or that's his sister. They're actually related, or whatever. Yeah, that would probably stop things going on. The registrar would probably go, right, I can't go any further with this until we get clarification or something along them lines. I don't know. I've never actually seen what happens when somebody actually does object. But yeah, it's a signing that makes you married, not what you say. So whether it's in a registered office or in a church, it's irrelevant. They've got to be for somebody to legally marry you. They have to be a registrar. Whether they're a member of the church or a member of the local council or whatever it is. They've got to be legally recognised to perform, and to get you to sign it. So yeah, we both got married in the church, and my wife, she doesn't believe in any gods. She's not interested in it at all. She would never be interested in doing what I do. She's not interested in having conversations on religion to discuss. Oh, I'm not interested, and that's as far as it goes. And if somebody tried to say, well, do you like the arguments that we get from Christians and so on, I'd go, I'm not interested. I'm just not interested. And she just wouldn't take it on at all. Yeah, but what do you think? No, don't care. Not interested. And she'd just walk away and ignore them. Absolutely no interest in it at all. Whereas I like to get into a bit of a conversation with people about beliefs and stuff. She's got no interest at all.
Yeah. Or every ex I've ever had was the same.
Yeah.
They couldn't understand my interest.
No, my wife can't understand mine. She goes, I don't know why you get involved in it, why you want to talk to them. She says, I've got no interest. I mean, the best thing that happened, it was absolutely brilliant. I mean, even though I'm an atheist, but up until a few years ago, I never ever really got into conversations on what I did or didn't believe unless it actually came up. Because the majority of people in the UK are pretty much the same as me. They're just not interested in the subject one way or the other. And so I never brought my kids up to believe or not to believe. Just didn't get into a discussion with it. There was just no need to even discuss it. Wasn't interested. And anyway, the wife said to me, she says, oh, Samantha, this is my daughter. She says, she's wondering what we're doing such and such a day, one Sunday. And I went, well, nothing that I know of. Why? What's she asking that question for? She was only about 13 or 14 at the time. And she goes, when she gets up on a Sunday morning and goes shopping with a friend of hers? I went, oh, yeah. She's been going for the last several weeks, hasn't she? I went, yeah, she goes virtually most Sundays. So she hasn't been going to town. She's been going to church. And I just laughed. I went, oh, right, I see. And she went, yeah, she's doing is it confirmation, where they get confirmed? She wants to know if we'll go. And I went, oh yeah. I says, I'll go. I mean, I couldn't give a shit what they believe. You know what I mean? Just not in, you know, what they do with their lives is entirely up to them. So I says,
Well,
oh yeah. I said, we can go. I said, yeah, if that's what she wants.
my
So,
ex's best friend was married in a church. She had both her sons christened.
yeah,
And
but
I
that
used to say to her, like, do you believe that they're being saved or whatever? And she said, no, it's just a tradition at this point. Like,
that's
I
exactly.
was christened, Nathan, the dad, was christened. It's just to get photos and, you know.
Yeah, it's an excuse to have a few drinks afterwards as well.
Yeah.
In fact, we did a similar thing as well. But anyway, I'll just explain about me my daughter. So this particular Sunday, she was getting confirmed. So we went down to the church, and I said to the wife before I went in, I said, "Do yourself a favour." She went, "What?" I said, "Most people, when they go to church, it's weddings, christenings, funerals, things like this. No, we don't really go on it. Nobody really goes on a Sunday that often. The places are usually bloody dead. They're turning most of the churches into pubs in the UK. So I said, do yourself a favour. I says, listen to what the priest has to say. I says, actually listen to what he has to say. So she went, oh, okay, then I will. So anyway, we goes in, and it couldn't have worked out better. We sat there waiting for it all to start. We had to go through the whole bloody palaver of the Sunday service, and then at the end of it, they were doing this confirmation. So when we were sat in there was a couple to the side of us. So we're sat like this, but then there's pews that go down that side as well, from the outside looking in, and we were down the centre looking towards the, this bit. So we were sat there, and you could see out the corner of your eye this movement going on, and it was like all the hymns were getting played and stuff like that. So I looked over, I nudged the wife, and I went, look over there. There was a bloke there, I'm not joking, he had his wife and two kids. His two kids must have been about 16 to 18. They were only young, but sort of like left school age. So, yeah, about 16, 18, maybe 20-year-old. And he sat there with his missus, and he's doing all this. His arms are like this, up, and he's going like this. Whoa, praise and hallelujah, and all this lot. I'm like, fucking hell, we don't see that over here. That's sort of like the sort of crap you see in America. You don't see fucking idiots like that over here. Giving it hallelujah, and he was doing it as well. Hallelujah, praise the Lord, and all the what the fuck. His wife and two kids were just sat like that. Just sat there, totally expressionless. And he was giving it all this fucking shit. And anyway, the ceremony started. And halfway through, the vicar turned around and said, or the priest or whatever he was, he says, we only do this once a month. And it's lucky that it's today because we've got the confirmation. And we also do a meet and greet. I'd never heard of it. Never heard of it before. And it says, we do a meet and greet. So if there's anybody near you that you haven't met before, shake your hand, go meet. Next minute, the whole fucking place erupted. People were getting up, walking about, fucking coming up to people and that. Felt this in. Our lass has got hold of me. She's literally holding on to me. Fucking terrified. Absolutely fucking terrified she was. And to be honest, it did start getting uneasy because it was something like out of The Walking Dead. You sat in a church and there's people coming towards you. It was like,
yeah.
It was like, what the fuck is going on? Anyway, our lass was actually starting. She was seriously getting frightened to the point where I thought, I'm going to have to start fucking punching the fuckers as they come towards us. It got that serious. I thought, I'm going to have to start fucking, because people aren't getting the message, fuck off, we don't want to talk to you. And they're all coming down. I was like, Anyway, this woman realised what was going on, and she says, look, you don't have to take part. I said, we don't want to take part. And she basically pushed them all away. I was like, what the fuck? And anyway, at the end of the ceremony, we come outside, and when we left to go home, the wife said to me, she went, never again am I setting foot in a church. That's me done. She said, I don't care whether it's a funeral, a christening, or whatever. I am never setting foot in a church. And this was her own words. And she went, they are fucking idiots. They are absolutely fucking crazy. I am never going into such a place like that again. She was absolutely deadly serious. And I don't think she actually had been since. There's never been a reason, but she's never been. And anyway, a month or two later, I was talking to the daughter. I said, do you still go to church? And she went, oh, no, I never bothered. I said, well, do you not believe in it anymore? She goes, no. She said, I never believed in it in the first place. We just went there because we were bored and they were doing this like teaching thing and whatever. We just took part in that. We wanted to complete it. She says, I never did believe it. It's a load of crap in it. And I went, well, that's my opinion. I think it is, but I thought you were had been converted. She went, nah. She's not interested in it now. So
yeah, good. Well, you made me think of something. Imagine, right? This is the inside of a Kingdom Hall, and literally, this, if you can see my mouse, is it's scary how identical that is. That's the back of it. There's a little counter where you can go and get your publications and shit.
Yeah.
They always have a stage. Everyone wears suits and shit. So imagine this big room, and down two of those aisles is bikers, or you call them bikers. Just rough looking blokes, all my dad's mates, because he hadn't gone to the church for 20 odd years. And then down the other half is what you can see there, all people in suits and that, like all my mum's, all the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah.
And all mum was worried about was getting him a Jehovah's Witness funeral and whether they would give him one because he hadn't gone for 20 years. But because he did the loophole thing of what they call fading and just disappeared and claimed, it was his mental health and couldn't be around large groups of people. So they just sort of let him go. He never got disfellowshipped or shunned or anything. So they said, he can qualify for the funeral. So it's this weird funeral of half rough blokes and bikies and stuff, and then half churchies. And the dude gets up and starts talking, and because of the weird situation, all the witnesses would have been having that question in their head, like, how did Bernie get a Jehovah's Witness funeral when he hasn't been for 20 years or whatever? And so the whole they give a talk at my dad's funeral, was about how he was a lost sheep. And even though he was lost and a lost sheep, that, it's not our place to judge and this and that. And all dad's mates are sitting there looking at each other like, what the fuck kind of funeral is this?
Yeah.
Where they're not celebrating the dude's life or anything. It's explaining how he was bad and didn't go to the meetings because he was a lost sheep. And I was furious. But
it's just so disrespectful, isn't it, really? I mean, the best funerals I've ever been to are the ones that are non-religious, because when it comes to the religious ones, you've got to sit down and listen to the absolute fucking claptrap they come out with. And to be honest, I've got to the point now where I probably won't go to a church funeral unless I really feel that I have to do out of respect. But I'm getting to the point where I could be sat there and I could just stand up and go, you're talking absolute fucking shite, mate. I mean, it won't be the place to do it at a funeral. It won't at a wedding or a christening. So, but I am at the point where I could actually just go, to the whole congregation and go, are you actually listening to the fucking shite that's coming out of this bloke's mouth?
It's so weird when it sounds like the UK is so similar to Australia. Like, religion is dead. It's all but dead. It's still in our politics and shit, but you ask any person on the street and they'll say they're an atheist,
Yeah.
So I go for me mum, or
Or they might not even use the word atheist. I've spoken to people at work and that because
Yeah, no, they don't.
And
right.
you know, and I'll say to them, and I'll go, "Well, are you an atheist?" And they'll go, "No, I don't think so. What's an atheist?" It's just somebody who doesn't believe in God. And they'll go, "Oh, I suppose I am then." And
Yeah.
you know, that's literally how it goes. You know,
But that's how little they actually think about God.
it's
here.
literally as much as that.
People's eyes glaze over as soon as you say the word God.
Yeah. I mean, literally 90 plus % people that you meet, they've got no interest in it whatsoever. I mean, we have an interest in it. We're atheists. We come out as atheists. We come onto channels and we talk about these ridiculous things. Majority of other people that feel exactly the same as us, they just don't even get involved in a conversation. They just can't be. They couldn't think of nothing more boring to even get into a conversation about. It's literally that numb to them.
What I realized actually about that, when you mentioned it before, was, that's right, about how your wife can't understand your interest in it either. And it always annoyed me about my partners, but what I've now realized is that it's a great thing because it means they've never suffered at the hand of religion. Otherwise, they wouldn't ask the question, because anyone who's suffered instantly knows why outspoken atheists are outspoken, because we know the damage. You know, we know the poison that it is.
Yeah, I mean that's. I mean, I was never religious. I've had nothing to do with religion. Religion has never actually done something to me. So I don't have any sort of like stories about how religion has spoiled my life or how it's corrupted this, that, and the other. But I was in the army. I did 15 years in the army. I've been all over the place, and I've seen firsthand what damage religion does to other people. That's what I've seen.
Yeah.
And
you're intelligent. I think that the more intelligence, the less likely someone is to keep fooling themselves.
Yes, and that's literally
what's required.
Well, I've been in 3 churches. That first, I had the picture of the childhood church I was in as a child. Was in that church once. That was like the neighborhood church. And then my sister got married. We took photos in a church. There was no ceremony in the church. And then my other sister got married, and they had the ceremony in a church, and I attended that. So there's 3 times I was been in a church.
I've probably been to 3 church funerals, and the first one was a Catholic one, and it was all ceremony and everyone having to kneel down and stand up and do the cross on your chest in front of the big statue of Jesus, and then reciting shit in Latin and then saying verses, and the church would repeat the verses. And it was a church mass. Like the funeral, there was maybe 5 or 10 minutes said about my auntie, but this half an hour church mass that was her funeral.
Yeah.
And then other ones, it's like friends who really ungodly, like never went to church, never mentioned God, but then their mother passes away, and I don't even maybe Anglican, Church of England, something like that.
Yeah.
So it wasn't as ceremonial, but it was still all about God and heaven and all this stuff. And I'm looking at my mate and thinking, that's not your mum. She didn't believe. Like, what are we doing here? Why is this the funeral she wanted when...
It's conformity. That's what it is. It's conforming to what you think is the norm, which is why when I joined the army, And one of the things, obviously, when you're joining up, you've got to put in all your details. And one of the questions is what religion are you? So when I was actually sat at home filling out the form or whatever it was, and it said to what religion I am, and it gave a list of religions. I don't know whether it said none or other or whatever. I don't know, but I read down the list and I thought, I've got no idea. And I just automatically assumed that you must be a member of some religion, and I just didn't. So I said to my dad, he used to lay in front of the fire watching TV. So I said, Dad, I says, what religion am I? And he went, what? I says, oh, I'm filling out the form for the army. I says, it's asking what religion am I? So what am I? And he went, you're Church of England. And I thought, he doesn't seem too fucking sure here. I don't want to put wrong one down. So I said, are you sure I'm Church of England? Because I'd never even heard the term Church of England. And or if I had, I'm taking a notice of it. And he went, oh no, he says, you're definitely Church of England. You were christened at St. Oswald's Church. So I put Church of England down. So that's what went down on my forms from when I joined the army. Plus also when I went to do the swearing of allegiance. Obviously, if you've got a different religion, you'll swear under that religion. If you've got none, it's called affirmation. So I affirm instead of I swear, whatever it is. So when we went to that, the guy that was there says, "Oh, what religion are you all? Are you all Church of England and whatever?" So we went, "Yeah," and he went, "Oh," he said, "Well, good." He said, "You put down a religion." He said, "Because if you put down none," he says, "I'd advise you to choose one." Because the chances are you'll be on guard duty on Christmas. You won't get Christmas off. You'll be the people that are on, which was a load of crap. That never happened at all. It was never chosen that way. Basically, if you were down to be on guard duty for that week and it was Christmas week, it was unlucky.
Just unlucky. Yeah.
It wasn't. They didn't look down the list and go, "Who's a fucking atheist? Let's put them on it." So it was a load of crap what he told us. So. Of course, I put down Church of England. I was happy to do that. It meant a difference to me. It was on my dog tags, Church of England, C of E. It was also on my ID card, C of E. And that's what it was. People just conformed to what was classed as the norm, what was expected, and nobody cared about it. And so the first years of my life as an adult, I was just conforming to it. And like I say, I got married. Get married in a registry office. Most people that are divorced get married in registry office because they can't get married in the church anymore. And it wasn't seen as the norm to get married in a registry office. It was like, what's wrong? What's the reason for that registry office? Plus, like I say, they're boring. They're not like this. So we got married in a church. Pair of us.
That was one of the first things that I learned about religions as a kid at school was. Because I was raised Jehovah's Witness and it's so strict, I would say, like, God would never come up in an Aussie school. No kids thought about God, talked about it.
No.
And we even had scripture once a week.
Yeah.
But everyone ran off to their little religion scripture for an hour, and then we all come back together and no one would talk about it because it was boring old scripture.
Yeah.
But sometimes it would come up, and I would say to someone, what you're a religion? And they go, yeah, I'm Church of England. And I'd go, oh, do you go to church? And they'd say, no. I go, do you believe in God? And they go, no, not really. And I go, then what the fuck do you mean you're Church of England? And they'll say, that's what my parents are.
Yeah.
And I would argue with them and say, but that doesn't make you. You are what you believe. And if you said you don't even believe in God, so you're an atheist. And I would try and tell my school friends back then, like, you're not just whatever your parents are. That's not how that shit works. But apparently,
the chances are their parents are exactly the same.
Apparently, it's just however you identify.
Well, I think most children just adopt what their parents believe until they figure out otherwise. But then their parents just want their kids to believe that, so they feed the bias. They feed the bias.
Like my parents. My dad would call himself agnostic. He atheist had a bad name. it represented something bad. It was basically ingrained into people that atheist was a bad word. Even me, I thought growing up, an atheist, it's like, I don't believe in God, but I'm not an atheist. Because it was like atheist was sort of like, I don't know, it just had a bad vibe to it. So my
It's
dad would
sort
call
of
himself.
wasn't it
Yeah.
tied in with devil worshipping? and
Yes,
stuff
yes,
like that?
it was, yeah.
Isn't that funny?
Which is
There's
the
that
opposite.
stupidity again.
Yeah.
Like, why would you
Yeah.
believe in all that stuff?
Well, but
Yeah.
see, that's what, like, Jill does that to this day. That's what the witnesses do. It's the othering. And every single person and thing and entity and organization that is not Jehovah's Witnesses is satanic.
Yeah.
All of it. All of it is satanic.
Well, it's
And
like
that fucking twists a person's brain to view
it's like
the world.
the Christians say, don't they? Is it 2.5 billion people are Christians? No, they're not, because when you
Yeah.
talk to the Christians, they'll go, Catholics, they're not Christians. Catholics are not true Christians. So you can take that billion out straight away. So now we're down to 1.5 billion. And then you'll get the Church of England and they'll say, no, the Pentecostals or whatever they're called, they're not true Christians. It's only our church, which is. So you've got all these little tiny churches. There isn't 2.5 billion Christians because none of them agree that the other side is a bloody Christian. It's pathetic.
Sorry, Catholics. Mormons got it right.
Yeah, the Mormons are wrong. The Jehovah's
dude
Witnesses
that
are
stuck
wrong.
his head in
Church of
the-
England is wrong. Catholics is wrong. Yeah, it's where do you start with it? It's fucking pathetic. And I like it when they tell me that when they read passages from the Bible and tell me how I'm going to go to hell.
Mm.
Do you know how scary that is? Any Christians watching this, do you know how scary that is? It's like telling me that Father Christmas isn't going to bring me any presents. I couldn't give a flying fuck about your God. I couldn't give a flying fuck about your hell. It scares me absolutely not in the slightest. I challenge your God to send me to hell. I think your God is a prick. And what is it you aren't supposed to do? Is it the Holy Spirit?
Oh, grieve the Holy
Blaspheming
Spirit.
the Holy Spirit is guaranteed to go to hell. Well, the Holy Spirit can go fuck himself as well. That's how scared I am of hell. Zero.
See, now here's the thing,
As scared as
Paul.
you are about not getting your presents at Christmas. Really.
This is how awesome God is. You can't get away from it, right? You haven't grieved the Spirit. You can't grieve the Spirit, Paul, because you never knew Christ.
No, you've already right there.
You've always been an atheist, so you don't you have to know Christ to grieve the Spirit.
Yeah, but
It's know it and
it has
turn
less
against
effect on me because I've never believed it has less effect on me. Now I can understand somebody who's held the belief and has come away from the belief. They could possibly still hold a fear of hell, but
Yeah.
somebody who's never believed ever, not even for a week, and then thought, "No, this is crap," who was literally never believed in it, threatening me with hell is absolutely fucking pointless.
Do you know?
Wait, if you believed in something for a week, did you really believe in it?
No, but you know what I'm saying. It wasn't like I had a short period of time when I was sort of like in between. I'm not too sure. I've never even been in that camp. So the threat of hell absolutely has zero on me, and that's what I was saying. That somebody who's been in, say, religion for 20, 30 years and then come out of it, I can understand where they might still have that. It might still have a trigger in the brain of a fear of hell, but for me, not in the slightest.
So, and I can speak firsthand in this case too, but the majority of people that deconvert, the last thing to go and the hardest indoctrination hangover to get rid of is, in most people's case, the fear of hell.
Yeah.
In mine, because we didn't have a
fear of
hell.
To me, religion. The reason it has the fear of hell, it's the way of getting people in. It is a way.
Yeah.
It's a way of frightening
It's the
people.
stick and the carrot. Heaven's the carrot,
Absolutely.
and hell is the stick. Whereas for us, it was because we are told there's no soul, and if you die, you're just destroyed. They had to make Armageddon really horrible.
Yeah.
So we had a fear of Armageddon, of the actual destruction itself, like, because it's going to be horrible and torturous, not quick. And
yeah, but religion works on people's emotions, like I say, with hell, that gives you the fear. And also when people are going through sad times, they lose a partner or a child or whatever, you can see it yourself. People who don't believe at all, believe in any sort of God and whatever, some people, they'll still believe there's something afterwards. They can't believe they've actually gone, and they are still there somehow, even if they don't hold a religion. And religion feeds on that.
all I hear when people say, yeah, I don't believe in like the Christian heaven or something, but I believe there's something.
There's something. This
I
can't
hear,
see it, yeah.
I hear, I haven't faced the reality of death, so I need to believe in an afterlife because death scares me too much to face it.
And
that's it.
I suppose the thought of death never being here is a frightening prospect. Now, I don't have a fear of being dead because I won't know anything about it. There's nothing to fear. I won't even know I'm dead. So I don't have a fear of being dead. Now, the bit from being alive to getting to dead, now that bit I ain't looking forward to. The bit where, I'm got a few minutes to go and I know I'm going, that's it's not where I'm going that's going to be frightening. It's the fact that this has come to an end. That's the frightening.
It's the point where, oh shit, I'm dying. But at that point, that's the fear. But then you're dead. Fear's over, right?
The fear's over.
Yeah.
So the fear lasts for a split second. Then you're dead.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not even that.
Well, I wanted to do this. I wanted to do this in my life. Next week, I want to do this. I don't want to go today.
It's even better than that, right?
But that's a claim. Don't hold me to it. Okay, that's a claim too.
It's not better than. It's sillier than that. The only time we fear death is while we're alive, and not at death's door. When we are dying, when our body knows it's dying, it pumps us full of all sorts of happy shit.
Yeah.
So it's like bright light. Oh, there's all my relatives. Oh, this is lovely. You're not going to be scared. We don't die scared and shitting ourselves,
That comes after.
That comes after when we get to hell.
No, you shit yourself after you die.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But I've been dead.
I'm not even scared of the dying part. I unless it's a horrible car crash or, something really painful, that sort of thing.
Well, I've been dead before. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, well, even then, our body has shock it can use. I know pretty much all the major injuries I've done, I didn't feel until I looked at them good and proper.
You got the adrenaline pumping. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
When you look,
I was dead for 4 minutes, and the paramedics brought me back.
Ooh,
not a big deal.
Did you go to heaven?
Nope.
Did you go to hell?
Nope.
Did you just become unconscious?
I was dead. My heart stopped.
Yeah. That's good answer.
So you didn't have a near-death experience then?
Yeah.
No.
You didn't float above and watch them working on you?
Nope.
Yeah.
Funny that.
Yeah.
Kind of weird, huh?
It's people who believe that tend to have these experiences, and
but when they go one step further and say that Rex didn't experience it because he didn't believe, it is laughable to me. It's the ghost thing. You don't see ghosts because you don't believe. You don't give them enough energy.
Yeah.
Fuck
Well,
off.
like Rex was saying there, he died in his heart stopped for 4 minutes. But yeah, potentially we can say they brought you back to life, but you were actually dead 100% because obviously your brain activity would still have been there, even though you were unconscious and had no recollection of it. It'd still be there. They brought you back before your brain basically died. Once your brain dead, I don't think there's any way of
that's the
thing. Once your brain dead,
big sleep.
Now,
yeah, that takes like 6 to 8 minutes to go brain dead. Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously we don't know what your body's going to go through in that time when you're unconscious to the actual, the true lights out, so to speak. So people can have hallucinations and visions and things going through the mind when this is happening. I can perfectly understand how that happens. And it's funny that if you believe in Jesus, you see Jesus. If you believe in Allah, you see Allah. If you believe in Vishnu or whatever, you see them. And it's funny how it always relates to what your belief is, doesn't it?
Yeah. I had a really good point then, but Pope's socks, I caught a whiff and it just knocked the thought right out of my head. Pope's, if you didn't smell amazing like brie cheese,
said you become a YouTube streamer.
we wouldn't keep you around. But we've all got feet fetishes. So
who's Pope socks? I've not seen that one about before.
I don't know. I just know them as Pope socks.
Is it a he, a him, a them, a who, a what?
I assume he actually, because
I think so.
Pope's male, but it is just a pair of socks. So,
well, I mean, they do have a good point. Once you get brain dead, you become a YouTube streamer. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I cannot disagree with that statement.
No, I can't. Their gender is a sock.
A sock. It's a fair one. Right, I suppose I better start making a move shortly. It's 11:30. I'm up at 4:30, so I've got 5 hours.
Till what?
I get up for work.
Oh.
It's my first day back at work tomorrow. Let's say I do this funny 4 days on, 4 days off shift. So I've just finished my 4 days off. And I'm back at work tomorrow, finish Sunday, and then 4 days off again.
And what do you do again, Paul?
I work for the National Highways.
Oh.
And basically I go around doing like inspections, and we sometimes get called upon by the police to do road closures if there's been road traffic accidents, and we sometimes go and check if there's been a road traffic accident. We'll go check if there's any what they call damage to Crown property. So if there's any signs that are damaged, barrier fence that's damaged, or things like that.
See, the quiet heroes, keeping everybody safe, see?
Yeah, that's us.
For no credit.
Oh,
well, before you split, what do you think about King Charles?
No, I couldn't give a crap about him. Yeah, I'm not a royalist. I've got nothing against the royal family. Don't get me wrong, but I have to explain this all the time, because when you say it, a lot of people think I'm like anti-royal. I'm not. I just don't care one way or the other. I won't be watching it. It's on Saturday or Sunday. I don't even know what day it's on. Whatever day it's on, I'll not be watching. I got no interest in it.
Think about that video I showed you, Paul. This theory of stupidity.
Mm.
And think about, we've been discussing how Christians believe this crazy shit. And what was the last thing you just said? Oh, the royals. Like anyone who would think that they're a good thing is stupid, in my opinion. The person's not necessarily stupid, but that's a stupid thing to think. You know, that in this day and age, you need a queen who has no powers.
No, they've got no power whatsoever. But like I said earlier on, they're just a figurehead. They're just a symbol from a relic from the past, and it needs to, you know, as far as I'm concerned, it can disappear tomorrow. But I do think that if it was ever Paul throws a handful of stuff in potholes, yeah, I do that as well. Yes, I do that as well. Yes, and if the royal family was to be, you know, abolished and we got rid of the royal family, I do think that them that we have at the moment, they should be looked after because they've been put in a position that they never asked for. That's what I said earlier on. To me, it's a form of modern day slavery with perks. They get a lot of perks for being there, but you're literally born into it. You're owned by the public once you're born. You've got a certain job you've got to do. You've got certain ways you've got to present yourself. You've got to be in front of the cameras. You've got to be. Your whole life is laid open for everybody to look at. I think it's absolutely fucking horrendous. I think the poor children that are born, you look at them and you think, you poor little sod. You've got no idea what's coming. The whole world is going to look at you from the moment you're born to the moment you die. You're going to be under the microscope. I think it's horrendous. So if they were to abolish the royal family, them that are in it at the moment as adults and, you know, out in the public domain, they should be looked after. The children, there should be a ban on any media on the children, so they can disappear into the crowd and nobody knows who they are. So it'll take a generation to 100% get rid of them. You can't just go, there's the front door, get out and look after yourselves. That would be a wrong thing to do. But the only way to do it humanely would be to keep the privilege they've got at the moment. They keep that. They're out of the media completely. Any kids that they've got, a complete media ban. They cannot be named, photographed, videoed, and shown by the media. And then
I love the way that you termed it. What did you say? The only way I can think of to do it humanely, like we're talking about putting a dog down.
Yeah, but you imagine though being in that position. So you've got Charles and all the other ones, and you've got William and Harry. To just chuck them out onto the street. I mean, yeah, it wouldn't.
I know they probably did it with a silver spoon up their ass and like didn't do it. But actually, before I say that, looking at Will and Harry when they were younger, and they joined the army and, you know, joined several arms of the military, didn't they? I think each. I know they were pretty extensive and like hands-on. They weren't, you know, royal pansies or anything. They got in there and fucking.
Oh no! Have you seen the one with Harry as the actually helicopter pilot?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah. Yeah, it was getting into it.
And everyone that served with them said like, when they were serving, they weren't royalty. They acted like everyone else, you know.
But they get the shit kicked out of them like I did in the army.
No, I imagine not.
Yeah, but they were officers anyway, weren't they? So yeah, it was unlikely to happen.
Oh, they were brass. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, they were what we call them Rodneys.
Okay, we call them brass over here.
Brass,
because they got the little pips on their shoulders and shit.
Oh, right, so. Yeah.
But okay, my bad. I didn't mean to stop the conversation.
No. It's, I think this is the second time this evening that I've actually been asked the question, because obviously the coronation is this weekend. So I've asked it.
Oh, it was Rex the first time too.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, was it me?
Yeah.
Was it? I don't think it
I
was.
dropped, took a
I
nap.
thought you said it again, Rex, to be funny.
No, I think I dropped out before Paul came on. I had a
Yeah,
nap.
Oh,
I
did
needed
you?
a nap.
No, I don't think it was Rex the last time. I can't remember who it was.
Oh, maybe you're not the only one that likes to ask the Brits what they think of Charlie.
Yeah, but why would you just ask the Brits though? Because he's going to be your king as well, isn't he?
Yeah. They could ask me. Most of them probably don't realise he's my king.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's your king. He's Sam's king. He's Canada's king.
Technically, Britain controls the most remote island in the world. Now, I say controls. They don't actually govern them. They send them some supplies and shit, but that's probably about it. They're so remote, it'd be useless to try to manage them. But technically, the island of Pitcairn, with all of 48 inhabitants, is a British island.
Right.
Oh yeah, the Mutiny on the Bounty Island. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yep.
Yeah. Yep. I kind of want to visit that island.
I
Kind
kind
of
of
cool.
do too.
I want to meet the lady that hikes down the cliffs barefoot.
That worship the Queen's hubby because he apparently looks like their god.
Oh, really?
Yes,
See, I
there
did not
is.
know that.
Yeah, is that the island? Is it?
I'm wondering if that's the same island Pixie's talking about.
No, it is not the same island. Not at all.
Yeah,
Pitcairn is not that island. No.
Yeah, they sailed the bounty to that island, and everybody got off the boat, and then they sunk the boat. According to what
are these all descendants from the people that were on the boat? Then, are they?
Yeah,
I don't.
Right.
I think so. I'm not sure, 100%, but I think so.
Could you imagine being the Queen's husband? That's like being the first lady of the world.
Yeah. But he was a character though, wasn't he, Philip? Fucking hell, he knew how to put his foot in it, that bloke.
That's why the last 20 years they've just tried to keep him out of the spotlight.
Yeah.
He's just always there in the background.
Did you see the one where he was dressed up as a beefeater and the queen walks past him and
And I really don't have time to fucking talk to you about this. I got shit to do. Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Thought I was on mute.
We know.
Somebody tell me while I'm furiously typing that I'm not muted, okay?
I heard you furiously typing. I thought it was funny as hell.
Oh, that is me furiously typing while 10 people are asking me questions, and all I can think is I don't have time to deal with each of you right fucking now. So, my apologies.
I thought you would tell him, Paul, I don't have time for your shit, Paul.
Yeah, I don't have time to listen to your shit anymore.
That's fucking royals.
That had nothing to do with you. I'm sorry. I was mumbling
Well, I mean,
at my
I saw the
coworkers.
original Bounty that was in black and white, and then I watched the one with Anthony Hopkins and Mel Gibson, and I like both of them.
I haven't seen the new one. I saw the black and white one, but it was years ago. I can't even remember who was in it or any
I don't
scene.
know who was in it either. Yeah, so
But I haven't seen the new one. I did see it advertised when it came out, but I've never watched it.
it's pretty good. Anthony Hopkins is Captain Bligh, and who's Mel Gibson, the first mate. He's the one that leads the mutiny.
Yeah, see, now I'm sure I've not seen. I'm sure I've not seen it. I mean, I could be mistaken. I might have seen it.
It's a good movie.
Hmm.
Worth a watch if you get the time.
What's the name of the movie?
Mutiny on the Bounty.
Oh, I've seen that.
Yeah, well, the interesting thing about the island to me is the you can walk down these cliffs. They're very hard to get to, but you can kind of hike down them. And there's these very, very old drawings on the cliffs, and nobody knows quite who they came from. There are some guesses, Phoenician being one of them, but nobody knows quite who left them there. And it's the island is so remote, and these things are so hard to get to, right? You'd have to get on the island and then go hike down the cliffs to get to them. That they aren't even like studied enough to know exactly who left them behind, and I think that's pretty fascinating too.
I don't know which island it is though. Have you not found which island it is?
No, that was it's Pitcairn.
Yeah,
Pitcairn
Pitcairn
Island.
Island is like totally in the middle of bumfuck nowhere in the Pacific. Yeah.
Yeah, it is considered the most remote island. Yeah.
Are you ready for this? No. Prince Philip movement. The Prince Philip movement is a religious sect followed by the Castam people around the villages of Yohanan and Yakul on the southern island of Tanna in Vanuatu.
Wow.
Oh, because his appearance matched the description of their god. Yeah.
Yeah.
When he came to give them
the ancient
something.
tales, the son of a mountain spirit traveled over them. He was sometimes said to be a brother of John Frum.
Oh, that's the cargo cults, isn't it? John Frum. Yeah, it's part of the cargo cults, isn't it?
Yeah, the people bringing supplies and
it was during the Second World
like
War.
care packages. Yeah.
Yeah.
So when they
used the island as like drop-off points, didn't they, and whatever, and obviously the locals were given gifts and stuff, and also there's one that they have a ceremony each year. They've got a fake runway with a control tower.
Oh,
yeah, it's part of the cargo cults.
Because they think, technology comes from the gods. Look at this. They saw the respect accorded to Queen Elizabeth and concluded that her husband must be the son referred to in their legends.
Right.
Yeah, it's very weird.
Isn't it?
Also, I didn't mean to make you feel like I was talking to you earlier.
No, you didn't.
My apologies.
No, you didn't.
Oh, it's just Sammy just thought I was talking at you.
No. Yeah. Put in cargo cults, Sammy. Just put in cargo cults, and it'll probably show the photos of the one with the runways and the planes and the.
Oh, we might have talked about this before. Oh.
GM made the tongue move for me.
Well, hello there. How you doing?
It's
How you doing?
Even straight blokes have been telling me it's weirdly erotic. I think everyone likes the idea of Satan.
Tongue in Jesus.
Yeah. So what was it called again?
Cargo cults.
With a C or a K?
C. As in cargo.
Oh, because they're actual cargo.
Yeah.
I thought
there
this
was this Mormon. There was this Mormon guy. Okay, finish. Go ahead and finish.
Sorry, Rex. Yeah, look at these weird fuckers. They're not going to show us any good pictures.
Yeah, just click on images and it'll come up. The ones where they've got a runway, that's got to be one of the main images.
Look at these
friggin'.
Look at this. Yeah. A straw fucking satellite.
Yeah.
They like copy technology out of sticks and shit.
Yeah, that's the one with the aircraft.
There you go. There's the runway. And they sit waiting for their god to arrive.
Yeah. And dressed up as American soldiers, look. Because it was American soldiers that came over there, and they were the types of aeroplane that they had. So it's weird. It just goes to show you how people can be just so I mean, these people are no more, stupid than what anybody is. That just because they're they have lack of knowledge of what the Western world is like. But it just goes to show how easy it is for people to get suckered into some sort of a belief.
What's odd to me is that it's like there's certain types of minds, right? I imagine all of us here in the panel right now see this extreme end of religious belief and how crazy it is, right? And we can see that as a undeniable example of the same thing that all the other religions do.
Yeah, there's no difference in
They
it.
can't see it. They can't see the analogy.
Well, it's like with the Mormonism in it and Jehovah's Witnesses, how that was started. That's exactly how that shows you how easy it is for people to get a following. I mean, you've only got to look up at like Jesus back in his day. Didn't he have like 12 followers and 12 disciples and whatever? And he had a little bit of, if the story is true, he had a little bit of following when he was alive. But there's a guy in look at the mobile phone. There was a guy in there's a guy now in Russia actually who claims to be Jesus returned, the second coming of Jesus. Now he's got over 5,000 followers at this moment in time.
Wait, we've got 2 of them now? Because the one in Mexico's had a mega church or 4 for like a decade.
Oh right, no, this guy here is somewhere near Russia. Put in Russian Jesus, and it'll come up with him. He's got 3,000 that actually live round about him, and he's got at least 5,000 followers worldwide. Now he's out. There you go. That's him.
Well, all you got to do is have long hair and a beard.
He's an ex-copper. He's an ex-copper. He used to be a policeman. And then he claims to be the Jesus returned.
No, I would stay far, far, far away from that fucker. I'd be like, don't you come near me.
Yeah, but like I say, he's got at least 5,000 followers worldwide, and he's got at least 3,000 people that actually live with him or in his communal. If you put it into YouTube, it actually shows you. I mean, it looks a stunning place. It shows you the commune that they all live on. It looks absolutely out of this world.
Don't you have to be like you would have to be seeking? I mean, like more than just seeking to believe something like that, right? Like because I am like anybody. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're the funniest, most charming person I ever met. You start telling me that you're divine, and like I'm gonna start backing up slowly. I'm gonna be like, all right, we've got some issues now. Yeah. Are you unmedicated?
I'm gonna take 2 steps back and then I'm gonna fucking run.
Yeah, like are you unmedicated?
I'll take 2 slow steps back and then I'm fucking running.
Yeah, like I don't care who you are. You can be the best person ever. You tell me that you're divine, and we've got some issues.
Yeah. Yeah, put it into YouTube, Sam. Put in Russian Jesus in YouTube, and it'll show you. You don't have to play much of it, but you'll see the actual like village commune that is built, and it's absolutely out of this world. It looks absolutely stunning.
Is it a sex cult?
No.
Waste.
No, he claims to be the second coming of Jesus. And these 5,000 people absolutely believe him. That they've left packed in the jobs, left their hometowns and stuff, and moved into his commune.
Well, if it's not a sex cult, and B, if it's not got Allison Mack in it, then it's not worth a damn.
Is what? Sorry.
He said, A, if it's not a sex cult, and B, if it doesn't have who?
Allison Mack. She was in Smallville. She played Chloe in Smallville.
She was the less cute one.
Then you know why? Why join?
Yeah, just put it in, Sammy, and see what you get.
I start a cult. It'll be polygamous, as in I get to marry everyone else's wives.
Nexium is more than a sex cult, though. I mean, like, that dude was super controlling. I mean, to how much they ate, how much they exercised, how much everything.
I know. Yeah, it was super fucking weird. Yeah, I'm not denying that, but
Guy was fucking nuts.
Which is going to be less likely to strike me? BBC, Vice, or 7 News?
Do the Vice one. I mean, you'd be all right as long as you don't play a lot of it. Just play the first, get to see the commune. Fast forward till you actually see the commune.
Today, Vissarion's Church of the Last Testament has over 5,000 followers from all around the world.
So straight up, it's not your everyday Christian thing. Like, it's obviously a bit hippie.
I was gonna say this guy feels like he was born in the wrong decade and he missed the hippie train, doesn't he?
Yeah.
About 2,000 live here and in the surrounding areas.
As soon as I see little kids in white, it's just
yeah, that's just kind of gross.
Yeah, just go through it and forward it a bit. You get to the village, so it shows you around the village.
As which brand of detergent you should use. Labeled a dangerous cult by some, it has been reported that Vissarion and his followers believe in aliens, think suicide is A-okay, and believe that the end of the world is imminent.
Oh, of course.
There are rules here that I was warned about. No cussing, no tobacco, no alcohol, no meat. I believe it's all vegan.
Oh, well, that's no fucking fun.
Dirty
No.
The only source of all information, of all answers. And this is a real teacher of the truth about the world. And so sometimes you need answers. You need just answers. And somebody will explain you like everything. Wow. When I first heard about the teacher, it was to me like this kind of thing that, wow, it's like this is the only source of all information, of all answers. And this is a real teacher of the truth about the world. And so sometimes you need answers. You need just answers. And somebody will explain you like everything. He will explain your life. What are you doing this? Why you have some problems with your health, problems with your life, for what purpose actually you're living.
I see. And one of the things that a lot of people have said is like, oh, it's a cult. You know, how do you feel about that? It has a bad.
I don't think anything about this. Do you know why? Because I think that if some people find that this person can help them and they want to pray to this person, why not?
Okay.
Yeah. Why not? It's very good.
Is there anything?
What did they say in that video? They can just easily dismiss things, reality.
Nothing will say.
Yeah,
but what gets me is we see Jehovah's Witnesses, we see the Mormons. We can go back to to them. So they're a fairly recent religion. You've then got Scientologists, which is an even newer religion. And then you've got this guy here. So we've got all this evidence that people can soon be manipulated into this. So you take all these false religions, but their religion is true. And you just say, how do you come to a rational conclusion of that? Well, you can see all these different fake religions coming up, but yet theirs is the true religion.
Now, and that is one of the things I thought as a child. And that's why I realized that the human brain is, I think, naturally a skeptic. It's skeptical.
Yeah, it is. But the problem is, I think, with the human brain is it needs to have an answer, and I don't know isn't usually good enough for people. They want an answer, and if they don't have an answer, they'll go, well, I think this, and they'll run with that.
But that's the beauty of it. I guess maybe I had just enough intelligence as well to recognize that they didn't give me an answer, and I wasn't satisfied. I was like, well.
Yeah, the answer wasn't good enough.
If your God can't answer these simple questions, then I'm not interested.
Well, here's the thing. Most people want to be told what to think and don't want to be taught how to think.
Yeah, it's a very lazy way, isn't it? If somebody can tell you what you're supposed to think, it makes it a lot easier on you.
Yeah, I
Well,
don't have to put any effort into it if I'm told
Exactly.
what
Yeah.
to think. Yeah.
think about it. Death, the reason why we're here, the the fact that there's something instead of nothing, all of these questions that are really uncomfortable all disappear with the single word God.
Mhm.
Yeah.
God is very convenient and lazy-minded.
Mm. I mean, I get it a lot on Praise's channel. I quite often go on there, and one of the main questions that I'll be asked is, well, where do you think everything came from? Where do you think life came from? Where do you think the universe came from? And I have to keep saying to them, because it makes me laugh every time, where the universe came from, where life came from, and they try and draw me into like evolution arguments and stuff like that, and I go, that's got nothing whatsoever to do with why I don't believe in a God. Absolutely zero. I don't know where the universe came from. They'll say, well, you believe in the Big Bang, and I'll go, no, I don't. I just accept that that's the scientific explanation of how the universe came. It's not something I believe in. Do I think that they've got it right? No, there's that much out there that they couldn't possibly. They've got a vague idea of what happened. That's about as far as it is. They probably know about 5% of what actually happened. The same with abiogenesis and evolution. We know that things change over time, but connecting this animal to this animal, have they got it 100% right? Probably not. I don't think we'll ever know the answers to them, because we'll never be able to go back to actually find out exactly what it was like, and especially with the abiogenesis. Did it start off with one set of the first little bit of life, and is that where everything came from, or was it like little bits all over the planet that was springing up at the time, and this one here is where all the plants came from. This is where all the fish came
The
from.
fact that
We can't even get dinosaurs right yet.
No, I
Like,
know.
like this dinosaur's wrong. These three species are probably now considered like different stages of life for one type of dinosaur, but others have split.
Yeah.
Why do they think we would have that? We would even
Well-
conceivably like have a fail-proof answer
Yeah, they
for the
expect
beginning of the universe.
and they think that the fossils that we've got, that was all the animals that it was. We probably have 10% of what all the animals. In fact, probably not even.
No, Paul. Yeah,
No.
no.
Yeah,
That's what I was going to say, right? It's
Yeah.
the same problem with humans not being able to comprehend long periods of time. We can't comprehend the number of animals that have gone extinct on this fucking planet, right?
Yeah, yeah.
The number of fossils we have is not even a drop in the ocean. It's
No, I did correct myself once. I said it. I said 10%, and then I immediately
it
went
is
no.
so hard for fossils to form,
Mm.
like the conditions that need to be, that I don't think people understand what they're expecting. Will probably never. We're never going to have this clean line of one animal through to, say, humans or something. Like, it's not going to happen.
No, it isn't, and the thing is as well is like you say, we're literally looking at a very small snippet of time. Literally, that's what we're seeing. We're seeing, the picture is a mile long, and we're seeing a very small picture of all of it when it comes to what the planet was like several thousand years ago to millions of years ago to the beginning of the Earth, and we're literally just seeing very, very small snippets of time, and a lot of these, like what Pixie was saying there, will change.
It's 9 o'clock.
Dinosaurs, are and where they actually fit in and stuff like that. And as soon as they change their mind, a lot of these Christians jump up, don't they, and say, "Look, they don't even know this, they don't even know that." I mean, aren't they saying now that a lot of the dinosaurs probably had feathers, which I can quite imagine they did.
Yeah. Oh, I love this. I know Nerdy doesn't. He's being facetious, but when Christians say things like, "Oh, look how good the cow is," designed by God, it gives us milk and we can make cheese and that, or the banana, or the dog, or any cereal, wheat, all of that stuff, and it's like, well, actually, God didn't design that shit. We had to fix it.
Yeah.
We had to make cows.
Yeah.
You go back to the cow God supposedly made. Good luck milking that thing.
Yeah, and it's like all the corns, like you just said, they are like all the corns and the grains. They weren't naturally occurring. They're what were bred into the plants to
Yeah,
form these
that's
different
right.
types of grains and cereals and stuff.
Which all we did, honestly, is just speed up natural selection. Or
yeah,
and
we
it wasn't
manipulated it.
natural anymore in that sense that
Yeah, we
were doing.
manipulated it, didn't we? Yeah.
But see, I think we've done ourselves a mischief by getting this idea in our head that man-made means unnatural. Like we've separated ourselves from nature.
Yeah.
I think that was a big mistake because we've lost any sort of level of understanding compared to even tribes that still exist, but the people that have come and gone and their grasp of the land compared to us, you know. Like the ancients' use of stone, for example. What the fuck is that all about? And why do we struggle so much to figure out how the hell they did it?
Anyway, I'm gonna have to go. It's now 12 o'clock, so I've got 4.5 hours, and I've got to be up. So I've really got to go.
Go to bed, sir.
I am gonna do.
Have a
When
good
are you
sleep.
doing the next one?
Good night.
What day is it?
Wednesday.
So you just went into Wednesday, or
No,
You're into Thursday, and I'm in Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm in Thursday. Yeah, I'm 5 minutes into Thursday.
in approximately 14 hours.
All right, I might see you tonight then.
Yeah.
I won't be staying in as long tomorrow night though.
No, it's fine, mate.
Anyway, it's been a
always
pleasure.
welcome. Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Nice to
I'll catch
see
you
you,
all on
Paul.
the next one. Yeah. Catch you
See
later.
you, mate.
Ta-ra, mate. Bye.
Manipulating nature is natural. Well,
My turn.
it's all about definitions, isn't it? Are we nature? If an ant manipulates nature and makes an anthill, is it no longer natural because an ant did it? I think it's religion that caused us to think of ourselves separate to nature, put ourselves above it.
Really, I think it was ego. Because even in religion, right? They'll say, well, hold on. Here's why I think ego
We
plays a
use
big part.
religion to do it.
Well, yes and no, but here's why I think it goes further than just religion. Because if you look at religions, even Christianity, for all its faults, say that God gave man dominion over the earth. But if you look at what man tends to do with such statements, we don't like the responsibility that goes with the word dominion, so we toss it aside and we say we have authority, which is a much different thing.
Okay. See, that's sensible, but if all the religious people thought like that, I probably wouldn't have such an issue. So, but I see what you're saying. So, but is it seriously too much to ask for a fucking religious book that's just straightforward? Like, killing people is bad, but if they're old and in pain and have no quality of life, you should let them decide that they want to end their own life and let them do that in dignity. and wash your filthy hands, and just straightforward shit. No parables, no riddles, or psalms or proverbs.
That'd be too easy.
Wouldn't it?
I'm just saying.
God couldn't figure it out, apparently.
Oh, that's when I get into an argument with a Christian. I was like, well, God fucked up right at the beginning by putting the tree of knowledge of good and evil in the Garden of Eden.
Like right in the middle of some shit.
Yeah, right in the middle. Right smack dab in the middle, and said, don't eat of this tree. Well, then don't fucking put it there.
He didn't mess up. He set a trap knowing the outcome.
Yeah. It's like...
there you go. Yeah.
Believe that.
It is a cop hiding behind something and scanning your speed. Is that entrapment?
Oh, using his radar gun? Yeah, that's entrapment. Yeah.
Yeah. But they still fucking do it.
Yeah. I mean, the best way to catch somebody speeding is to pull up behind them and drive at the speed they're driving. And yeah, if they're speeding, then, go and pull them over. Not just sitting there behind a goddamn billboard waiting for somebody to go flying by. Yeah. I mean, if you're going to pull them over anyway.
We were talking about it earlier, how there's supposed rules and a minimum standard has to be met before they can do certain things, but that standard is so vague that they can interpret it however the hell they want. So words like reasonable has to be reasonable suspicion.
Oh, probable cause.
What one cop thinks is reasonable is different to another cop.
Yeah, probable cause. Hey, I think
me.
I smelled pot in your car, so we're going to get the dog out here.
Yeah.
Well, fuck me. Okay. Yeah, it's subjective.
And that's the thing. And he could just be saying it because he just thinks you look like someone who probably smokes pot. And on the off chance that you do have some, the dog will sniff it. Boom, he was justified. The dog comes out, says you have nothing. He says on your way, and nothing's said or done.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But this close to being framed, essentially.
Yeah, and I think I read somewhere that like 70% of the time, those dogs are wrong. The dogs are wrong. They take cues from the handler.
Yeah. It wouldn't
so that they
surprise
can
me.
soak your shit. Yeah. Might have been less than 70, but it was right around there.
How many?
70% of the time the dogs are wrong and they're just taking cues from the dog handler.
That's nigh on 1 in 10.
Close to it. Yep.
That's pretty fucked.
Mm-hmm.
If you thought that many innocent people were getting executed, you'd quickly get rid of the death penalty, wouldn't you? What
I
about
would hope so.
Forget when the switch went to them all having to wear the cameras and shit, and they're forgetting they had them on, and there's like footage of cops throwing bags of drugs into people's cars and then charging them for it, and it's like, you just filmed yourself, you idiot. I don't know though. Can it be done any different? When cops have to suspect that every person they approach is going to possibly pull a gun on them?
Oh, well, that's a more modern day thing.
Mm.
Because I was at a party once when I was a teenager, and there were like 500 people at the party. The cops raided the party. It was a field party and had a band, and hell, I had a pile of pot on my console just sitting there. And the cops said, okay, you can go ahead. Which I knew the guy, but you know. He didn't think I was going to pull a gun out and shoot him. That was before I was in the Army and started drinking. So,
yeah.
I didn't smell like alcohol. But I'm pretty sure he could smell the pot because it was all broke up right there on the... Well, I had a middle divider in between the driver's seat and the passenger seat. It was right there. I mean, it's right there. You didn't see that? You didn't smell that? It's pretty strong. It's pretty good stuff. We beat feet out of there. It was me and my friend and two girls, and we beat feet out of there as fast as we could. And rolled the joint up going down the road, and was like, God damn, how did you not see that? It's funny now, but it wasn't at the time. It was not funny at all. I thought, oh hell, we're all going to jail.
Aussie cops, I mean, comparatively, they're pretty cool. It's such a different culture. In America, it's like, don't say nothing, don't admit nothing, give them nothing. In Australia, give them everything. Be honest, tell them everything, and they will let you fucking walk every fucking time.
Huh.
But the second you deny anything, they come down on everything they can find. Like, they'll, pick you apart. I have gotten out of so many fines and things by just admitting it, apologizing. They're so used to people arguing and lying and shit, and it's like, I just got you on the radar doing fucking 20 over.
Right.
Trying to say you weren't speeding at all. Whereas I get the feeling in the States, everything you admit, you're going to get charged for.
Well, that's the whole right to remain silent thing. Don't fucking say anything.
But look, you watch the cop shows, and it's probably for the camera.
And I'm
But-
like, dude, shut the fuck up. Yeah.
But the cops will say, look, they'll even try and tell the crim they've just pulled up, if you fucking be honest, I'm going to go easy, blah, blah, blah. Shit and shoes, they deny. It ends up, he's like, in the back of the car, you're going to prison. He's like, dude, I would have let you walk. But you want to, you want to stick to your guns sort of thing.
Well,
So,
I mean, it does depend on the cop, and if the cop's an asshole, you just don't want to say anything. I would want to talk to my lawyer first.
yeah. I
But
guess,
some of them
like,
are real pretty. Yeah.
you sort of judge the cop too when they come up. If he comes up full of attitude, then yeah, say nothing.
Yeah.
I want my lawyer.
Which, I mean, I've got cops in my family. I had an uncle that was a state trooper for 40 years until he retired. He says, look, if somebody comes up to you and starts to try to give you shit and ask you a bunch of questions and they're a police officer, don't say shit. I was like, yeah, okay. He told me that a long time ago.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know how the laws work in Australia, so it may be different over there.
Yeah. I guess they don't cop as much bullshit as American cops, so it's like, if you make their life easy, they'll make your life easy.
I can see that.
But having said that, I'm still pretty rare, you'll find, because most people can't help but clam up and deny. Even like the cops searching your pockets and you saying, no, I got nothing. You know you got shit in your pockets. Like, you know he's about to put his hand in and grab it, but you've just lied to him and so shown nothing you say moving forward. He won't take it serious, sort of thing.
Oh yeah, I'm like that with everyday people. If you've lied to me once, I don't take anything that you say to me after that seriously.
Yeah.
I think I got this game in the bag.
Geo, go kill some shit. What are you doing, man?
Playing Risk.
We used to get high and play the board game Risk at one of my friends' house.
Well, that's what this is.
Yeah. I would always get the Ottoman Empire. And that's the shittiest empire you can get.
Sure, that's Risk?
That's racist.
Yeah. That's not, it wasn't the whole world. It was like the Ottoman Empire. And then there was England. What else was it? Shit, I can't remember right now.
Ooh.
But yeah, it was the board game.
Here we go. Smoke them if you got them.
If you don't like my fire, then don't come around. 'Cause I'm gonna burn one down. 'Cause I'm gonna burn one.
Sorry, I didn't mean to kill the conversation.
Oh, no, you're fine.
You have to tell me a day or two in advance when your next D&D is going to be, Rex. or the
Oh,
one that
I'll hit you up on Discord.
is sweet.
I've got your character all made. All you got to do is put a name on it.
Because I jumped into Discord the other day, and all your Discord messages came through, and it was like, "Good game, that was fun." I was like, "What?" So I must have. You must have just recently done one, and I missed it.
Did I?
Like in the last
I don't remember.
week.
I'll have to go check. I don't have Discord open right now. But yeah, I want to run you and Pixie through a one shot and see how y'all work together. I feel like it's gonna be pretty good, you know.
Yeah. Oh,
And a one shot is like a half hour, 45-minute adventure. It's not that long.
Will either be an extension of each other or just at blows the whole time.
she'll be cussing in your ear the whole time.
Yeah. Like
that's what I was thinking. Okay,
doing
we'll see how this
spells
goes.
and hypnotizing me and shit.
Well, druids can do that. They do have that kind of magic.
Yeah, I think it'll be good practice too for the improv.
Okay. Well, your character is extremely strong and has a high constitution.
I know, and I'm thinking if I get too bored with my like 3-word vocabulary, I might try and somehow communicate to Pixie to put a spell on me to allow me to verbalize.
Well, yeah, you're gonna have to say more than Hulk smash. Yeah, you'll
Good.
have to do a little better than that. Yeah. Oh shit. But no, half orcs are you'll be intelligent enough to communicate, but you're not gonna be smart enough to do like algebra and shit. Yeah.
Oh, good, yeah, no, good. Yeah, that's perfect. So do we get to name ourselves?
Oh yeah, I've got your stats all worked out. All you got to do is throw a name on it. Same with Pixie. Well, Pixie can work her own stats out
And let
because
me write
she
this
knows a little
down.
more about the game. But
I'm a half what?
Half orc.
Orc. ORC?
ORC. Orc.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay. Sorry.
Probably
you broke up
I've said it in Aussie.
Ah, okay. Fair enough.
Half orc. Cool. Let's see.
But yeah, you're like really
He's
strong.
a handsome lad.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. You're really strong. You've got a high constitution. Your dexterity is about average, and your intelligence, not so much. Your wisdom, not so much. What's the other one? Charisma. No, your charisma is like dismal.
Look, half orc. Oh, it's a female. Okay, I thought it was a good
Well,
looking
I mean,
dude.
you can make her female. I mean, you know, they do that in World of Warcraft all the time. Dudes play chicks.
Right.
Which I never did that.
That is a dude's.
Yeah.
Sexy.
You're a mean looking motherfucker. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
But is that full? Is that full orc? Is that a full orc?
I don't know. What does it say it is? I can't see it. I can see the picture, but I can't see the text.
It's not saying anything. It's just photos.
Well, a half orc looks like that too.
Oh, why'd they cover his genitals?
You're wearing a loincloth.
As if his genital. No, not in these pictures. Look, as if his schlong wouldn't hang down lower than that black line. Just saying.
Oh well, yeah, I get that. Yeah.
So is that sort of a good comparison to my size? To like,
yes, you're about 1/2 feet tall, whatever that works out to in meters.
How many?
6.5 feet.
Oh, see, that's nothing.
Oh shit, that's bigger than Pixie. Pixie's only like fucking 6 inches tall.
Yeah, fucking. Everybody's bigger than Pixie, but.
Well, I mean, I can bump
6.5 feet's fine. I'm only 5'10" in real life, so I can't complain.
Well, I can bump you up to 7 feet because the orcs can get big.
There you go.
Yeah.
Because I know plenty of humans that are not plenty. I probably know 2 that are that tall.
Oh, my brother-in-law is over 6.5 feet, but his knees are going bad on him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can only imagine. That's why the whole idea of giants just doesn't make any sense.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Unless they had really solid bones. And by giants, I just mean like a race of humans that was maybe, let's say, 9 feet on average. I don't even think that would really be possible, to be honest.
No.
Well, it wouldn't be impossible, but they would have really short lifespans. I mean, you look at people who have like gigantism today, right, where they never stop growing. They eventually get to a point where like it's too much work on their heart. It's too much weight for their body to bear. Everything is just too much. And so it shortens their lifespan. Absolutely. But do they get really tall? Yeah, some of them get 9 feet, over 9 feet, you know?
Well, I mean, you said that, and Andre the Giant immediately popped in my head. His joints gave out, and then his heart gave out because they couldn't keep. Yeah, he couldn't keep going.
Victory.
Oh, I only get to choose a little slither.
Yay, victory. I leveled up.
You ready? Oh, I chose his eyes and it gave me the tune. What's happening?
And that's all she wrote.
That's all she wrote, folks.
It took me a little longer to beat them than usual. Risk. Oh my. Monsters are such interesting people. Who said that? That's a quote. Who said that? Monsters are such interesting people.
Kangaroo caterpillar.
This Bugs Bunny said that. He was when
monsters are such interesting people.
he was giving the guy a manicure and a pedicure, and he was fixing his hair, and he's, oh, monsters are such interesting people. And then he
the red hairy thing.
Yeah, and he shoved like a bunch of dynamite in his head and blew his head in half. It was amazing. Amazing. Amazing.
What's this? 13 ways to recognize real honey from fake honey. I still can't believe that's a thing. Look, I know bees are disappearing at an alarming rate.
There it is. I just Googled, and I put in YouTube, monsters are such interesting people, and it came up with the thing immediately. It would be this. I could share my screen, just show you the picture. You know this, Bugs Bunny. Everyone knows this.
Let me make you big.
Yeah, I said the red hairy thing.
Yeah, I know you did.
That's a good description.
Monsters are just interesting people. Uh-oh. Don't go that way. Bugs Bunny without the sound. Oh, hey, you know, just look over here at my fingernails. Oh, the monsters. Oh, this interesting lives. And I said, I can't read this. Anyway, that's what it is. If you guys in the side chat weren't aware. But Pixie was right. It's the red-headed monster. The red-headed monster. Is there any other monster, kind of monster than a red-headed one? Don't answer that. What's going on?
Antioxidants, that's what Odin should have said.
Did you know Google Chrome came out with an update today?
No. What's it do?
Like, who cares, right?
What's it track?
Big deal. Hey, what the Beck? How long has What the Beck been here?
I believe they returned not long ago.
Oh.
They commented.
Silver Wolf. Oh. That's a sick Silver Wolf. That's as much. You ever hear of a polygon wolf?
No.
Never in your whole entire life? You know what a polygon is?
A multi-angled shape.
Yeah.
A multi-angled wolf.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Do you have one handy you can show me, or should I Google
Yeah,
it?
no, I have one handy. I can show you.
I knew you would.
Yeah, because I was looking it up and I was working on something similar, and I needed
If anyone has a many-angled wolf, it's Geo.
Yeah, it's right here. Many angles.
Oh, of course.
Many angles. See,
Yep.
We're going the wrong way. You see, this is polygon.
I don't know how my brain didn't even conjure that. Like, what else could it be? You know?
Polygon. I think Silver Wolf knows what polygon art. This is polygon art, but I want to do it, and I want to make it so I can print it out, 3D print it, and I want to use it on a. I have a project I want to use it on, and I need a picture of a wolf, and I want it to be polygon-like.
Yeah.
And I need a wolf. That's polygon. Anyway, I made the file. You want to see the files I made for the Vikings for the rowing ship? I made rowers, Viking rowers.
Show me.
Yeah. Let me. I gotta find where all this. Yeah, I made them, and I gotta get them printed. I haven't found anyone yet to help me print them, but I'll find somebody. Where are they?
Yeah, 3D printers are pretty affordable now, aren't they?
I mean, considerable. I mean, when you consider what they were when they first came out, yeah. But I can't afford to do the whole thing physically. It's just I don't have anywhere to set up a printer and all stuff.
Yeah.
You know.
I wouldn't have enough utility for it. It would be for fun. So I can't really justify.
Let's see. I have the 3D program. What did I open?
And I wouldn't want to buy a really cheap one either. I've read a lot of.
It's STL file. Oh, I don't have the 3D. I took this. Can I open them? No, I can't open them in that. I can open them in Blender, I think. Yeah. That's where I opened them. That's where I created them. I better. See, I had my computer. I changed some data around, and I lost. It's like a couple of things I had to reinstall, so I lost some. Not anything crucial, but I lost access to certain things. But anyway, I'm trying to find the file. I don't have the program to open them up. And Blender, let me see, Blender, where is Blender? I don't have Blender installed. Because I kicked it out. I kicked Blender out because I wanted to reinstall Windows on a different drive. It's computer stuff, and I wanted to install everything afterwards. So I figured I would install things as I needed them. So I haven't needed Blender in a couple of weeks after doing this, so I didn't reinstall Blender. So I have to reinstall Blender. I can't open my STL files.
Oh, defrag.
No, there's a program too. There's a 3D viewing program that I removed. It comes pre-installed with Windows 11. If anyone's familiar with that, it's a 3D viewing program. I forget what it's called. But I uninstall it because it takes up space that I don't want to be taken up. So I uninstall it. Yeah, I know purple rhymes with orange. Ox has asked that. Yes, I know who purple rhymes with orange is. Matter of fact, I did a little ditty of a kind of a channel identification video for her, but I don't even know if she uses it or what. I'm not sure.
Perps is good Good Dinosaur.
Perps is, yeah.
Did I get that right? Yeah.
Yeah, I
Perps
guess
is
so.
good. I was going to say Good People, but
Good Dinosaur too, I guess.
it actually is a Triceratops a dinosaur?
Oh, it certainly is. Uh-huh.
Because I'm one of those people that calls everything back then a dinosaur. Like, but dinosaurs were only in one very specific time period. The Jurassic, as in Jurassic Park,
Are you sure? I thought they were in
or is
more
it
than
the
one period.
Triassic? The
I
when?
thought they were in more than one period.
I don't know. I don't know.
Perps would know.
It's the one with that has like three, like two coming out here and one coming. It's like a killer. I've always known purple to be the
Okay.
Triceratops.
Triceratops, yeah.
There were multiple periods
Oh,
within the era, like Jurassic and Triassic, but it is one era, and it is the Mesozoic era.
Yeah, which takes the Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous periods into it.
Okay.
Yeah, so within the era you have three periods. You have the first dinosaurs, then the giant dinosaurs and the first birds, then the Cretaceous was the zenith of the dinosaurs, and then the mass extinction. Bum, bum, bum.
You want to see the little video I made for purple? I made it. She uses it or not, I don't know. Gave it to her. Posted it. It just says purple rhymes with orange and it has a picture of her icon. That's all it is. So let me just play it. And it's like a neon sign kind of. You see it?
Ah, wicked.
Yeah, that's all it is. Simple.
Well
Right?
done. Yet again.
It's loopable. It's looped though. It's on a loop. But yeah. I made that during the marathon. I think she used it once during the marathon. But that's what I made it. I made it during the marathon period last year. Remember?
Oh, you've had it for a while.
That was last year, right? Yeah. I can't believe I don't have Blender. What the heck? Where the heck is my Blender? Can't believe it. Oh, well, I'm not installing it now. Because normally when I want to build a video and somebody like some kind of like an icon or an image or something like that, I try and open the image in Blender and try and make it like an object file out of it so I can open it and make it. So if I move the camera this way and behind the object, you'll actually see the behind the object. You won't see like, it won't be white. It'll actually have structure. So I'm working on that little business. It's not easy.
Nice.
I built, Slim Cyborg.
Never heard of it.
Well, I did one for him, and it was
it's a person?
Yeah, it's a person. I did one for him, and let me see if I still have that. Yeah. Oh, I do. Wow. I can't believe that. Because believe the hassle with the files, my file system. You don't want to know. I don't want to. I used a likeness of him. I took a picture. He took a picture of himself, like swallowing a sword. The action of going to swallow a sword. So his hand is up. His hand is up, but the sword is in his mouth. So I made it kind of like 3D. It was my first attempt at adding a form to like a flat image, which is not easy to do. But this is what I came. This is what I came up with. Just check it out. It's great.
What'd you say, Rex?
Oh, I said I know Slim Living Cyborg.
Yeah, Slim Living Cyborg.
Oh, nice.
You see what I mean? It has a little bit of form, not very much.
Well, yeah, he's done all kinds of stuff.
But yeah, just one of those things.
No, I mean like actually in real life, he's done all kinds of stuff.
Oh yeah, he swallows swords. He does all that like sideshow kind of stuff with his body.
Yeah, he firewalks. He does all kinds of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, he does that. You're right.
Yep.
He does all that stuff. He's even I've seen him stapling himself.
Oh, he's actually got magnets implanted in his arms. And I think he's going to put a chip in himself. Yeah. He does all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Yep, he does all that stuff. I think he's put a needle through his arm. Is that what you said? The needle through his... He's like puts it through and then pulls it out and goes back and forth with it. And he does all that. It's like...
Oh.
But he does it for real.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't no joke.
Ain't no motherfucking joke neither. Oh, I like that.
That's right. That reminded me of a meme.
Huck sent me that.
A meme I made during the pandemic. During the height of the pandemic. Now I have to find it. It's a black girl. She's standing there. You're gonna get chlamydia before you get the virus. It's really stupid. That's why I made it a meme.
How did it not? Oh, I haven't added to the stream. So you don't even know what I'm looking at. There you go.
Oh,
see if you can get it bigger than that. So where's that from, Ox?
What the heck is that?
Look, it's a Triceratops.
Extreme Triceratops.
I wonder if Perps would like that.
Isn't that a little bit over the top?
For Perps?
For Perps, don't you think? Perps is a sweetheart, though.
Feisty. I know.
I mean, look at that thing.
Perps never gets feisty.
That thing looks menacing. I mean, am I wrong?
Oh, no. Looks sick.
I know.
Gave me an idea. Maybe a Tarrasque will show up in my game.
Stop giving him ideas. You're going to get killed.
Oh, jeez. Oh, I'm expecting to be killed in the first 10 minutes anyway.
I'm not gonna kill you right away. No, I won't kill you right away. No.
It's so kind of you.
Here's the meme. This is it. Most of y'all gonna get chlamydia before you get coronavirus.
So I live in a city that has the highest rate of I think it is chlamydia. Chlamydia, no. I know the koalas.
Who's fucking the goddamn koalas? That's what I want to know.
Oh, I know. Well, who fucked the first koala? After that, they just gave it to each other because they eat each other's shit. God, now I'm distracted. Too many.
That's right.
I fucked you up. Sorry
That's
about
right.
it.
Don't worry about no coronavirus. You worry about chlamydia.
Here, is this more perps?
Oh, there you go. That's perps. That's more perp style. At least I think.
It's even the purple one.
Hey, what do we know? Maybe perps likes the other one better. I don't know. Right?
I'm just saying, a Tarrasque can destroy a whole continent.
A whole
continent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the quiet ones that go off them in the sack. I'm just saying.
I like the colors. It's really pretty.
No comment, says Gio.
There's no comment.
Yeah.
No, that's great. And it's minimal, so it's even better.
No, I mean about it's the quiet ones that go off in the sack comment.
Oh.
We say Perps is a sweetheart, but Perps might be that other lizard Triceratops at heart.
Is there another one?
No, the first one.
Oh, that first one. Well, yeah, that first one looked like a killer, to put it mildly.
That's what I mean. You don't know what Perps is like in the sack.
Hey, I don't know, man. Right? Could be phenomenal.
Here's a wild one.
She could be a phenom in bed, right? Some people are like, what do they call those? People who are like good at one thing, but they do it really.
Savant?
Yeah, a sexual savant, maybe.
Sexual savant. I'm stealing it.
Imagine that.
You said it in my stream. I get dibs.
Oh,
Here
is
you
that
go.
how it works?
I think so.
You can keep it. I don't care.
A friend told me. Is that a Triceratops?
Boy, it's hard to tell. I have to go full screen. What is it?
Oh yeah, there's 3 horns.
I see a lot of horns.
Let's go full screen. Well, that didn't help much.
Wow, I like that though. That's pretty horny.
Yeah, I thought there was 4, but I think that's a tooth.
Those are teeth?
Yeah, a couple of teeth at the front, and then one.
Oh, I see. I see
horn
now.
at the side.
I see it. It's a head.
Oh, hang
It's
on.
a head.
There's.
It's rearing up, right? It's a head rearing upward. 2 heads on one side. Oh, what the heck?
It's a bit of a mind fuck, that picture, actually.
Yeah, there's a little bit. You're right. Yeah, you have to figure it out.
It's a puzzle.
I do see the Triceratops, the main one, though. I do see that.
Yeah, well, now I see its head plate
Uh-huh.
at the side there. That helped a lot.
That's pretty cool. But you know what's funny? When you get down to detailing, most icons aren't worth a damn, because when it gets down to eight pixels in size, you're not even going to see half the detail. Not even half.
Yeah.
You won't see 90% of the detail that's in that image. So
You're right. Any more than like this 4.
Yeah. So the less
I can see Rex is pretty good, and Pixies.
Yeah, the less detail on your icons, the better. Like that's why I was saying that one you showed of with the purple and the pink and the Triceratops, that was perfect for an icon because it's just a limited color palette, and the lines are very well defined, and then not a lot of them. So it's not very highly detailed, but it's detailed enough just to catch your eye. But I think most people know that, don't they? I mean, I don't know.
That's a weird snake triceratops sort of thing.
Huh. That's an interesting set of armor. Oh, you know what? I have a character for D&D, the 5th level Blood Elf Paladin.
Blood Elf.
Yeah, a Blood Elf Paladin. His name is Velron Flarefaith.
Velron Flarefaith.
Yeah.
That is an epic name.
I even have a picture of him.
Whack it out.
I have a picture and I have the character sheet to go with it.
Flop it on the table.
Slap it on the table. It's in my D&D folder. Velron, here he is. Let's see, this is Velron in all his glory. And I have the character sheet too. Let me see if... Yeah, here's the character sheets right here. He's 5th level. He's got an 18 strength, he's like godlike strength. Wow, look at that Triceratops. Holy moly, where'd you get that?
Ox.
Man, my character sheet is... I don't want to look. Who wants to look at a character sheet? Rather look at that. What the heck? Oh, man. That's Jabba the Hutt's wet dream, right?
Love the stockings.
Hey,
Just
baby,
that
what's
little
happening?
band around the ass.
Man, look at the legs, the little tiny legs on that sofa. How is that possible?
There's a name for sexual animal cartoon drawings.
Oh, I don't know. Isn't it called something anime something with an anime attached to it? I don't know what it is. I know what you're talking about though. But yeah,
It's either hentai or Rule 34.
I don't know what either.
Well, then maybe you don't want to look it up.
Are you corrupting us?
No, I don't want to look it up. Believe me, I don't
Of
need
course
that.
I am. What do you think I'm here for?
Oh, yeah, not safe for work.
Definitely not safe for work.
Yeah, all my stuff automatically set to not safe for kids.
It's 10 o'clock.
What? 10 cocks? Huh?
It's 10. It's time for 10 cocks.
Already? Oh no! Again? No, again? 10 cocks again? Well, it's 10 cocks somewhere, isn't it?
It's always 10 cocks somewhere.
Sorry. I have a thing.
Yeah, language. Poor Clockwork's sensitive ears.
What time is
No.
What time is it near you, Clockwork?
It is 8 o'clock.
How many cocks?
8 cock.
8 o'clock.
You ate a cock?
I only got like 5 o'clock over here.
I only ate half of it. You know.
How many cocks do you have? Never
Hang
mind.
on, I'm missing something. This is too wholesome.
I'm sorry I brought it up.
Ox, what am I not seeing in this picture? Did that child just murder that baby Triceratops?
Looks
Oh,
that
it's a
way.
size comparison. My bad. Is that a little kid though, or
That's
I think that's a small child.
it looks like, you think that's photoshopped or is that real? What do you think?
I think the dinosaur's real, but the kid's photoshopped for
Someone
sure.
answered. Really? I think they're both fake. But I could be wrong. Hey, I made a meme the other day. It's a doctor. He's holding up an X-ray, and he's pointing to the X-ray, and the guy's laying on the bed, and he says, "We found one rib broken on your X-ray, but we fixed it in Photoshop." That's the whole. That's the whole meme.
I think you showed me that.
It's a graphic arts meme. And I posted it on a graphic arts blog, and people got a real kick out of it.
Yeah, man, that's funny. It's brilliant dad joke material.
Yeah, it really is kind of stupid, but funny also.
Yeah.
I admit it is
Just
like
the
real
right amount of stupid.
Exactly. Yeah, it's got that right amount of stupid, whatever that is. But that right amount. Don't ask me for a measurement on what the right amount is. But you'll know what it is when you see it or feel it or read it or
That's right. And you know when it's not there too. It's when you have to do the awkward fake laugh. Like, yeah, that's a great meme, bro. I'm proud of you. I don't imagine you have that problem though. Your shit's pretty rad.
Well, you have to go. Then when that happens, I go into this mode. It's like I reject your reality and I substitute my own. I go into that mode,
Yeah.
It's like if I see it with my own eyes and I can't yet verify that I'm actually seeing something, I go, I reject this reality and replace it with something else.
Isn't that a classic phrase?
Yeah, that's Adam Savage.
Phrases go.
Adam Savage came up with that. Or I think he just says it a lot. People attribute it to him. Something like that, anyway.
Yeah, he probably got it from someone else.
Yeah. Well, there used to be this thing I used to say, everything is already done. If you think you have an original idea, forget it. It's not original. Somebody's thought of it already. Just if you live your life like that, then nothing is really special,
Way
it's a
to
joke.
kill the magic, Gio.
It's a joke, really. It's I'm not being serious. But some people take that as
it's true though.
Yeah,
can't
I'm
get away
saying
from it.
that's what I mean. People do take it seriously. Yes, people do. I don't.
Like, yet we're churning out, endless pop tunes still. And yes, a lot just do take old songs and rehash them.
Yeah.
Well,
it's like, comedians, they get up and they expose people, they expose themselves. They're vulnerable, they make themselves vulnerable, and they make others feel vulnerable. And a lot of it is just made up, and it can be uncomfortable at times, and it's just kind of they skirt that line upon, that everyone is afraid to go like either one way or the other. It's like that. That's how it's sort of like that. Does that make any sense? What I just said?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a really clever technique. I'm going to give you all a little secret. When you get people to that weird state where you've took them somewhere that's either uncomfortable or you're in uncanny valley,
right?
Just any situation that's not a normal thinking situation. That's how you can get them to do what you want them to do. So in the case of a comedian, it's laugh.
Oh yeah.
And that stuff just seems so much funnier than just a regular joke,
Yeah.
It's got to be a really good joke to make you laugh. But if it's edgy or no, it's funny.
Well, what I find a bit strange. Now, maybe it's just me, but people who heckle comedians or get angry at a show, they're at a show, they go to a show to see a comedian, and somehow now they're angry.
Yeah. For whatever the comedian says.
Yeah, but they went in, going in what you're going into, right? Everyone knows.
Yeah, which they should.
So what's the?
I think there's a group of people who have forgotten this common sense.
You're going in to try and have fun, to laugh, right?
Yeah.
That's the whole setup of the night. If you go into a comedy club, right? That's the whole setup for the night. Why would you get angry at somebody for making a joke on stage that you went willingly to go and see?
Surely it's the one place left on earth that someone can make a fucking joke is a comedian doing stand-up on a stage.
Well, even
apparently
that
not.
But is that under attack too? I don't know. I don't think so. There should be some place, no matter what you say, no one gives a shit. There's got to be some place like that, right? Where you could just say whatever you want and nobody says anything to you. I don't think it exists.
There's a brilliant song called "There's No Such Place," and that comes to me right now.
Yeah, I bet there is no such place nowadays.
Yes, I have seen it too, just a little different from how you do. A river winding blue among the dunes, and a marbled bay, and a sun that doesn't set but settles.
Oh man.
Pretty good lyrics.
Yeah, they are, yeah. Oh boy, did you watch any of the Atheist Edge streams with Richard?
With Richard?
Yeah.
No. Oh, I think someone was telling me about that last night, actually.
Yeah, it was the guy from Atheist Edge was kind of reviewing, not reviewing, but just going over what Richard's claims are. You know, his
Was it
religious.
on Atheist Edge?
Yeah, it was on Atheist Edge. Yeah, I don't know if Richard mirrored the stream or what. I'm not sure, but it might even be on Richard's channel.
There's two of them.
But it was interesting. I mean,
There's Biblical
I watched
Doctrine and Interpretation 2 days ago, and then also 2 days ago, There Is No Sabbath.
I think that was when they met, when Richard and I forget the guy's name, but he's new. He's not because I know Jim, you know, Master Sergeant. That's
Yeah.
Jim. I forget his last name, but Jim. Everyone knows Jim. Well, most people know Jim from Atheist Edge.
And Josh Bowen was there. So maybe it's an old one just uploaded. Here, I'll show you the screen.
Yeah, but it was good. It was good.
See that?
Yeah, there was one where Atheist Edge did a review of something, and then they went and they met, and then the one where they met. Yeah, the one where they met is the first one, the one on top. Yeah, that's
Oh, Kaz. Is that who you're talking about? The new person?
yeah, Kaz. Of course, he was. Yeah, like most people.
So confused. Was that his first time or their first time?
Yeah. It was was it Kaz? Was that the guy? Yeah, because he's new to Atheist Edge, or maybe Kaz is new to me. I don't know how long he's been. But yeah, he discussed the whole thing. He discussed the whole, well, not the whole thing, but most of it anyway.
You in hopes of progressing the forthcoming discussion further.
Is this Kaz?
So let's
See this. Let me tell you something. This has nothing to do with them actually meeting, because he's assuming a lot about what Richard. In this video, he assumes a lot about what Richard is trying to convey, and it was totally wrong. Totally. But the meeting between him and Richard was where this was all clarified, because Richard clarified the whole thing. So this video, he's off the mark completely with this video, and I think Richard would agree if he's here. He's not here, so I'm just saying that, you know.
That's why if Richard's seen it, he would have wanted to come in and
yeah, of course.
Would have been pulling his hair out.
No, but he presented himself well, and he did really well, I think so.
Yeah, certainly there are morals to the stories that underlie the themes, and there are things to be gained from them. I think a lot of the stories' morals boil down to worship God, and
sorry, I'm deciding what kind of tone I'm getting from him.
Be all right. And I think that's the big question that is at hand here when we're talking about dealing with the Bible at all. Is that a valuable moral to be interpreted or to be internalized at all?
Depends on your definition of God. If I take the biblical definition of God, it's a set of moral.
I'm gonna go have a smoke. I'll be right back. Okay, so.
Okay.
Moral standards that are to be employed by angels during a. And there's 24 of them. There has to be 23 previous earths, and it just goes on and on and on.
So I'm just going to read the whole thing out real quick for you, everybody, just so they know the whole thing. premise.
I may have
form.
revised it since, by the way. It's been a couple years.
Oh, really? Okay, well, you let me know. That'd be great.
Well, that they are saying something that is actual in reality, and they could be completely wrong.
But that's not a lie.
No, they're not lying, but it does.
He sucked right in. Just loving
So
it.
you're telling me that at first blush, at your first reading of the text, you don't see the God of this Bible as a being that is a person with
No, definitely
human-like attributes. At first
I
blush,
don't see the description
The moment he understood Richard's God.
there at all. I've only read it once.
So when it talks about God walking and talking and doing this and that, that is
It doesn't
human-like.
read the word God there. It says
feeling.
Elohim. You just looked this up. It's not the word God. It's angels.
I love it. You just looked this up. You're getting schooled, boy.
I'd say one other thing. Peace is an intrinsic internal feeling when a person can sense that they're in harmony with the reality. And like you said earlier, if people are alive, they must know some things about truths. And with that, I would totally agree. So the acceptance of truth is to have peace.
Okay. Yeah, I can agree with that. Well, I really do thank you, Richard, for coming and having this conversation with me. I hope that it went well. If you're going to go back and watch the video I did of your syllogism before, just know that I would probably remake it again now because now I don't know how I would even approach it. I guess I'd have to really dissect this conversation right here, and then
I appreciate you pointing out that I left out a word. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. I'll correct that immediately.
But yeah, the critique that I did was more in line with a more mainstream idea of the God concept, so it won't be totally applicable to you. But yeah, it's good to know, well, to have an idea of where you are coming from now. So I really thank you for coming with me, coming to have the conversation with me today. And I hope we have another one in the future. Thank you, everybody who's been watching the chat. I really appreciate it. Like it if you loved it. Share it if you want to spread it. And remember.
Now that you know more, see why I sit and laugh. Yes, I do. I do, Beck. I always see you do it too. And I wasn't there yet. But now I am, and it's so funny. Especially for the atheists, that moment they realize his God is not a God. It's just the label he gives it. And they're like, he's actually an atheist. You see the whole demeanor change and everything, which is a bit sad and shallow, but you get that.
Oh, it happens all the time. Anytime somebody's like, Richard, Bob, I giggle. Sometimes I correct them, sometimes I don't, but it's always amusing to me because rarely, if ever, are they correct.
Yeah. I've been.
And I can't explain it, right? Like, I can't explain it as well as he does. So if you don't understand him, like that's a you problem, I guess.
But I've told Richard I believe he has the same problem that a lot of experts in a field, Richard's field being Madsonism, as I call it, they are so far into the understanding of it and they see so much value that when a question is posed, they have to set up the answer rather than give the answer that would most easily explain it. Does that make sense? Or was that just a whole bunch of word salad?
Well,
I'll take that as word salad.
I think that's one way of maybe explaining some of the phenomenons that happen when he talks about what he thinks is supposed to be the thing. You know what I mean? Like even that doesn't make sense. But
no, it's like, I have to decode that in my brain.
It's the thing. But my problem is the reading frame. It's fine. You can pick any reading frame you want, right? But if the reading frame has inherent problems with it from the start, you got to work your way around those inherent problems too. If you're going to use that reading frame, don't you?
Yeah.
So where is what? So there's something else going on there.
The bit I struggle with,
but you know what that raises another question. Why the Bible? Why not the Quran? Why not the Bhagavad Gita? Why not some other holy text?
Richard would say they're included. He could.
Okay, well then why can't? Then I guess we can find the exact same story from all the books. Then can't we? Can we interpret all the books the same?
Well, according to Richard, he would say yes.
Well, then all scholars are wrong, then, aren't they?
Yes.
All the scholars who interpret the books differently, and they're all wrong. All of them.
Let me decide while I do this.
If you don't like my fire, then don't come around, 'cause I'm gonna burn one down. 'Cause I'm gonna burn one.
So, if they originally agreed that it came from a particular culture for a particular reason, and all scholarly study was done based on that premises, then could not all study be wrong? If its origin was wrong, and they studied it as something coming from that point, then all of the consensus could be wrong, correct?
Yeah, but you'd have to know first. It's kind of it's a bit circular, and it's hard. Like, how do you have to first know if something? It's kind of circular, because how do you know in the first place? It sounds circular to me, but maybe I'm wrong. I understand what you're saying, though.
Look, I don't know. I'm wrong about a lot of things, and so are a lot of other people. As sure as I am about things, and as much as I believe and don't believe, I could be just as wrong or more wrong than anybody else.
Well, that's the whole idea. Science, they want to prove them wrong. It's right. That's the whole premise of science, is to prove that shit wrong. And so yeah.
I don't think, as far as like people's spiritual beliefs and things like that, I don't think we'll ever prove it wrong. I don't think we'll ever prove the non-existence in the same way that they'll never prove the existence. I'm happy with just keep that shit to yourself and stop trying to make me live your way.
Yeah, well, you know the saying, what, you act on what you believe, right? So if you believe, little green aliens are running the show, you may do some pretty fucked up shit because you think little green aliens are in control. It's like
Yeah, but that's not what he thinks, right? I mean, like, it's
no,
so funny when
I'm not even talking about Richard. I'm just talking about
yeah.
anyone.
Oh,
anyone.
okay, just anybody. Well, yeah, I mean that's true.
It's
That's
like if
true.
you think
It just
if you think the
can't
president,
keep it
if
in a
you think
quarantine, right? It does seep out.
if you think in your brain the president is a shape shifting lizard, right? So
Yeah.
I guess he's not human, right? So now he's no longer a human being, right? So then you could contemplate other things you wouldn't normally associate with people, with human beings, right? So you could conjure all kinds of things in your head
Justifications and acts and yeah.
right, because he's not being seen as a human being, right? It conjures up a whole host of bad ideas in my head. The dogs are fighting. Do you hear that? I don't know if you hear that, but
I did hear that.
the
Sounds
dogs,
like my dogs.
they like to wrestle. I call it wrestling. I don't know what else to call it.
Well, it cracks me up because it's like they're playing because it's different from their fights, right?
Yeah.
So they're playing, but at the same time, it just sounds so aggressive. You're like, well, don't kill each other while you're at it.
Yeah. It's like, let's make believe death throes. Okay, next. Now you make believe death throes, and I'll bite you, and you make believe you're dying. Okay?
Exactly.
And then I'll bite you, and you make believe you're dying, and then we'll just do that for an hour. It's like, what the fuck? But that's what they do.
And then they chase each other and do the little where they lower their front and stick their butt in the air, and then they do the little pounce, and then they go back to the growling and the death throes.
Somebody always gets here.
Yeah, and then it stops.
And then it stops, and then goes back to being lovey-dovey.
It's so funny.
Yeah, because somebody's going to get caught. Somebody's going to get caught with one of those sharp teeth. One of them, eventually.
Or a claw or something. Yeah, and that's when you hear the like, my bad.
I've been having cravings for ice cream. But I just eat fruit instead.
It's so weird because I want it's so ice cream has to be there or I won't eat it. But if it's there when I want it, then I will eat it. But if I want some and it's not there, by the time I go to the store and I get back, I don't want it anymore. And then it sits there and then by the time I want it and I go get some, everybody else already ate it all. And then I'm like, no, fuck this. So I actually rarely eat ice cream. As much as I like it, I rarely eat it.
Yeah, I have to go on. I have to buy it specifically to eat for whatever evening. But I'd like to just make my own ice cream, but that takes it's too much work.
It is so much work. But if I could make homemade ice cream, if I had time to make homemade ice cream, I would be making homemade strawberry ice cream with real strawberries and some homemade butter pecan ice cream.
Oh, come on. Yeah, you see, that's so much better.
Stuff. It is so much better.
But then you know what's in it, and you don't have to put sorbate 80 or you don't have to put all the stuff in it. That's
no, it's just it's like ice, rock salt, cream or milk, strawberries. I mean, it's all pretty basic.
Exactly, yeah. I saw a guy, you know, those restoration films where they restore like broken items and stuff. Well, the guy restored an old ice cream maker. It was all like rusty, this big hunk of metal. But it was an ice cream maker, and he restored the whole thing, and he made ice cream. And I don't know if that's real or a hoax, but
It's probably real. Now, my grandmother had one that was so old that even though it had metal lining on the inside, it was actually wooden. It looked like a wooden crate or like a little wooden barrel or something, you know. And it had like, it was lined on the inside with metal. We used to every 4th of July, we'd help her, and she'd be out on the back porch making ice cream.
yeah, it's like you have to. It's like a churning thing. It's like a.
You just churn and churn. Yep.
I once went on a camping trip. This was years ago, and we had milk. I had milk in a little container, and I put it in the backpack with all the other stuff. And we had to hike through this woods out to the campsite. It was like a 5.5 mile. It wasn't that long, but it was a bumpy terrain and stuff. And I got to the campsite. I opened up the milk, and that turned to butter from all the moving, from being inside the pack and going through all the bumpy terrain for hours. It took us like 4 hours to get. It churned the milk into butter. There was like no milk. It was all like butter. That's
hilarious.
It's like, what happened? Our milk turned to butter because it's separated. It was like there was all this hard stuff on the bottom and all the water on top. It was weird. It's one of those things. I remember that because I was doing rappelling. I learned how to rappel during that trip. I learned how to do a whole thing, the harness, and what the way to put the rope around I forget the name of the things, but yeah, that was many years ago. I was a teenager.
Man, work is kicking my ass lately.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that probably lit a little bit of a fire, and I'm not sorry for it. Because I work like 14, 15-hour days. They keep coming to me like, can you take on this other thing? Can you take on this other thing? Can you take on this other thing? And so finally, at the end of last week, I was like, look, you keep giving me things to take on, and I don't know how much more I can take on. Like, I'm already working 15 hours. Like, do you want me to keep going, you know? And so they said they would get me help. She sent a message telling somebody to stop doing what they were doing because that they needed them over there, right? Well, this person just, like, completely ignored the message. And it's been days. And so I've been managing to stay on top of everything until yesterday. And yesterday, at the end of the day, I had finished everything that had to be out. And then I went and I looked at my other stuff, and I noticed that not a single thing had been done. So then today I was like, no, what is going on? This one is 20 out, meaning out of standard, meaning no good. And like all of this. And so then I guess they had to have like this powwow and get their shit sorted out. So supposedly I'm getting help again.
Well, are you replaceable?
They are so afraid of me quitting that they offered me a little over $10,000 bonus to stay at least through the end of the year. So I guess they don't think so.
Well, you see, you got to ask yourself that. And if you're replaceable, if you could be replaced, then then your job is it's just a job, man. Don't worry about it. But
no,
if you have,
actually, they're actually very fond of me. As a matter of fact, since I said that, I have gotten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. I've gotten 4 direct messages and 8 emails apologizing. So.
well, you see, there's probably something else to it then, because like where I worked before I moved here, anyone can drive a truck. Just about anyone can drive a truck. Anyone can do what I did. So I was definitely replaceable. So I think maybe you have carved a better.
Don't get me wrong. I am not under the illusion that I'm irreplaceable. I am replaceable. However, at this moment in time, they cannot afford to replace me. They do not have time to replace me. And their entire plan will fall through because the carryover depends. My entire department in this company split carryover depends on 2 of us and 2 of us alone. And I am one of them. So they can afford to lose me in like a year or 2 years, but they can't afford to lose me right now.
Yeah, like if, say, you said, I'm quitting tomorrow, they'd be hard-pressed to find someone to replace you tomorrow.
Nobody could.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But
Yeah.
where I worked, they could go to, I don't know, unemployment office and say, we need a truck driver today. And they'd get any old truck driver to fill the slot. You know what I mean? If that's all they had to do. So, but sounds like you built up some seniority and some, you like what you're doing and the people like you. So I don't think you have much to worry about.
I found a company where my restlessness works to my benefit is what happened.
So sometimes maybe you have to do a little more work than usual, but right?
Well, I don't like to, yeah. Well, yeah, but most of the time my job's actually really flexible, right? I mean, this is the same job where I get to be the mom that's at all the theater performances, all the recitals, all the competitions, all the games. Like I am there. And so I do have to work really, really hard right now, but that's because there's some special stuff happening right now.
Are you salaried?
And a lot of changes. Well, yes and no. So I have a salary, but my salary is based on like a 40-hour work week. So I still get overtime. I still have lots of PTO. I have great benefits. And I still get a yearly bonus, plus I got a retention bonus this year. So
all right, so that's good. Yeah.
And my thing, what really
but I had
helped
to
me.
jump in and say, does your boss take you skydiving pictures?
No.
I take my
I don't want my boss to.
skydiving.
But I think what really helped me is because, like I said, I'm restless, right? Like most people like to feel like they're comfortable doing what they're doing or they know what they're doing. But I prefer chaos even in my work environment. Like I like all the new projects. Once everybody feels like they're good and they know what they're doing, it's time for me to leave. And if you don't give me a new project, I will go elsewhere because I need something new. And so I think my thing is I've just been in so many different pieces of the company that I have a bigger picture than most people. And I think that helps.
Well, I remember when I left New York and I left my job before leaving New York, and they were calling me to help them with the CAD machine. It was a CAD machine and the CAD program. I was like, listen, dudes, I don't work there anymore. I'm not coming down there and working. It's like, what the? I was in bad shape, man. I couldn't walk. I could barely walk. I was in a wheelchair. I had to leave my job. I couldn't. And then they kept calling me, come on down. We want He needs you to come down and fix it. I says, I'm not coming down for nothing. Are you guys out of your minds? It happened for like 3 weeks, and then they finally stopped calling. And then I had a job with the not a job, it was like a volunteer thing with the library, local here in my town. And I was helping out with the maintenance of the computers and all the stuff. And then they had this huge printer that was printed that was like cost them a lot of money. And it was made to print out banners because they had these, like they had a pool that was connected to the library. It was part of a whole host of buildings. And they had a park area, a recreation area, and had a couple of other areas. And they used to print out these huge banners, like 12 feet long and like 5 feet wide, stretch across the whole street and stuff. So it was great. Big rolls of paper that cost a lot of money. And this guy broke the printer. One guy, maintenance guy, broke the printer. I was like, holy shit, that's $100,000 printer. I was like, and he says, can you fix it? I'm like, I don't know. I had no clue. So I went in the room and I said, well, I don't know what's going on with the machine. I'll try and fix it. Spent the whole day, finally got it fixed, right? Got it fixed, got it printed out the banner they wanted printed for the next day. And I spent the whole day working on it. Got the banner printed. All right. I went home, came back the next day. I see this guy with his head inside the printer. I was like, what the fuck is this guy doing in the print? So I walk over nonchalantly, and I, hey, what are you doing? He says, oh, one of the heads came off. I was like, what? I did not believe him. The heads don't just come off. So I said to myself, he's fucking with this machine. For what reason? I don't know. And I went down. He says, there was a paper jam. This morning. We wanted to print the other. And I was like, listen, there's a paper jam. You don't have to remove print heads to remove a paper jam. It's like, so he removed. I look in the thing and the wires all over the fucking place. He pulled out half the printer heads in the middle of the printer. This printer was 14 feet long. This was a monster of a machine. I said, you motherfucker. I cursed. I said, you motherfucker. You pulled out all those fucking wires. You better put them all back. And he's like, I quit. I just turned around and the manager was standing right behind him. I says, hi. I turned around and said, I quit. And they were trying to talk to me. And I just made believe they weren't even there. And I walked right out the building. That was the last time I ever went back. I never went back. Isn't that crazy? And they called me. They called me too.
I would have been so mad. I'd been like, no, you handle that shit. You fucked it up. You handle it. You couldn't wait till I got in. Now you can find somebody else.
Yeah. But then he was doing shit. He was helping with the computers too. He was one of those guys that, computer's down. Oh, let's go find out what's wrong. He'd run over to it, pull it apart, not figure out what's wrong with it. Take that computer in the back, put it on the shelf. I was like, okay. So now the facility is down one computer, right? Okay, another computer. Okay, take it. Another computer goes down. Okay, this is what he did. Take the computer out, pull it apart, not fix it, put it on the shelf. It's like, what the fuck? And then I went into one room. I says, why are all these computers in the room? He says, oh, none of these computers work. I says, well, why don't they work? And he says, well, we don't know. I says, well, I'm not going through a room full of computers that he broke, that he tried to fix, can't fix, and put them on the shelf. I'm not going through a room full of computers to find out what's wrong with them. I'm not doing that. He should have done that in the first place. It was a terrible mess. And I was working there for nothing. And plus I was giving classes on GIMP as well. But then the pandemic hit. And the GIMP classes were canceled. And then the guy came and busted the big printer and I left. People, right? People suck. But you can't live with them, and you can't live with them, or without them. Something like that. You have to live with them, but you're better off without them.
I sure wouldn't have stayed. Fuck that. No.
There's a saying. When we need people, right? But sometimes you don't need people, right? I don't know. I'm messing the saying up. It's easier just to say people suck and leave it at that.
Yeah. That's what I always said. People happen and sometimes they suck.
And I'm not being cynical. There's a caveat. Try not to be cynical and call everybody an asshole. If everybody's an asshole, man, what does that say about society? Are we all assholes, really?
I can be from time to time.
You can be. Well, me too. I guess there are degrees, huh? There are degrees. But is an asshole a subset of something else?
I don't know. I don't consider myself an asshole. Like, I would generally prefer everybody just be, like, happy and kind, you know? But, like, I'm not going to take shit, so.
Yeah. Well, I think if you're willing to put effort into something, you should be able to be criticized for it. Does that make sense? Like, if you have to be able to defend it in some manner, right? If you're putting effort into something, unless it's just meaningless to you, but I doubt it. I don't know.
Well, I guess. Unless it's something as simple as, like, you enjoy it.
Yeah. I don't know what I'm trying to get at.
But I agree. I think, like, the more energy you invest into it and the more effort you put not only into that, but, like, getting others to invest in it, the more justification you should have for that.
Yeah, I think maybe that's the word, justification. You should have some kind of justification for doing it. Otherwise, why do it, right? I mean, it goes with saying about just about anything you do, right? I mean, but what do they call that? There's another kind of justification. There's like another word you put in front of justification. I forget what it's called.
I'm gonna start Googling.
Empirical? No, that's not right. Is it empirical justification? No. It's something along those lines. Something justification. It's not just simply justification. It's another word for it. It's something justification. It's a philosophical term. that I can't remember. Did you see the short with Aaron Ra and this woman was trying to place her hand on his chest, and he kept pushing her hand away and saying, "Just tell me first what is going to happen before you put your hand on my chest and exclaim these things you say are going to do things. Tell me what's going to happen so I know what to expect." And she's like, "Well, I don't know. It's well, then what good is it?" She's like, How would I know? How would I know if you did what you did is going to have any effect? Is there a time frame? And she goes, "Well, no." And then it could happen 50 years from now or it could happen 2 weeks from now. It's like, oh, it was like the short that's going around, if you see it, because he just went to the Satan Com. He just came back from that.
No, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, Satan Con. It was like this past last weekend, I believe it was. I think it's called Satan Con or something like that. It's the Satanic Temple. They get together and they have their convention. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard it was happening, but like I haven't seen any videos about it.
Yeah, well, if you have a feed, an atheist feed, you'll probably see it at some point. If you have something like that in your YouTube feed, you might see it. I'm subscribed to Aaron, so I get most of the stuff that he is involved in. I get that in my feed. Man, I get this itch. The tag on the back of this shirt always makes me itch. It's just this one shirt. I have to rip the tag off. And the tag police will come storming in. You ripped the tag off. You ripped the tag off. Now you're going to pay. Oh, no, wait. I ripped the tag off my mattress, too. Uh-oh, let's call the mattress. Now the mattress police are coming to get me. Oh, wait. Don't forget the pillows. I ripped a whole bunch of tags off of those pillows.
You know, the moment I think like I felt the most cynical about the human race ever.
When?
It's when I realized that the warning labels are there because some people are that fucking stupid. Like when it says don't drive with the sun visor on or remove baby before folding, I'm always like, what asshole got away with this and sued? Right? Like, why does this warning label exist?
Because someone was dumb enough to do it.
Yeah, remove baby before folding should be an obvious thing. I don't.
It's terrible. But that's how it's done. I mean, that's like the warning, this is not a toy on a plastic bag.
Yeah, I don't.
Somebody handed their kid a plastic bag to play with, right?
Probably, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then they got mad, and probably sued whoever gave them the plastic bag, like wherever they got the plastic bag. It's just,
yeah, it's somehow a defect of the plastic bag that made their child suffocate.
So now every time I see something that's like really ridiculous or obvious on a warning label, I just sigh and I'm like, fucking people, man. People.
Oh, it was Satan Con. Ox put all the links in the chat. Ox is, man, he's on point today. Is that the short? Maybe that's the short I was talking about. I don't know. Oh no,
so Sally said he may be a minute on the phone. So and I can't present because I'm on mobile. So We'll have to wait till he gets back, unless you can present.
Yeah, I don't like the shorts because they're short. That makes no sense, right? I guess if I go to Aaron Ra's channel, I might be able to find that little short that I was talking about.
It depends on who it is. Some people are much, much better in very, very small doses. That wasn't very nice of me, but it was a true statement.
I have to agree with that. Definitely, yeah. Do you ever hear that Aaron Ra was mistaken for Bigfoot?
You know, that's another one of those names that, like, if I saw his face, I'm sure I'd recognize him. Just because so many people have talked about him and referenced him that I'm sure I've seen him in a video somewhere. But, like, I've never been to his channel. I've never stumbled across his channel, and he hasn't been on any panels I've watched. So it's like, it's one of those things. Like, he's just like this ambiguous character to me.
Oh, well, he's just this big dude, this big, like, he's got a lot of hair. But he has a story where someone had mistaken him for a Bigfoot.
That's kind of hilarious.
Yeah. I'm not making it up. I didn't make Why would I make that up? Oh, I want to scratch my back so bad. You know, you got an itch, you're supposed to, like, your body wants you to scratch it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fighting that urge right now.
Why?
So that's the face of fighting the urge.
So just get a back scratcher.
Oh, a back. I forgot. I think I have one. Or do I? Wait a minute. I had a back scratcher in here in my desk. This is my desk right here. This is a desk drawer right here. Wait a minute. Do I actually have a back scratcher in here? I had one. It was like a telescoping one that looked like a mini rake.
Yes, those are perfect.
Yeah, it
that is
looked like
exactly what you need.
Yeah, but no, I'll be like this all day. I could just stick my hands down there. Geo, is this the one? Oh, yeah, that might be. Let me check. Is that the one? No, that's not the one. It was a short. It was shaped. What's that size? 780 by 2. I don't know. Cell phone size. That's not the one, though. Outside.
I wish I finished my responsibilities for the day. I am still working.
Still working?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Sandy says just what I guess you were reading what Sandy said. Good. Sandy's got the rest of the day to get in trouble or whatever. Get in trouble. Why don't you go outside and knock out a deer or something? You have to stand really still, though. It doesn't always work. Most people, you get a chair, and you sit out in the middle of the woods in a chair, and a deer eventually will walk right up to you. And that's when you swing. You start swinging. I'm only kidding.
Why would you do that?
because you want to knock out the deer.
No, you don't.
It's a joke.
No, we want to be friends with the deer.
Yeah, but as soon as you move, they're going to take off. So you only get one shot at it.
Sometimes it depends on where you are. There's
It's a joke.
like for example in oh, you only get one shot. I got it now. Hitting him. But we were thinking at one point about getting a place in Cimarron Canyon because I love trees. I love trees. Anyway, we went in there and it's really cool because like the deer, there's no hunting allowed there or anything like that. And so the deer aren't very skittish. And we would be like driving through there and they would be like right there by the road, or like we walk outside and they'd just be walking by, and a lot of people feed them and stuff. So they just kind of look over at us like, hey, what's up? Like they were not skittish at all. It was cool.
Oh, that's different. Those deers, they must be like local. Not those wild from out in the boonies deers.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's just because they've gotten used to it because it's been a no hunting place for a long, long time.
I don't know anything about hunting. My father used to hunt. I never went hunting. I went hunting once. I don't call that hunting. I went hunting once. That to me, that wasn't hunting. That was just me running around with a gun in the woods. I wasn't
do
hunting.
not care to go hunting. It is not something on any of my bucket lists. So.
Well, my father he's a good hunter, and he hunted for the meat. Specifically, he didn't hunt for sport. You know, he didn't go out there looking to bag 50 deers and just leave them there. You know, just go out and get a deer every once in a while.
Bree is live. I'll have to leave her a like.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely.
But that'd be good. You'd get a deer. We'd be eating deer meat for like a month and a half, 2 months almost on a whole. You know, they split it up between my uncle and his family.
The only thing that worries me now is like I wouldn't mind doing it, right? Like I grew up eating a lot of deer meat. I happen to love venison stew on some fry bread. It doesn't get much better than that. But with how like certain prion diseases in animals can transfer over to humans, like mad cow and all that.
Oh yeah.
Well, there was some isolated cases of in a rich region of something like that kind of happening. They couldn't trace what it was. Well, they come to find out these people were hunters. A lot of people who were affected were hunters. So they think it's from like the wasting disease in the deer. So that scares me. I'm like, maybe it's a good time to be a vegetarian again. I don't know.
I haven't eaten any wild game in many years, so I don't know. Didn't seem to be a concern back then when my father was hunting. I never thought of it, and I've eaten all kinds of wild game.
Well, it's not a reason to be a vegetarian. I was joking. I'm not a vegetarian anymore. I was for a long, long time, and it had nothing to do with that. My body just doesn't handle meat very well.
Oh.
It's definitely not something I can eat consistently. Like it's not an every meal or even an everyday thing for me. Like I don't. But well, I'm not a vegetarian.
Yeah, I'm not a vegetarian either. But I like to mix it up, the meat. Not have beef one day, fish another day, chicken another day, that kind of stuff. Kind of break it up. I made pizza fresh, like everything was fresh except for the cheese. I bought freshly made mozzarella, which is, just made differently. It's just fresh. And I made my own sauce out of vine tomatoes. And I made my own dough, pizza dough.
Nice.
I didn't make the olive oil because I don't think I can press my own olive oil. That would take a lot of olives, and I just don't have the room to be pressing olives here.
So I don't know if it's the same way now because I haven't been there. I've never traveled over there. I don't know, right? But apparently Italian pizza is or real Italian pizza, the original Italian pizza is nothing like American pizza at all.
Yeah, right.
Like not at all. Like I have a friend who no, she's from Poland, but she lived in Paris before she lived in the US. And she said like when she got a pepperoni pizza, right, like it was like this lumpy bread with sauce and pepperonis on it. Like there was no cheese, there was nothing. It just had some sauce and some pepperonis. Right? Like she said it was like not even anywhere close to the same thing.
I'd eat that. That sounds okay.
Well, I would get it with cheese, and so to me it wouldn't be much different, bread and cheese and sauce. I mean, but
well, a couple of weeks ago I was making another pizza and I had bought some pepperoni, right? And I was looking at the ingredients on the pepperoni and it was chicken, pork, and beef. I was like, oh, okay. And I looked on the counter, right next on the counter is this, they're like these treats we give the dogs. And I looked at the ingredients on the treats. Just so happens the same exact ingredients.
no, that's true.
I could have put those on my pizza.
Actually, the thing is, like, a lot of that is true. Like, I get my dog these dog cookies. They're from the dog bakery. Like, actually from the dog bakery. And I get my dog's cookies, and but it's actually one time somebody accidentally was like, oh, they saw the cookie jar and they were like, oh, and they got a cookie and they ate it, and I just looked at them and they were like, these are really good. I just looked at them and I didn't say anything. Well, come to find out, it's because it's not practically, it is human food. It's made with human food. It has like sugar, it has all of that. There's only slight differences. Like if it's chocolate, dogs can't have chocolate. So they do use a chocolate substitute.
It's poisonous.
Right. So they use a chocolate substitute. It starts with a C. I can't remember what it is right now.
Oh, I have no clue.
but it's but they use that, but like a vanilla cookie is pretty much just like a vanilla cookie you'd get anywhere else.
Well, those everyone is familiar with those milk bones, those dog treats that look like bones. I've eaten those, and they just taste like meal, like cornmeal to me. That's
probably. I believe it.
Yeah,
I don't know. My dogs are spoiled. They've got they've got milk bones, but they also have like ginger snaps and cinnamon apple cookies and vanilla cookies. And, yeah, they have they love peanut butter cookies and the vanilla cake cookies. Like they have all kinds of cookies. My dogs are spoiled.
I made some of my own peanut butter a couple of months ago. Takes a lot of peanuts. I made honey. I honey roasted the peanuts, and then I made the peanut butter. It was really good.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, it was really good. It was a little sweeter than normal, but it was really good. And the honey flavor.
So when I go back to Cozumel, I am going to do the honey tour. I'm going to go on the honey tour and bring back some really good, really fresh, just raw honey.
Wow, I love raw honey. I have raw honey downstairs in the cupboard, a big jar of it. I've eaten half of it. The jar is like 32 ounces. I can't remember how long ago I bought that, but
I like this island because like half the island is like this nature reserve almost, and ruins, and well, a part of the island is a nature reserve, and then they have ruins, and like the like the town or the like tourist place is all on the other side of the island. But in between, they have all these sanctuaries. Like they have the stingray one and the turtle one and the bee sanctuary, and then they have this like tequila distillery and like just like all these things that you can just go take random tours of and leave with a bunch of shit.
that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I lived in a town. My where I live was like that. It's like a historical like town, so they have like preserved all these buildings, and they have like shows where they make things for people back in the day. It's like it's not quite medieval time, but almost like that. And they had that kind of stuff in my town. You could go and do all kinds of stuff like that. It was pretty neat. It's still there too. So yeah. Is Sammy still there, or is he?
No, he said he might, the call might take him a long while, so if we wanted to end it before he got back, we could. I was trying to stall for him, but Bree's live and other people are probably going live, so I might just end it.
Oh, so you have you can end it?
I can.
Oh, all right, because I'm about to go and have dinner in a few minutes.
Okay. Well, you go have dinner, and maybe we'll catch you later.
Yeah, I'm gonna go have dinner. Gonna have a cigarette, and then I'm gonna eat dinner. I don't know how long that's gonna take, but yeah. So I'll see you later.
Later days. Bye.